supposed to put out fast information and be able to be flexible and, you know, respond to things. Well, how about you respond to the allegation that a member of the Capitol Police who now works at the CIA has been identified by the Blaze as the pipe bomber? That seems like a pretty important thing to address to the public. That's what I would think is relevant. And here's some other things. The boyfriend of that woman is a Capitol Police officer. Now, here's the backstory that doesn't make any sense. Again, I got assigned to a doorway to watch out and look for a person who was known as Person of Interest 3 in the pipe bomb summary that Loudermilk's committee put out. It's Barry Loudermilk.
And by the way, they put out this info claiming you weren't. Now they've had to admit you were. They're like, why is Sheriff in the middle of this? That's what they assigned you to. So that's how fate works.
Well,
but that's confirmed. You did this.
Well, yeah, that's the best part of it. They were out there and they were having the spin doctors try to say, well, Serafin's mistaken. If he said it, it must be untrue. No. There's documentation on everything the FBI does. Anyone who's ever worked with the FBI knows that the actual thing they teach you at the academy is if it's not written down, it didn't happen. It happened. It was written down. There's surveillance logs. They're out there.
Well, so people say, what do you know about J6? I was there. You were too. So just people saying, like, it's weird we're there. No, we were there. Fate had that way.
So there were 3 people that were identified in these reports, and they were identified apparently by that way, but I don't recall that because what they do when they give us a target to do surveillance is they tell us a name, an address, a date of birth, a car, you know, they'll give us a license plate, and they say, go there, watch the person, and here's what we think they may have done, so see what you find. Take pictures, follow them around, do your thing. That's what we did, and I did this professionally for 3 years. So is it the most prestigious thing to do in the world? No, it's really like a patience exercise. But this one was extremely weird because we were there for only 2 days. I would say that the pipe bomb case of January 6th was maybe the most terroristic thing that could have happened, and it was one of the more terroristic things that happened in the terrorism world where I worked, because we watched a lot of like supposed terrorists. And when you watch the so-called terrorists, you expect them to do something terroristic, but they never had any bombs and almost never had any guns. They usually were like some, you know, lonely guy who hung out in his mom's basement and ate Hot Pockets and, you know, put some racist memes up or something. So this was a real big deal. They pulled us in 2 days, and they pulled us away from someone that was identified as called person number 3. And so the story that the Blaze has identifies, the previous one talked about person number 3 being the house that we watched. Directly next door to person number 3 is the person that they've identified as their subject they think was the person that dropped the pipe bombs. And that makes a lot of sense when you realize that they also were looking at a person called person number 2. So for people who are listening from the outside and you're like, who the hell are these people? Person number 1 is the pipe bomber. That's what the FBI called him. Person number 2 was a person of interest that may have been an accomplice of the pipe bomber. And person number 3 was the person who owned the house that we were sitting at. The story officially from Loudermilk's committee, which is recently clarified by the FBI, was that person number 2, the potential accomplice, was actually a guest staying with person number 3, who I was watching. And I sent you guys a picture that comes from the whistleblower disclosure that nobody else has. It's a couple of members of Congress and a couple of members of independent media have this. So there's a picture and it says, this is the one on the left. That is the person in the hood. It's grainy. It's a surveillance footage. It's pulled from some footage that came out of somewhere that the FBI was looking, and they identified this as person number 2. On the right-hand side of the screen right now is the boyfriend of Shawnee Kirkhoff, who's also a Capitol Police officer. What the FBI came to believe is the person on the left, as you guys look at this, and I'm interested in your reaction too, that person is supposed to be a 62-plus-year-old man who's 5'10" or 5'11", and was visiting the Capitol from the south.
He looks like he's about 33 years old, and it doesn't look like a 60-something-year-old man.
Doesn't look like anything like a 60-something-year-old man. Like, I mean, I'm already starting to get gray. I'm in my early 40s, so I don't know a lot of guys that are in their 60s that don't have some gray in their beard. And, you know, this is the claim that they made. That comes directly from the FBI's release.
Sure, and we got to have you guys back. I know you're very busy, Cole. Your show's exploding. You're batting 1,000, you know, so is Joe's been probably go to 5 after the next segment. I know you guys got to go, but then Tanner takes over. But what about my other question, which is the big one, I think, here? I mean, this is case closed now. They're all over. It's ridiculously obvious. Correct me if I'm wrong. What do they do now to cover this up? I don't see what's going to happen now, because we're not going to shut up. I mean, folks, this is smoking gun stuff. We can talk about Kirk and weird stuff all day, or Epstein all day. Those lead to dead ends. This is ridiculously obvious, or am I wrong?
I think you're right. I think there's no way you cover it up. And by the way they wanted to cover it up, they wanted to call it a training exercise. I'll throw it back to you guys, but they tried to call it a training exercise. There's no such thing as a training exercise.
You predicted that.
Yeah, of course. And here's the thing. We have this thing, it's a concept in psychology called illusory truth. If you repeat something enough, you believe it, including if you believe, like, the lie that you said, hey, the government's going to lie to us and tell us it's going to be a training exercise. And then you start saying that enough times that when they say, well, how are we going to cover this up? You're like, we could call it a training exercise. That's what I used to think it would be. So that's what these guys came up with. They actually had this plan.
Sometimes I
because that's
think
what they
all
were trying to
wargaming
debunk.
is giving them ideas too.
The thing is, you can't call it training exercise because every training exercise involves what's called deconfliction. And that's when you reach out to the other law enforcement
Everybody
entities.
knows. I'm not a cop or FBI guy like you or a lawyer, but yeah,
That's right.
You
You
tell
just send
somebody
out
we're
the
doing a drill. I mean, you don't do a drill and the cops are going to kill you.
It's super simple. You know that it's not a training exercise because 5 years later, they still have a $500,000 reward for the arrest, capture, and conviction of this person, and they didn't ever pull it and go, hey, our bad. We finally found the
Plus,
email that
I've
said it
seen
was a training
training
exercise.
exercises when they do a bomb they block the roads off.
That's right.
So what happens now, Joseph?
It's an interesting question. My gut reaction thus far is they haven't addressed it. I wonder if they're just going to try to let it die. I suppose at some point they're going to, if their position is that they're not going to address it, they will just count on us punching ourselves out. That we're just going to run out of steam, that we're going to stop talking about it, that people like you are going to stop covering it, Alex, that Kyle will stop talking about it, other people will stop talking about it. It will become yesterday's news. It will become unimportant.
Okay, well, they had
and it'll
grand
just die
juries
out.
trying to indict me for this, and they put my co-host in prison.
No, you shouldn't. You should never let it go. It should never be letting go. Look, we never let JFK go either, right? We still want answers for that. But this is, the deep state in the United States government here who, quite frankly, doesn't admit any wrong. Look, there's a whole body of wrongful conviction litigation. People go to jail for 20, 30, 40 years, and they get millions of dollars. And in those sentencing hearings, when the prosecutors and the government is clearly wrong, they don't even apologize. Their position when it comes to all of this is we're always right. We never say that we're wrong. Deal with it. And if you think we got it wrong, take us to court and sue us, and you'll have to pay for that litigation to happen. Otherwise, sit down and shut up. Again, we got a good guy who loves his country named Donald Trump, who leads this country right now. He's got to put his boot on the neck of people who are under him and say, get this done. Make this a top priority.
Well, I totally agree. That was my answer. I'll answer you and call first. Trump, he'll get to it, but when Trump learns about this, and I've heard he's already heard about it. You heard about the stuff last week. He's going to go crazy, call everyone, because he knows they're trying to hang around his neck. Trump is, this is a real litmus test for his DOJ and his FBI. Isn't it, Colin?
I would think so. And here's the thing he's got to realize. He can't the idea, that they're coming for you, but I'm the thing in the way. I don't think that was complete at the time. I think that there were a lot of J6ers that also took some of those bullets. And were there people that were in the crowd on January 6th that needed to go to jail and fought a cop and, they brought pepper spray or whatever it was. They broke laws. There are certain people.
But in general,
There's
it's a
certain
setup.
things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But there were a lot of people that took like an unguided tour of the Capitol on the day, got involved in zero violence, and they didn't cross anything that they didn't know they could cross. And then we had people lose their lives over this. They took their own lives, whether it be on the police side or whether it be on the actual, so-called rioter side or the trespassers, as my buddy calls them, misdemeanor terrorists, that walked around. And they looked down the barrel of government prosecution and they said, I can't fathom going to prison, so I'm done. So families have been ripped apart. The trust of military veterans and law enforcement professionals and just regular people who paid their taxes for decades. It's been shattered. So Trump's got to come in and fix
They're
that
trying to
problem.
create domestic terror purge on us, and this theology or this fable, this legend. To me, I'm sorry for all the victims, everybody. I'm not a victim of it, but I mean, the bigger deal is it goes right to the top, and the Democrats, the deep state. That's what I want is to bring it down. About the same. I'm telling the victims, I've supported people who put in prison, supported their pardons, all of it. But for me, the big enchilada here is this could be the string that pulls the whole sweater apart, right?
One more thing, let me add this. You guys reflect on this maybe. Whenever we look at the way that wars are fought, one of the major critiques that people have of generals is that they're always trying to fight this war with tactics that were successful in that war. In other words, whatever used to work, that's what they. So we're always fighting the last war in the current war until we get up to speed. The war on terror was no exception to that. So a lot of people who understand how that plays, they're using old tactics. I actually think they're doing the same thing in the narrative war and the media war right now. They're hoping that they can squash this, like Joseph just said. That they can just ignore it and let us punch ourselves out. And even the oxygen away from the fire is going to make it go away. And then they released the story on Amelia Earhart the other day in her last known transmissions. Like somehow it's going to placate people, and they're going to go with like cats after the laser pointer. They're going to go shut down on the ground. And that's
direction, that this is what happened, so on and so forth. After we got the first 3-hour block of video footage out there, then more video came. The American citizens, social media people took up arms. What I mean by that, they fought a guerrilla warfare on the internet against the mainstream media by popping up on Twitter, by popping up on Instagram, by popping up on Facebook, posting clips everywhere, making the truth unignorable, making the truth so viral, so overwhelmingly in your face that the mainstream media and that the government was forced to confront you. That's the only way
the left tried to motivate all their disinfo operatives, but we organically did it. What you're saying is just the info war now. The people that understand, I mean, out of all the investigations, Kyle, am I wrong? And you too, Mr. McBride. I mean, this could bring down the whole Democratic Party. I mean, I bet they're sweating. I think it's clearly connected to Pelosi not running again. What do you think, Kyle?
I mean, there was a very incidental moment when Steve Baker said he was going to drop his story, and the next morning Nancy Pelosi said that she was going to retire. So that's worth knowing. The second thing is that the Capitol Police works for the Speaker of the House and also works for the Senate Majority Leader, so that's also relevant. Lastly, there was an update that was put out in January of this year, and I keep referring back to it because it's about 75 pages. It was put out by Barry Loudermilk's committee. Tom Massey was the subcommittee member on there. And I did a search this morning for the word unclear, because that's what they used. It's unclear why this thing happened. It's unclear how this investigation ended. It's unclear what happened to this particular lead. It's unclear, what the FBI did on follow-up of this. It appears 14 times in that document. I'll put a Twitter thread out a little bit later that kind of gives people an insight of it. But some of the things that are unclear is how they didn't actually go after one particular ad ID that they were following, same stuff they used on the J6ers, that moved around Washington, D.C. They identified it by March. It's unclear what happened to that lead. There's a couple of other things that are unclear that they couldn't figure out. And then the last thing that I thought was very interesting is they tracked 186 cell phones, and they immediately excluded 51 of them because they were law enforcement or on the exclusion list. If the FBI's underlying assumption about the investigation in the J6 was, we're going to exclude law enforcement phones, you already have your answer why they haven't found the person.
I was about to say, I'm not a rocket scientist or a star FBI agent like you, but you would not, you'd never even think of that, because obviously law enforcement's innocent. You search all phones, right? The fact that you think exclude law enforcement, that tells you right there, right?
12% of firefighters, or 12% of arsons are done by firefighters in this country, just for whatever that's worth.
But am I right that you would normally do a phone search and do it all, right?
Yeah, you don't exclude anybody. They have to prove that they're not supposed to be there. Like, you exclude them once they've proven it.
2 minute break. Only 5 more minutes for both of you guys. Closing comments. Amazing. Joseph McBride, New York City. We'll also give you Kyle Seraphin's side as well. This is so revolutionary. Everything we do is the tip of the spear. You are the tip of the spear when you spread the word, when you pray for us, when you buy products. So listen, we have shortfalls, and they're not even that big, but I understand the economy's totally shot. Our audience is as big as it's ever been. And back when the economy was going, we had an audience this big, we'd be in high cotton, and I'd be able to expand. Right now, I'm just trying to stay on the show. I need you to make the decision to go to theallowshowstore.com right now and take advantage of the biggest sale ever. Black Friday came early. That's right, Black Friday has come early. We always launch it the week and a half before Black Friday. Be a little different. Black Friday comes early. Mega sale, the biggest sale ever. Buy one, get one free on all supplements. The Irish sea moss, Hill's methylene blue, the Shilajit, the bovine colostrum, and dozens of other amazing products. This is the biggest sale we've ever done. Ends Friday, November 28th. Buy any supplement and get any other supplement for free. Normally it's buy one bottle of Irish sea moss, get another bottle of Irish sea moss, or buy one bottle of methylene blue, get another bottle. No, this is add any supplement in your cart and get another supplement free. You can mix and match any of our amazing supplements together. Don't miss out. This offer ends Friday, November 28th. Visit theallowshowstore.com today and fuel your body on it. Power the info war. And here's another tidbit that makes it more awesome. If you go to allowshowstore.com and download Droid or Apple app for free, they're the top apps. Just the last few months we launched it. Folks at Big League, the Alex Jones channel, the Alex Jones Network. It's the same shopping cart on the app. Your desktop or phone, you get an additional 20% off at checkout on top. So everybody should get the app and should definitely use that. But if you want to support us more, get more funds in, then don't use the app and get the additional 20% off. I'm serious. It's like a form of a donation. When I tell you that I need your support, it's absolutely critical. This is the most critical time.
Receiving this transmission. You are the resistance.
It's Thursday, November 27th, 2025. Thanksgiving, 200. It's Friday, November 28th, 2025. We're still on air despite all the Democrats' operations.
InfoWars. Tomorrow's news today.
Oh, I'm afraid this battle station will be quite operational when your friends arrive. So, I'm warned of a globalist deep state coup using false flags for civil war because they wrote battle plans and admitted it all, but that's the plan more. And now you got National Guard shot, you got all this craziness coming out. And I remember when Obama left office, and I've harped him 1,000 times, literally, or more, the Countering Foreign Disinformation Propaganda Act left stay-behind networks political sleeper cells with billions of dollars to undermine the American voters and try to overthrow Trump. So why does Trump always fight the new lie, the new scam, the new hoax, instead of going at the direct generator of the fraud, the mothership, the command base, the progeneration center of it? Well, now that's happening, and Mike Benz a few days ago was on with Benny Johnson, did a really great job with the documents laying this out. We'll play that coming up next segment. But coming up today on this special Black Friday transmission, General Flynn, Mark Mitchell, the top pollster, Emerald Robinson, incredible investigative journalist, Dinesh D'Souza, the top documentary filmmaker of all time. He is the top documentary. They're all coming up today. But none of that matters. Not what I say, not what I do, not what I cover, not what Dinesh D'Souza says or General Flynn or Mark Mitchell or Emerald Robinson. Without you sharing the article, sharing the clips, the dog don't hunt. Like a V for Vendetta. He meets with the head inspector, and the inspector said, well, if you knew all this, why did you do something earlier? He goes, well, I need you, Inspector. I need you. That's why, again, I make this point every day. When you call in and say, oh, you're so great, oh, you're so wonderful. I don't want to be a slave. I don't want to be a slave on my knees. I want to fight on my feet, win, or at least die trying. You got to change that perspective. Don't thank me for fighting. Let's get together and fight and realize what we're supposed to do. It's not extraordinary to fight tyranny. We've just become asleep. A free society acts like this. What I'm doing is what a default American was like 150 years ago. I'm just kind of like a throwback, a caveman. I'm not special. But as a man, I got a real problem being a slave and lied to in my family's story. And my brain is designed not just skin bucks or run trot lines or raise a garden or string electrical wire or bang out my wife. I'm designed to fight and defeat tyranny. That's really what I'm designed to do. And that's what you're designed to do. So until you start fighting tyranny, you're not a man. And by the way, you've got incredible weapon systems to get back. I'm not bitching at you, I'm saying. It's like the Godfather says he's spending time with your wife and children. Because you're not a man if you're not spending time with your wife and children. And that's totally true. And that's just the beginning. I work 15, 18 hours a day, but every hour I've got. Sorry, buddies, I can't go to the football game. Sorry, I can't go to the comedy club. Sorry, I can't go to the steakhouse. Because I got to spend every minute while I'm not fighting tyranny with my family. Because if you're not spending time with your family, you're not a man. But that's the first level. If you're not fighting tyranny, when it's coming down on your ass, you're not a man. And maybe you see being a man's responsibility. it's not. It's what you're supposed to be. And when you dial into that, you dial into the universe and God. Become a man. We'll be right back.
Join our regularly scheduled program after these messages.
I am not funded by millionaires. I'm not funded by anybody but you. And I am in the middle of a major deep state battle with the globalists. We have shortfalls, and we need your support. So just go get a t-shirt, go get a ball cap, get the ultramethylene blue, get the Irish sea moss. And so you just commit to support us. Sign up for auto ship, get 50% off. You can cancel anytime. It's not like a full commitment like you marry somebody. You just subscribe to it, or order it once. When you get it and love it, go subscribe. And then cancel anytime for free. But that way you can get it every month or every 2 months, however you set it. And then you know, just boom, 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 you support us. That way you don't have to worry about it each time. I need people to commit to this fight. Like 1/100th what I've committed. I'm not bitching, but we're changing the world.
Distributed on the internet, our reality has become increasingly shaped by false information.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance. Live from the Infowars.com studios, it's Alex Jones.
It is Friday, November 28th, 2025. I am your battle-scarred chronicler, Alexander Emmerich Jones, coming to you from deep in the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide. So, for those of you that tune in, not just for me telling you, you tune in because you already know a lot of this. You know I'm not lying because you're already informed. You teach me some things, I teach you some things, the guests teach us stuff, I teach them stuff. We want to be informed. We know how important this is. But for the general public, they're just now learning about all this. They're just now finding out about the deep state. And so you have USAID and the Department of Energy and Agriculture and EPA, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I mean, billion, the 76-day Trump was president-elect, taken out of the Department of Energy, black hole exposed by Senator Kennedy 6 months ago. For all the attacks against America and Trump we see, putting it in foreign banks to use foreign intelligence agencies to attack us. And so I'll give Mike Benz a lot of credit. He's discovered a lot of stuff I didn't know. Trump speechwriter, researcher, government analyst, all of it. But he was on Benny Johnson a few days ago. He's like, we exposed the Countering Foreign Disinformation Propaganda Act, in 2021 or whatever. I'm like, dude, we exposed it when it happened in late 2016. It's not about who did what first. I'm just like, I'm glad the general public's discovering this now, but we've been the victims of it. That's what sued me. That's what ran the operations. And then Todd Blanche discovers there's a DOJ investigation. How the DOJ did that, it kills him. You know what? Is Todd Blanche good, the deputy AG, all day long, or is he bad? Well, I got his tire tracks over my head, so to me, he's bad. Todd Blanche, let's meet. Let's talk about how we fixed the DOJ. Yeah, right, dude. You know what you're doing. You're a lawyer. We would connect me to something you got hooked up. Let me see a full statement. What is it? We know what's wrong with the DOJ. And it's lawyers like you that want to hedge their bets and not bet on America. You're the problem, not me. I don't want to make you my enemy. I don't give a shit about you. I want you to get out of our way. And if you look at the arc of history in the fourth turning we're in, you guys have bet on the wrong horses, wrong ponies. I can look into the future from the year 2025 and where we are right now. I look at the timelines, and they all go, different directions, but I can look at the different scenarios where they go. And let me tell you, on all these trend lines, if gotta just give up and join us and come for the big win. Like they say in Full Metal Jacket, where the Marine Corps general says to his troops, all I ask is for my Marines to for the word of God. Well, I'm not the word of God, and I'm not your general. But history is, and truth is, and if you're not aligned with that, just keep swimming up a good stream and see how it works out for you, because it ain't gonna work out. Now, I'm swimming with history because spiritually I have discernment and I have a conscience and I'm already aligned with God, so I just do it anyways. But then I feel good doing it. I feel good being the underdog. I feel good being persecuted. I'm not a masochist, boy. I love pleasure more than probably anybody else. But the pleasure of fighting tyranny and going through the inferno and to commit to that is the greatest pleasure there is. So any pain, financial, individual, spiritual, is really just a guiding light. Like the more pain I'm under means the more effect I'm having on you, to use the cheesy analogy. I'm not a big Star Trek fan, but I love the first Star Trek in the late 60s, great comedy. You know, Kirk fighting the lizard and all that rest of it. I always say I'm the lizard guy, that's David Icke, but I do like that. But Wrath of Khan, the second Star Trek movie, where they're going to detonate the Genesis bomb, and Kirk says, we got to get warp power or we're all dead in 3 minutes. And Spock goes, well, I like this crew, I like these people, I want to beat the bad guys. I'll just go down to the reactor, I'm going to die of radiation, but I'll get it back online, and so I'm going to do it. And that's what this comes down to, is the decision. See, that's like a comedy slot. Oh, things for the collective. Give up your rights. No. You're an individual, but you can decide for the collective to make a sacrifice because you're going to lose it all anyways. And genetically, when Jesus said, the greatest thing for your fellow man, because if you don't have the attitude, they can't be bought. They can't be bought. They can't be backed out. They can't be pushed around. And as they've said, Zapata said, better to die on your feet, live on your feet. I corrected that, and I said all the time, it's so true. You live on your feet statistically way more often than trying to serve on your knees. Or as Thomas Jefferson said, as I said a few days ago on the show, a nation of sheep will be ruled by wolves. So stop being sheep. So here's the Benny Johnson clip with Mike Pence. And again, I'm not putting Mike Pence down. Great guy, super smart, found lots of fun at the time. He's a great asset. Really a great researcher, one of the best. It's just very frustrating. Oh, we discovered that Epstein really worked for MI6 and the royalty and the Rothschilds. It was on record. He took over the operation from Ghislaine's dad. People find 15-year-old clips of me telling them that. Everybody's like, oh, God. And I'm like, Trump's not screwing underage girls. He's not getting pissed on by hookers. But because it's all these rich people, he covered it up, so he thought it was better for the economy. Then they set you up, Trump, so now you see. But I understand the pragmatism of Trump. Doesn't mean I agree with it, but I understand the thought process which needs to end. Justice be done though the heavens fall, because then you're not held captive by this. So let's play the clip of Mike Pence breaking this down that ties into the CIA coup. All stuff's coming out. Here it is.
This was CISA's Office of Mischief and Malinformation. They specifically used domestic threat actors for the DHS Office of Mischief and Malinformation. As you'll see right there in the archive at the top, it says CISA.gov/MDM, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. Now, Benny, as we speak, this office was around for 2 whole years, from 2021 until 2023. When basically...
Oh, hit pause. I want to explain again.
Brag, but...
Back it up 10 seconds. This is the Obama office they set up that everyone backs this out of. I know for regular listeners, you don't really about the time. My point is when I told Trump this, he didn't listen. Mike Pence tells him he listened. So This is the heart of the coup that's trying to run the current coup.
Now, Benny, as you speak, this office was around for 2 whole years, from 2021 until 2023, when basically, I don't mean to brag, but my foundation published a series of reports about it, and they shut down the website, renamed everything. This was around for 2 whole years. This was, now the Disinformation Governance Board was not formed until about April 2022. This was around since January 2021, the very first week that Biden took office. The CISA's Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, which was supposed to stop the Russians, which was repurposed to stop Trump in the 2020 election, quickly changed its name from the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force to the Office of Mis, Dis, and Malinformation, where it was no longer legal and it was foreign, because they said 1 month before the 2020 election they wanted to focus to 80% domestic, 20% foreign.
I think we talk way too much about foreign influence. I'm gonna be honest. The truth is that the vast majority of these problems, of kind of the problems in our information environment, are domestic problems. We have like an 80-20 breakdown of 80% we talk about foreign and 20 domestic. I think that needs to be flipped.
Now I bring this up because the second link that I put in the chat, you'll see it's the hawley.senate.gov link. This is from June 2022, and this is Hawley and Grassley. These were the documents that end up blowing up the Disinformation Governance Board. Click on that thing that says documents.
We don't have a lot of wood.
What you'll see is a 31-page PDF, which to this day, over 3 years later, represents the sum total of internal documents we have related to the Office of Mis, Dis, and Malinformation. What I want to know is why the hell
we have zero wood now.
do I have more information about the Office of Mis, Dis, and Malinformation and who they targeted as domestic threat actors from the minority Republican Senate. Remember, put yourself back in the summer of 2022. You had a Democrat president, a Democrat controlled House of Senate, and a Democrat controlled Senate. And we had more transparency about DHS's Mis, Dis, and Malinformation office than we've had in 10 months of actually having control over the executive branch, actually having control over the House of Representatives, actually having control over the Senate. Why is nobody at DHS publishing these? I want every internal file. I want every email correspondence. I want every text from an Office of Mis, Dis, and Malinformation employee on a DHS phone to be in a WikiLeaks style, JFK file style, DHS.gov database, where now and for centuries evermore we have a detailed internal forensic reconstruction of the effery they did inside DHS during those years. So we can name and shame the appropriate people, so that we can hold this up in the court of public opinion and say never again. Are they asleep? Did they not?
God dang it, man! What do you want?
Did they not know it exists? It bothers me that we have more transparency with one whistleblower 3 years ago when we were out of power than we have from nominally tens of thousands of people at DHS.
What the fuck, bro? I'm gonna put that piece on it. Won't this is why I think this is a bad spot to put the base. These fools spawn way too much here. I mean, sure, it's probably good for our XP and everything, but like, it's just too hectic. Like, the last thing I need to do is come back here in the middle of, being fucked up and then these people are here trying to fight me. You want the base to be kind of chill. Look at that, another one? It's daytime, bro.
And I was able to reconstruct dozens of transactions.
You don't want to be dealing with this too much of this shit.
That were intermediated by the U.S.
Alright, whatever. So I'm thinking about going back and getting the teleporter, or going back here, clearing this base of all the loot, back to our main loot, coming back, taking the teleporter, bringing the teleporter over here, setting it up, then checking all this area.
From my own State Department today. The
pretty
Open
much
Society
the idea we got
Foundation
now.
weaponized that relationship with the global transatlantic foreign policy establishment to meddle in domestic politics while hiding behind a shield of secrecy with the U.S. State Department, with USAID, with the Central Intelligence Agency. And to this day, we have zero disclosures. Why has not a single cooperative agreement from USAID been made public? Can I ask that? We know a lot about the contracts that have been cut, right? A lot of the funding to USAID. And what you get are one-line descriptions. Well, this was funding a transgender dance festival in Somalia. Okay, cool. First of all, these grant descriptions are never what they say. You get a one-line description in usaspending.gov, and then everything else is under national security or foreign policy, or it's you just can't get access to it. And I give the famous Zunzaneo example where, you know, you had this social USAID building a CIA social media platform in Cuba.
Damn it, no more. Oh, I put the wood away, I think.
USAspending.gov grant description was for humanitarian relief in Pakistan. It's
We don't have any wood.
within the globe.
Okay.
It's
Alright, so let's
random
try
what
doing that.
grant
Let's
says
do the
versus
run. I
what it
don't want to
actually
do
does.
that. I don't want to do
Every
this run,
single
but
one
we
of
have
these
to.
dollars is accompanied by a cooperative agreement between USAID and the
Oh,
grant recipient with the actual
carrot
details
seeds.
of what they're getting paid to do.
That's a good score.
And not a single cooperative agreement between these
Carrot seeds are
between
always
USAID
good.
and the Open
Like,
Society
they're like the
Foundation, or
best.
the Omidyar Network,
I guess
or
the
Gates
best you
Foundation
can get when it
have
comes to
ever
plants.
made public. None
I don't know.
reported
Turnips are good
reports,
too,
none
but those are
reported
even better, but they're harder to
milestones.
find.
Here's what you paid us to do. Here's
Oh
how
my
it's
God,
coming
where the
along.
fuck are we going?
Here's you know, our success. Here are the people that we're talking to the network. None of it. I need to go back to hacked records from 15 years ago to do that exercise. When nominally, you've got
Oh, it's a bear.
the president's pick of
Sometimes
personnel
I think when you hit a
state
certain
and at
level,
USAID,
the bear is not as crazy as
Covered this
before.
probably 1,000 times. It's
Because
all
he will
there.
not
We
really
know
chase
the
me
same group's
if I
trying
pass
to
by. Like right
now.
there, he didn't even bother
National
chasing me.
guardsmen, you know, shot up.
He just kept moving,
All this
like
is
he was like
happening.
whatever. And there's been
They
times
know
where
what
I'm
they're
like right
doing.
next to them and they're
Why
just
don't we
like
sit here
not
and
tripping on
fight
it.
the attacks they run?
But then there's other times where they're
The
just
Justice
like
Department's a bunch of wimps,
they'll
a
see
bunch
you
of
and they're just on
lawyers,
site.
The Democrats are you back and we'll put you all in prison. They're gonna do it anyways. That are on the fence here that are worried about the bad guys. You're not gonna win in the end. You see the stuff in motion. It's a fourth turning. Populism, revolution all over the world. You're not going to get out of this. So I'm not threatening you like these Congress people. I'm just saying, stop serving evil. So I talked about the analogy around the con.
I think he
Where,
doesn't know.
you know, the super nuke's going to go off. If they don't get to warp speed, they're going to get killed. People have to make sacrifices. I don't mean violently. You don't have to die like Spock. You've just got to
We need the
support
food.
and spread the word and make it the main issue instead of a side issue. This is some entertainment genre. This is some LARPing or fantasy football. This is the real world. Here's Raphael.
Scott, I need warp speed in 3 minutes or we're all dead.
No response, Admiral.
Scotty, Mr. Sir, get us out of here. Best possible speed. Aye, sir.
Are you out of your Vulcan mind? No human can tolerate the radiation that's in there.
As you are so fond of observing, Doctor, I am not human.
You're not going in there.
Perhaps you're right. What is Mr. Scott's condition?
Well, I don't think that he...
I'm sorry, Doctor. I have no time to discuss this logically. Remember.
Alright. Let's let this food cook and then I'll start pushing the loot here to our main base. We'll come down, break down the portal, and take it to the next location. We came here. Here's our main base. We came down here on the boat. I had a base here ready, so we just came in here and saved our base. I put a portal up, and oh shit! Please don't turn into charcoal. And then we made a base here because I saw that there was a little bit of swamp here, so I came in here to see how big it was. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything. It looks like down here there's some more land. I'm curious about going there, but we've already set up a base here because there's some swamp here. So I'm gonna try to see if, you know, if we can get that going. Oh, we can't. This stuff we can't put.
I've said this tens of thousands of times. For 30 years, I bet on you. I believe in you. I believe that you're gonna win because God works for you. But you have to make the decision to stand up against the terrorists. And it's real simple. It's a decision you have to make about what side you're on. Like spreading the word about this broadcast, or praying for the broadcast, or financially supporting it. I love being demonized. I love being attacked in service of truth. But at the end of the day, they have pushed me all the way back against the wall. And the only way we stay on air, the only way we continue to fight is you. It's that simple. You decide. You're the ones that hold back the enemy. You're the ones, while we do this work, that literally hold off the enemy with your financial support. And we make it easy with amazing products that empower your life. At thealexjournal.com. It's so true. It's so obvious. And I gotta tell you,
Who was it? At thealexjournal.com.
Tens of millions of listeners a day conservatively, less than 1% of everybody. Can you imagine if 5% went and bought products at thealexjournal.com? Can you imagine if people watched this by the tens of millions and thought, I'll actually go somewhere, I'll actually buy a t-shirt or a ball cap or something, I'll actually do something. Can you imagine? It seems like a little step, but why can't you make it? It's not a little step. Actually praying for this broadcast, sharing your articles and videos, which a lot of you do, way more than 1%. But actually going and buying the Shilajit or the Irish sea moss or the turmeric or any of the products, Ultra Methylene Blue, the best product out there, the best methylene blue there is. That changes the world. It's great for you, but it also changes the world. And it's so simple. It's a microcosm of taking action, of running for office.
What is the recipe? There's
but if you don't bet on the people,
there's one thing that I think people like making a lot, and it's the sausages. Entrails, boar meat, and thistle.
I want to salute you all and thank you all for your support. I want to thank the great crew for
it's
all
the
the
boar meat we don't get enough of.
And I just want to encourage all
you really
got to
hunt
make the right
down the
decision
boar
now
meat.
and get in the game, be the man and woman in the arena, and go to
we don't even have any.
become a VIP.
We only have what we have on us.
$40 instantly spend the store.
I don't know if that'll work. We can try.
Everything else, the Patriot apparel, what an adventure.
I'm starting to realize how much like the thistles are used. There's so many there's so many recipes that use the thistle, which is kind of crazy.
You are about to see. And you're like, we already know all this. Okay, I get it. Then carry the ball. Share the live feed now. Share the clips. Share the articles. Get it? You're the whole shooting match. Take action now.
I don't know why it does that. Like every now and then, maybe it means like I get 2 of them instead of 1. Oh, you get 1 plus. Oh, I see. That's cool.
If you don't support us, if you don't support this broadcast, I mean, I'm being honest. It's like jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. It's like going into the Sahara Desert without a canteen of water. It's like sticking your wiener, you know, in somebody that's got 14 diseases without a condom. Sorry for the gross thing. The point is, the point is that I need your support. And I'm only going to sell you stuff that works really great. Like I said, I've opened a restaurant to be the best food, best prices, best atmosphere,
yeah, let me get doubles of these.
Service, because I want you to
there
come
it is.
1,000 times. I want a relationship with you. The products are insane. Ultra Methylene Blue. The
we ranked up, I think, our farming a little bit. I should make this more too, because like We have so many seeds, dude. We need to just plant them. We don't have enough room. We might as well just make a whole farm area. That might be a good idea. Going to a really big plain area and then making like a farm area, just like a whole side of the mountain farming, you know, and or whatever, like that'll help us with, like, you know, normal kinds of food, because we have a lot here, but these turnips and stuff is what we really need. The turnips and carrot, because they're used in a lot of other recipes. So there's like food. And then the thistle. I've got thistle spread out everywhere here. I kind of want to keep it in one place, but the problem is that I try to make these like storages for things that we make recipes with. Like, you know, that I put a box over there by I put a box over here by the fucking these things because we make recipes with them. So if I go here, I have all the stuff I need to make the recipes, which might make it easier. But I feel like I should, I don't know. Like, sometimes I want them to be in the other areas. Like, I want them to be in all my crafting boxes, not randomly assorted. What is the other one? We don't need frost right now, because we're doing something different. So let's put the frost away. We could use this, though. This is actually a health potion. What the fuck? I said eat, bro.
But you are the backers of this operation. You are the info war.
I forget the buttons. The buttons are so weird sometimes, man. Let's close this. Alright, I think we could go back and bring back more of this stuff that's over there. I'll leave. I feel like I should leave like weapons and stuff.
All of the emissaries, all the ambassadors of freedom against the globalists. That now at the thick of the battle, as you see it peaking and peaking and peaking.
Where did I put the hammer?
Come out here and talk about civil war and their plans for
insurrection. Are you kidding me, bro? I switched out the hammer by accident.
And now, if they're openly calling for it, U.S. senators, members of Congress, CIA, because we're beating them, and it's the last move they've got. We're also going to add a link at InfoWarsStore.com today.
So we can, I guess
you can make straight donations on there so that we get
suppose we could take this.
And we can get past the shortfall. So I don't want to spend.
Yeah, I was debating on leaving or taking this. I suspect maybe we should take it. We could use this more at the base if we need, like, something.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
Yeah, we might take all that. Nobody rides my hand.
If you are receiving
on the train,
you are the resistance. Live from the InfoWars.com studios, it's Alex Jones.
I'm gonna leave this here because we do need some weapons here. Oh, at least we have one weapon. Oh, we have one of these. This is cool.
Trying to overthrow our republic is now trying to launch a military uprising that will come after some capitalizing false flag event. Now, General Flynn, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, has been warning of this.
On the train.
There's really few others that have studied or understood it for whatever reason. Reading the master plan and seeing them execute every piece of it. So the focus is on this statement telling the military, don't follow orders, basically. You can argue that's free speech, but
tools.
Not who produced it, not who
go
gave the
inside of tools. Oh, there's a gang of air. Bro, it's Eden, man. I swear Eden does these things. She puts stuff where it doesn't go. Okay, these are tools. We don't need weapons in here. Only tools.
That is treason. That is seditious conspiracy.
Only tools. See, she's got this shit all mixed up, man. I'm pretty sure she did that.
The whole
Okay,
nation
we need
votes
to go
on
to
him.
see weapons,
Protect,
armor,
preserve,
weapons. You
and
can't see the weapons because it's so dark.
Preserve. He doesn't have a right.
I'm gonna try to keep them
He has a
in
duty to
their own
execute.
places so we don't
And now
get
as it becomes
confused.
existential,
This is
people
actually
know this is
their
very
armor.
serious. And we see Comey and Letitia and all
These
those
are
scams
weapons.
getting them off so far. That this is
That's
game
armor.
time.
We should
So
move
we
these
have
over.
a plan. General Flynn has a plan. We were literally simpatico during the break,
Oh, come on.
finish each other's sentences of what needs to be done, what must be done now. So General Flynn, you've got the floor for the next 20 minutes. I know you got to go over that. Thank you so much. And again,
There's so many.
finish my sentence.
Oh, look,
Okay,
here's
kids
Eden's
do the
bow.
turkey
Is that?
pardoning.
That's my
We
bow.
need a
What the
national
fuck?
address, General Flynn.
Yeah, so let me just tick off a number of things here because as I was preparing to come on your show, this is very, very serious, and it is exactly what you've been talking about for a long time. I've been on your show a number of
Oh
times.
man, we don't have any more room for
saying
that.
these
Oh
things,
my god.
frankly, for the last year.
Annoying,
What
dude.
I think what all the American people are starting to realize is that this is
We really
getting
don't even
very
have any more
serious.
room for all this stuff.
The opposition, the left in our country, now with this seditious six. So just a couple of things here, because I think people need to, we need to remind ourselves of the things that have already taken place that are part of this color revolution that we are in the middle of. You know, you mentioned Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Cross, but it's Russiagate, it's Spygate, it's Impeachmentgate, it's all the indictments between when Trump was 45 and now that he's 47. It's all of the attacks against all the lawfare that was going on after the stolen elections of 2020. And I'm telling you, Alec, just on a sidebar note on the stolen elections of 2020, there is so much damning evidence that we now have because people like Tulsi Gabbard has stepped in and weighed in.
It's kind of
and there
weird.
are
We
some
don't even
other
have. I
people
just
that
realized
have
we
now
don't even
come
have a board.
forward. It's going to be very ugly, very
Like
soon.
we don't even have a
And I
boar
know
trophy
that the President
in
of the United
this.
States is aware of a lot
We
of
should
what
though.
I'm
That's
talking
like a
about
very
right now.
common one.
We've had leaks. Just these incredible
I don't
leaks.
know why
Never
it
mind
wouldn't be in there.
this latest leaks from about the Witkoff and the peace plan between
We've got these
Russia
bombs,
and
but I
Ukraine.
never
We've had
fucking use them. I
all
wish I
these
would.
wars, right? These loser
I'll put them
wars.
away.
Ukraine and Russia, the one I just mentioned, the Middle East. I mean, the money laundering that has occurred from the Afghanistan war.
Wow, it's storming like crazy
what we're
outside.
learning from Congress, members of Congress, about NGOs stealing millions.
I enjoy that a lot though about this game. The weather, I mean it's annoying if you're trying to play through it, like, you know, but the atmosphere that it creates is kind of realistic. Like I'm in here and I feel like I know it's raining out there. You can hear it, you know. And then I was over here, you know, dealing with some stuff, and I can hear the environment getting like stronger. I was like, oh shit. It's getting louder. You know what I mean? Like, so like it makes the idea that it's storming harder. You know.
That's what you showed earlier.
Okay, so let's see tools.
So what do we need? We need
Let's take this real quick.
number one, we need the Oval Office to throttle.
That I don't like. I don't like if I was to switch, if I was to take it from here and then switch, like put it right here, it would take this item and put it into the box. I want it to go into my inventory because I'm still using that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what we use these for as yet, but okay, we gotta get one to plant these seeds. We have some turnip seeds, but I think they're in the other little base. Let me see.
Right now, and everybody needs to understand that. So
You're talking full spectrum war.
I mean everything. You're talking about
Out in the street, that's where we live.
Human beings, drugs,
Nobody rides for free.
false, action and false flags when it comes to economic.
Come on, show me the fucking
Say you're going to do something and you do
turnips.
just the opposite. It's the
There we
whole idea about using the information like TikTok.
like TikTok. Shut up, dude.
Sit there and go, G and I just had a great call,
TikTok.
and we're going to do the following things. Well, when Trump hung up, he has a duty, which he does. He tells the American people, G and I just had a great call. We're going to do all these great things, and we're going to have great deals, and we're going to do TikTok, and blah, blah, blah.
And we're gonna do
600,000
TikTok.
from China. G
Gee.
tells his team,
Gee.
great, we got exactly what we want out of them. We're going to triple down. We're going to quadruple
Alright.
down. And we're gonna
Damn, we gotta
continue to
go.
screw
We
the
gotta
United
fucking.
States of America. That's how they
We gotta
operate,
plant this shit
Alex.
in the
They don't
fucking
operate like
dark.
Donald J. Trump operates, because he, as you said, he does have a duty to preserve.
I
the
wonder if that
Constitution
works
of
in the
United
rain.
States. He has a duty to inform.
That's a
our
curious
country and the
one.
people of
Let's
our
see.
country, because we're a democracy, we're a republic.
I don't know where I put
He's trying to be
all
as
these.
transparent as he can be. But trust me, we
The
are
sap.
not dealing
We need to
with
start
an
collecting
even-handed.
sap because I've actually starting to use it now. So I feel like we need to put all the sap into one box kind of deal.
That are happening inside of our own
Oh, beautiful! It works in the rain.
Yeah, Miller pointing out from the CIA sources that the CIA office got rid of it, but simply
It's just hard to see back here, so I put up some of those things.
so key that I don't want to just glaze over. Because I was going to come on the show and start with this today, and I forgot. I'm glad we didn't talk. Where's some Potico? We're with the same information.
Where's some Potico? Where's some Potico? Where's some Potico? Where's some Potico? Shut up, dude.
When the midterms, they're not going to launch their
You know what I'm saying? I was talking all this shit.
riots, collapse.
Damn, we're already out of fucking.
Because of that, no. Their money has been massively cut off. All these new scandals are coming out. Trump has actually gotten some good people in there. All these whistleblowers are coming in. So they're cornered. They have to make this move. And this don't follow the orders of the commander-in-chief ahead of this big event they're going to stage. The CIA elements that are good have now warned Trump. What you're saying is their backs against the wall. This is coming to a head. Am I correct?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, their backs are against the wall. They are not about to like roll over. Okay, folks. Okay, everybody out there in that's listening in the InfoWars or anywhere
In
else.
TV land.
These people will not roll over. They will come up with their next plan and the next plan. They are following their plan to the letter. And what we need to do is we need to recognize, number one, they have.
It's kind of crazy that like these guys. It's like an organization. It's like a company, a business that's running this new world order because like they're constantly coming up with plans. Like it's just like it's almost, in my opinion, it's the Freemasons. It's the Freemasons because it's like this organization that is like a pyramid, and they give out these instructions, and they have all these different like it just filters down through all these different industries, and there's Masons in all these industries. Like every industry has Freemasons in it, you know, working, and you can have somebody from the top or like leaders in that organization tell all their cronies or whatever, okay, this is what the plan is going to be, we need you to do this and that, blah blah blah, and everybody's gonna, like a wave, everybody's gonna take out all the orders, you know, and maintain the idea of no, this is the way it happens, not that way, you know. Kind of crazy, especially in the news, you know, like you see the news, how the news does it. Exactly. You're giving, because they speak from a script, but like where is that all coming from? You know what I mean? Like who's the one making all those decisions? You know, like it's some weird organization or something. Like, you know, what the fuck?
Standing in the Oval Office here with President Trump, I would say I think it's time now.
All right, I think we're good. Now we can go.
I think President Donald J. Trump needs
We can
to
put the
address
tool
nation
back.
and tell us what we have been talking about. So the people
And then replace it back with our bow or whatever.
he addresses the nation in a
All right, we gotta go back. I think there's one more trip of loot, and then we're gonna go set the teleporter back on the next spot.
It'll be to the world.
And Nicolas Maduro, if Trump does that, they know, oh my God, they're addressing the coup plan instead of fighting the different
I think that was it.
psyops. You don't do
We'll
that.
leave
You go
this
to the
here.
heart.
We'll take
You don't
this.
kill a
We'll
hydra
take
attack in
this.
the head. You go to the heart.
Sure, we'll take
Go to the
this.
heart. And this is what I'm talking about. So it has to be.
Actually, we can use the charcoal. They can't. There's nothing we can do with it here, so we might as well take it back.
You know, in the next couple of
Use
days,
the weapon there.
President Trump,
Let's
you
actually
need to
put the
address
weapon
nation
up
on
closer.
exactly what is happening. And you also need to address the nation on what you are doing about it.
So we're gonna call this stuff.
Oh, it's another Russian gator. Oh, they're full of crap. He needs to sit there at the Resolute desk like it's a biggest.
Lay it out. Lay it out. This is countering unrestricted warfare now. We are in the midst of a color revolution. President Trump, you need to let the American people
Alright,
know
that
that you
should be fine.
recognize what we're fighting, what we're up against, that you have directed key members of your team.
This is why one thing I really am enjoying is the ability to go back to my base from these remote bases that I'm building, and then come back and then just store all the stuff, because before that I wasn't doing this. I was just creating these little bases and then abandoning them, and they'd have loot in them, and you know, I would still kind of leave them with all this loot. So I got all these little side bases with random loot. It's nothing crazy. I always make sure that what we're taking back home is the most important things, you know. So it's not that bad, but let's move these back kind of where they go. I feel like we need to build up now. Like I need some upstairs storage.
When you say we finish each other's sentences. So, John Brennan, you know, who's the culprit? Like, who's behind it? Who's the operational commander?
Yeah, so this is supposed to be extra loot. Here we go.
Color Revolution, this coup d'etat that is continuing to ongoing.
Yeah, we just get so much of this, it's like crazy.
The guy who's at the head of it is John Brennan. And John Brennan, I hope he's listening. He listens. I know he does. He knows exactly. Sometimes when I put stuff out, I get all kinds of hate mail. President Trump actually could and should bring this guy in immediately. Put him under the lights and have him answer questions about what he's been doing. Now, let me tell you
Blood
what I
bag.
know. Okay?
Alright, so that's pretty much it for there. Let's sleep real quick.
Members of the people inside of our
Actually, let's sleep over there.
Okay, what I just said is very damaging and very damning. So inside of our government, he's been colluding with people outside of the government that recently served in our government to undermine not only President Donald J. Trump, to undermine the United States of America. So
nobody rides for free.
A couple of times, folks. Go back, finger back on that one, and say, and you know, listen again to what Mike Flynn just said, because what I just said is a very true statement.
Okay, so it must be like a near daytime. It's just rainy, so.
He needs to get his team in prior, and he needs to go out, he needs to go through with them.
Alright, so we need this equipment right here. We have what we need, and we need to make the run to the new base. This base is marked. Okay.
Not enough what's coming out of the Department of Justice.
Alright, we're making our run, guys.
Just like they would brief us about a war we're going into.
This is back. We're heading back to the
Civil War.
newest temp base to search through the swamps because we need more iron.
Just spend a few minutes here, and I want you to have the floor.
It's been like 2 days I've been looking for iron, which is kind of crazy. This is why iron, like I try to explain to Eden that the iron that we use is it's critical that we use it for the right things and not just silly things, because there's not a lot of it. Like, it's not abundant, the iron. But we're stepping into the Silver Age, so in some ways we don't really need the iron as much. But I need an iron pickaxe. I saved Eden some iron, or I kind of like left her some, and she's supposed to make something with her stuff, but she hasn't been playing, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm over here actively trying to beat this game. Like, I need these resources, you know. She said it's okay if I use it, but I feel a little guilty, so I'm on a mission trying to find some more. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can kill this fool. I can kill him, fool, but with the giant? Oh, yes, I think they started getting into it with each other. Oh, this was still on me.
Adversary that is running to take over this country. He needs to lay that out to the American
I should be able to kill him. Come on, buddy.
It's all in bits and pieces all over the internet. That's the information that we are in today.
The thing about him that's tough is that you have to successfully melee that. If you don't, he takes a hell of a lot of your health.
Here are the things that I have directed my team, and he needs to have them right there. And I'm talking about his national security team, his economic team.
Oh, we didn't mark that space.
Here's what I have directed my team to do immediately.
Damn it, I would like to do that here.
These are the steps, top steps that I expect to have done in the next 30
Well, there's
days.
a board.
And if we don't have that done in the next 30 days, I will then come back to you and let you know that we're not going to get to that, or we're not going to be able to accomplish it all in 30 days because it's
Oh, there's another
bigger
one.
even than I right now
But
talking
he's
to
reading
you.
on where we are, what they're trying. Exactly. And it's his duty to do this. And so I'm thinking maybe the cabinet meetings he's been doing that are public, maybe that would be a good forum, or just resolution.
No. This can't be. This can't
Alright,
be a
made it
couple
to our
of
newer
cameras,
base.
You know,
Let's
and
go
a
that.
question here and there, and a
Huge
snippet
production.
here.
Let's go here.
This is a huge production. This is an address to the people of the United
this thing
States of
going.
America, and President Trump knows this. If he speaks to America, he's speaking to the freedom-loving world.
America wants to get the
Let's
orders,
name
and
this
we want to be
Swamp 3.
mobilized.
Exactly. We want to know, and then that's the last part of what
So
he
now
has
we can
to
go back
address
to the
now.
base
What
if
he's
we
got to
wish.
address is
Okay,
what
good.
do I want you, the
The
American
teleporter's
people,
working.
to do?
Um,
Okay? Because I get that question probably 50 times a day. What do I do? What do I do? What can I do? And I go into my, local action, national impact spiel about, get involved in your local
He has to
communities.
activate the people.
Donald Trump he's the commander-in-chief. He's the president of the United States. He's the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America. He's the only one that states the oath and uses the word preserve. When we talk about taking the oath, we talk about, defend and protect. He talks about preserve, defend and protect the Constitution of the United States. So he's got this duty to do this. So he's got to say kind of the what's happening, what I have directed, and now here's what I need you, the American people, to do. And we will get behind him. There's no one. And you said this earlier, and I'm like this, Alex. If I see something that Trump is not doing, that I don't like, I'm going to say it. I'm going to be public about it, and I am. And I also let behind the scenes know that hey, what the hell's going on here? But I'm telling you, there's not going to be anybody that's a bigger champion than Mitch said, I'm going to go, fix my golf handicap.
Yeah, we got way too much stone.
because I have
We gotta
also
use it though.
recognized
With the stone thing, we can build a stone wall and all this other shit.
The bottom line is this: it's existential. We're not just talking about some side issue. If Trump mobilizes the people,
Alright, so we gotta go back over
explains
here.
this all, calls for them to understand the Democrat coup plan.
I'm just kind of burnt out, man. Yesterday I drank beer and ate a lot of food, so. And then all night I was hungover. It was so weird. Like I couldn't sleep.
People don't care about the side issues. They
I just couldn't pass out. It was really weird, and I ended up all night, like tossing and turning. And I had to like. It was weird. Like I had to like sober up all night, tossing and turning and shit. And like it's hard for me to lay down. Like I lay down, I had like some really bad back pain. Oh, well, look at all this.
Tell the American people what it is that you
So like it's hard for me. I'll be like, I was like all drunk, like trying to fucking get comfortable, and it was just a nightmare. So I'm a little bit off.
I think he needs to call in Tulsi Gabbard. He needs to call in Susie Wiles. He needs to call in John Radcliffe and all the other members of his intelligence community, to include Pete Hegseth, who runs the largest part of the intelligence community, and say, I want everything in 1 hour about what John Brennan is doing. I want to know where he's at, and I want to know everything he has said in the last.
What happened to all those seeds we had? We had way more seeds than that. And also, why the fuck is this in here?
Then bring his ass in. Bring
There's
his
some other
ass
shit
in.
that's not supposed to
The
be
U.S.
in here.
Marshal Service needs to go arrest that man. I'm telling you, we are. I'm
Only seeds
past the
go in there.
nonsense stage of my life.
I should
All
put
these
that
other
up
great things
above
that the
it.
president's trying to do, fine. But there's a lot that is a lot of
What are
things
we
that
doing?
need to be
Those are
done
trophies. We don't
to
have
get us over
trophies.
the hump of this.
If he does
We got some intros. I need to start storing intros on the extras.
We're one election away. One election. We're not one presidency. We're not one generation.
I gotta start
We're one
crafting
election.
something with this.
If we don't get this election, this next election right, he's done.
What is it?
He's done. And frankly, if he's done, we're done.
Let
You're
me
done.
see
I'm
what
done.
is made with the ooze.
All of those who have been sticking our necks out here, fighting for this country, and I'm just telling you. And you know what? And they'll have to take. It'll be one hell of a day. Then when that happens, we'll see what happens. But Trump, you have to take action. You're gonna have to take action, President Trump. Sorry, you're gonna have to take action now. Address the nation. Get it all out there. Tell us what we need to do.
He's ordered by his oath, and I believe he'll do it if he gets the right advice.
He says you can make craft ooze bombs, make poison arrows. Other notes, you can't cook it, you can't make poison potions with it.
God bless you, sir. Have a great Thanksgiving, and
It's
thank you so
only
much.
used for bombs and poison arrows. So we need to make poison arrows with it. Because we have so much of this. I mean, what do we need to make the poison arrows?
And I guess I'm a weirdo, you know, that I've studied
I want to
this
get rid of some of it, you know what I mean?
But, I mean, it was very exciting. I was growing up and reading comic books.
We don't have the thing for poison arrows.
I was like 7. I read like high school level. And I just got into reading books on World War II and encyclopedias.
We should. Why the fuck do we not? I don't see it in the list.
We're here, folks.
We need poison arrows.
This is it. Listen, I just did an hour here.
I'm not seeing a poison arrow, which is odd.
Do you share the articles?
It's fire flint, needle,
do you buy the products? I mean,
wood.
You're crazy. Literally. Do you think I tell you bovine colostrum, great skin, great hair, great libido, so we got the best?
What is it? I think it gives me the recipe.
You think I tell you ultramethylene blue is an incredible game changer? Be careful with it, it's really strong. Do you think
Ooze, leather, and resin. Wood, feathers, obsidian. That's why we cannot make poison. We need the obsidian. Face paw.
I want to be the guy that's right. I enjoy it.
Okay, so let's just keep storing this ooze for now.
It's like like George Washington said, I cannot tell a lie after he chopped down the cherry tree. It's not like I haven't like, oh yeah, that dress looks okay, baby, or okay, I didn't cheat on you. I've lied plenty of stuff like that.
Oh
I
shit.
don't lie about freedom and people and
Edward
things
just
like
outed
that.
himself for
do it.
fucking cheating on his
And
wife.
I'm telling you, our products are
He's like, I don't even give a fuck.
freaking ass. You're the biggest sell ever at thealexshowstore.com. Thealexshowstore.com. Buy any supplement and get any other supplement you want. That's why it's different. Normally it's buy one, get one free, the same thing. You can buy a $20 supplement and get a $40 supplement free. You can buy a $30 supplement, get a $45 supplement free. These are expensive.
I wish I could bundle all these up, like
the strongest, the turmeric, all of it. It is the best.
make stacks, you
I
know?
want to be the best. If I was a race car driver, I'd want to be the champion. If I was a boxer, I'd want to be the world heavyweight. I mean, you know, like this ain't hard. I run a restaurant, I want to be the best. Our products are the best. Energize me. I am in total commitment against these
This one
people.
is insane.
I'm waging war against the most disgusting filth ever. All I ask for is that you empower me in this war. Hour number 2 straight ahead.
This one thinks he's on the WWF.
We're here, folks. I mean, this is it.
Unrestricted
Thinks he's
warfare is
Macho
without
Man Randy
bounds.
Savage.
That is what we are in the midst of right now, and everybody needs to understand that.
There's one variable in this fight. It's you. Do you share the articles, the videos, the
So
reports?
much.
Do you download the free
So
app and
much
share?
loot,
Do you
guys.
buy the products? I mean,
So
you're
much
crazy.
loot.
Literally. Do you think I tell you bovine colostrum, great skin, great hair, great
What the
libido,
heck?
so we got the best? Did I just say that?
What
Did I
the
tell you
heck?
something doesn't work? Do you think I tell you ultramethylene blue is an incredible game changer?
I'm gonna
Be
pop the
careful with it,
chat
it's
out
really
to
strong.
see, maybe.
You think I'm just saying Irish sea moss is
Make sure I
great,
don't
does
miss
all these
anybody.
amazing things?
Sometimes
You
people
hear
will
the
say
callers,
shit
it
and I won't
changes
see
their
them.
lives. My information is cutting edge because
But
that-
it's funny. Every time I put the chat out, nobody says shit. But then when I don't put the chat out, then somebody's like, "What's up?" And then I'm like, "What the fuck?"
do it. And I'm telling you,
Now you say hi when I'm not looking, and then when I'm looking, you don't want to say hi. You know what I mean?
biggest sell ever at thealexshowstore.com. Buy any
All right, so let's go. All right, so we're pretty much cleared all this stuff, all the loot from the other side bases. Let's go back there, and we're gonna start to look for the fucking swamp. We have to find a dungeon so we can get more iron. That's our goal. And I had to do all this other stupid shit to do it because we were here. I fucking cleared this whole swamp and we didn't get nothing. I died way the fuck over here, so I had to body retrieve 2 times, and then now we're heading to this. We are heading to this location. Created a base here. As a matter of fact, let's name the base. Base. And then, actually, this is not a base. This is a portal for now. So let's just. Okay. because it's
I love my new
swamp
sweatshirt and this
3.
methylene
So I'm
blue
trying to
really
actually
rocks.
use these symbols for the teleporter to show this is what the name of the teleporter is. That way, like, if we need to teleport here, we can see it. So we're here now, and we gotta go through the fucking stupid swamp, which I hate. Alright, it looks like it kind of starts... It's kind of weird. This swamp looks like it starts way the fuck down here. It looks like it starts over here. This looks like it ends in this area. I want to cut all this shit up. Like, I'm doing my best not to go into the plains area because the plains area is deadly.
Very exciting that they're listening. And you
So, oh shit.
He's got his finger on the pulse and has called all of this. But some stations don't care. That's where it's 6 after, just about 5 minutes. But I want to play a list here of the Epstein situation, which is totally blowing up in their face, implicating all of them. They're like suicide bombers. They don't care if they can.
So it looks like we found a bigger chunk of the swamp. The swamp has extended further.
These important clips. We'll also get into Trump coming out and saying, yeah, they're convicted of treason. This is like treason. They got. That's where we are.
Come on.
So this is getting crazier by the minute. Here's these important clips. We'll come back with Mark.
Oh my God, just kill him.
I don't think this is the end of John. I am not.
Nobody thinks it's the end of Donald Trump. It could be the end for the Democrats. You're watching it happen in real time. I love how you say, you know, you look at it, Akeem Jeremy, oh, it's just a fundraising email. As if it were Republican, your party, the media would not interpret it in the worst light. For example, it's amazing how the brilliant Jasmine Crockett thinks there's only one Jeffrey Epstein, and that one Jeffrey Epstein somehow gave money to Lee Zeldin. No, I know this is hard to believe. There is more than one Jeffrey Epstein, just as if there are more than one Jesse Waters, but only one Greg Gutfeld. But she knew
We can handle
unless
that
you think she
poison,
is
so
retarded,
we're
and I
okay.
don't think she is. I just think she's deliberately pretended that
I'm just trying to
she
cut,
didn't know there might
trying to
be
find
another.
the line
So when I
here.
talk about,
This is where this thing goes.
Worry about this thing, and I'm for the release of them.
Looks like we're in the Black Forest now. This is not a swamp.
Idiots are going to
Oh no.
interpret everything in the worst possible way. So if you're caught in that net and your name is Jeffrey Epstein or your name is Jesse Waters, something that could be easily checked out. I'm not saying you're in the file. I'm just saying there's a high likelihood you will be. They will be extremely malicious in their interpretation, so we need to be on our toes.
Damn, that was lucky right there. Yeah, that is the fucking Deathsquito. If he comes up, like he took a shit ton of my, he took 1/3 of my fucking health there. So if there's 2 of them, you're kind of fucked, man. It's hard to defend against 2 of them. I suppose you could just hold your arm, like you're blocking. It should block, you know, but
So, and then you look
oh
at,
my
like,
God, get the
Larry
fuck out of
Summers,
here.
You look at the
Oh, running away from
Reed
him.
Hoffman, you look at Bill Clinton, you look at Akeem, you
Fuck,
look
I
at
hear a little goblin.
Virgin Island lady. It's only begun, and it looks
I think
bad
you didn't
for
follow
you
me.
guys.
Okay.
I think that
Alright.
this is going to be a fun.
Alright, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with this swamp. We're trying to get the outline of how big it is so we can try to harvest some iron from it.
It's always going to go back to the
So I'm trying to get the whole outline, basically. I'm trying to, on my top right of the map, you know, I'm trying to like cut through all this.
The Russian collusion thing just went away. You guys were lucky you didn't go to jail.
I think mud is a generous way of putting it.
Should I have said feces?
Well, I wouldn't say that. That's your word. So,
yeah, my name was invoked. I believe that Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what we as American people should do, is move forward.
Move forward from her admitting that she's in contact with Jeffrey Epstein?
Extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things. I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward. Wait, let me just try to understand.
Oh, he saw me. Damn it, dude.
The website and studio will be shut down somewhere in or around January 1st, 2026. But regardless, the info
Alright, looks like we got the kind of the edge. That's a little weird. It's just, I think it's just the smog. But oh my god, no. Fuck, luckily we have health. Actually, let's do this.
Quality, the best out there, they're fan favorites. And right now they're 40% off until they sell out. So
alright, we might have a chance here with some iron, because
Body's Ultimate Turmeric Formula and Ultimate Fish Oil at InfoWarsStore.com. But don't worry,
the swamp looks like it's going out some ways. The bigger the swamp, the better.
But right now, if you want to get these legendary products the last time you can, get them exclusively at InfoWarsStore.com. Again, they're both 40% off for a limited time, so take action now. InfoWarsStore.com.
You are either with the Republic or against it. Live from Austin, Texas. Broadcasting worldwide. It's Alex Jones.
President Trump did not call for top Dems who called for a military illegal coup against him. Executed, he said, if they're indicted, convicted of that, that is the law, they're the ones that tried to kill him. They're the ones calling for all the violence. That's where we are now. We're not in a normal cycle here where, you know, there's no election happening right now, so things are normal. No, we're in a fourth turning globally.
We need to build like
bubble is on the verge of
around those trees so we can harvest as much of that as we can. I don't know what we really use that for. I haven't really been making anything with it yet, but I would like to harvest it. Oh, come on, man. I can beat this guy. I just kind of not what I'm looking for right now.
Gold-plated dinners with billionaires and all the rest of this. We need populism. And
we're looking for a fucking
but the messaging is terrible. Now,
a damn thing to get iron, man. Show me one already. I'm getting pissed off.
To a summit of the White House after they saw his emergency warning on the show.
It's taking way too long.
Met with the vice president, the president, and the others. He gets into all the details of it. But in general, this is really good news. And I didn't see the message changing.
Oh no. No. Run. Oh my god, we're getting caught in the water. Fucking bitch. Oh, the water kills us. Let's just fight him, man. No, we need our weapon on. Oh, I can't see for shit, bro. I mean, look how dark that shit is, bro. Like, seriously? I don't have time to do anything. I can barely even see what the fuck is happening, man. Bro, what is going on? Why is it so fucking dark, dude? I'm collecting all these enemies as I go as well. It's just fucking pain. Fuck! What the fuck is happening, bro? This is fucking stupid, man. I can't run. I mean, I'm wet. Like, it's really difficult. It keeps putting my weapon down because I go in the water. Oh my god, dude. We're gonna die. I can't get away from them, bro. There's just so many of them. I've got like no stamina. Come on, hit him, man!
One of them is about Donald Trump, and it's not that bad. His operating is underwater for right now, which is really not bad at all. It's better than most presidents going back to.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That guy I cannot kill unless I block him. the fucking raid.
That was really bad.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Whatever, dude. I mean, I don't know what to do at that point, man. There was like fucking 20 of them just running around me. I couldn't see a fucking thing. And then fucking, there's this giant fucking guy just clearing every tree that I run around. Like, I don't know how the fuck he's just like going through everything. It's so fucking annoying, man. Fuck, dude. Go to sleep, because apparently that's what happens in the nighttime. Nighttime activity, fucking 80 enemies chasing you.
We need all the Chinese students that we can get over here, or else our colleges will implode. Things that were that fucking big wooden spider, in order for me to fight him, I have to, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? This game keeps getting worse. What is it with the last 2 days, bro? The last 2 days has been shit in this game, man. I think there's problems with them. Had a lot of support last fall from independents and Democrats who crossed over to vote for him.
I'm at the previous base because I didn't fucking sleep at the newest base.
The election happened, the off-cycle election, and those independents and Democrats don't turn out for Republicans. In my opinion, it's a harbinger of the fact that Republicans are going to lose big next year. And the polling says that people are not happy with the Republican Party right now. They think Congress is failing the president. The rating independence of this Congress is extremely horrible. 9% excellent or good. And they don't have a plan for this impending wave of Democrat socialism. And so how do you get Trump, who's doing okay, to win with Republicans next fall, who are kind of like completely MIA of the core problems facing America? Because the issue is that the Democrats have a product for this. It's called big government. The Republican product for this right now just seems to be kind of business
Smoking
as usual,
on some
traditional
GDP,
conservatism, and that's going to fail
Granddaddy
the youth.
Purple,
We did a lot
resin,
of polling on the youth. We talked about some of it on
live
your show.
resin.
I have new stuff that's even more crazy that tells you, in my opinion, who the under 40 conservatives are, and why they're going into the arms of people like Nick.
That shit
Fuentes.
makes me so mad, bro. This game makes me rage. Like,
care about brutal order. So I was brought down to Washington, D.C. It was a great honor.
Stop it.
I'd never been there.
What the fuck, dude? Yeah, don't, man.
And you know,
I have nothing on me. I don't want to. I don't want him chasing me all the way
and I got to talk to the president for a while.
To my base, because he can fucking break my base apart, dude. If he gets close to the base and I'm close to the base, he'll just fucking bap. He'll just bap it and it'll fucking fall to pieces. He can break my spawn. He can break my teleporter.
You know how Trump is. It's also a stream of consciousness about the things that he's surrounded with. I mean, my impressions are he's in it.
Oh my god,
He is
come
trying to
on, let's
solve
go.
problems. He is getting information. He's intuitively, I think, making decisions.
Trying to
based on
collect
that
little bullshit
information.
as we come through.
But this aspect of like there being a larger organized plan and that we're executing on something intentional, like I didn't feel like that exists. And I felt like maybe the subtext of why I was invited there was because they realized they need to get different voices because, quite frankly, there's this aspect of the youth that the White House doesn't
what the fuck
get.
are we doing?
I think they were getting a
We
lot
just
of that from Charlie Kirk.
we're putting our
They're
spawn
trying to
here,
find
so
new
when we
voices
die,
to
we
really
come
sort
back
of
here
understand that.
instead of the other spot.
So let me, before you continue, give my emergency message to the White House and quantify
Let's put some more
what I
fire.
think you're saying, what I see, and tell me about it. If I'm wrong. We're in a revolutionary period, fourth turning. It's always driven by the youth.
Alright, we don't really need to go back into the teleporter. I don't really want to be collecting more shit. We just want, because we don't want a lot of stuff on us. Whenever you retrieve your body, if you have all this shit on you, you're gonna have to stop at the fucking body, open up the body, and then pick each item, put it into your fucking inventory, pick each item, put it into your inventory. While you're doing that, all the enemies that killed you before are waiting for you. So like, it makes it really fucking annoying because you can't just pick all your shit up, you know what I mean? So, you know, you have to run by, snatch what you can, and then come back again, back and forth. Oh, this is gonna be fucked, bro. I could already feel it being cursed. Oh, there's a guy behind me. Oh my god. Oh, there's one in front of me.
a case of Bud Light.
Okay.
By the way,
We
Trump's
get away.
never
Oh, we
seen
found
TV
one
guns.
finally.
I'm being serious. What do you want?
Dude, this shit's right next to our
Real issues
base.
delivered. He needs to go out and shoot automatic weapons.
Yes, this is like at least 20, 30
cases of Bud Light.
of
He
iron.
needs to go on stage with Kid Rock and you know and sing. I'm
Okay,
serious.
we got one. This
That's
place
what they
looks
want,
huge, bro.
And they also want indictments. They want real stuff. But
This swamp looks big, which is good because that's going to give us more chances to find more of these.
all the gold plating and all that's great for when the Saudi prince comes. But at the same time, you need to understand.
We got to get through here
This
as
is a
quick as
revolution.
possible, but
You
I'm a
don't want to
little
look like
bit
an
lost here.
establishment person. No, you're the underdog.
Yeah, what was with that earlier, bro? Like, this shit got way dark, bro. Literally, I couldn't even see on my screen. I was like, why is it so dark? It might have been the Wraith. I think the Wraith does that. He dims the light around
So
you.
that's where their headspace is at, and now they've turned on him. His approval rating among the under 40s
But that shit
is
was annoying. I
in the
couldn't
low
see
40s,
anything. I was trying to
41,
run so hard, and I was
now
running
they
through all the
like
water, and
62%. And
it
we
was
talked
it
about
was
this on your
traumatic.
show last week. You can't teach these people that they have to be conservative capitalists because it's
Okay,
failing.
this fucking guy.
Voters
See,
under
see what I'm
30
talking
know
about, man?
nothing except Trump and the establishment. That's all they know.
What I
And they
can
look at the
do is
establishment,
run
they say
to
it's
it, grab it,
terrible.
and
I
run
heard
away. Because we have to put on our
Same
armor.
thing
Unless
Tucker
we can
Carlson
sneak.
just talked to Nikki Haley's son about in that interview, which is pretty stunning. And so
Come on,
they want
sneak,
drastic action,
motherfucker.
and I kind of like laid out. It's like it needs to involve
Oh,
the
we're
Republican
dead.
Party.
What a smart
And
move.
so
What a real
the
smart
way I kind
move.
of put it across was I think there needs
I
to be
got
like
stuck on a
fight, fight,
branch.
fight plan for America.
So I tried to go
Because
around the
he had that
branch,
powerful moment,
and then a
but in
fucking
my
stupid.
opinion,
You
people
can't
are sort of
sit in the water
projecting
because
their
there's
own
fucking
goblins onto
leeches.
that.
So the
There was
leech
never
came up
really
and bit
this,
me and killed me because I have zero
intention
armor.
to pull it together into some organized plan in which to deliver what
Fucking
America
bitch,
needs.
man, I swear.
And instead,
I
there
mean,
was
I
this
was there
feeling
too.
that,
I just
well,
did. I know.
they
I didn't
have
want to
the
fucking
KGB
rile
too.
that
They
fool
wanna
up
do
again
it
because
reform. They're not sure
if
how
I
to
was
do
gonna
it
go in
intentionally,
there,
but they wanna
that
do
big
it
ass
without
spider would have saw
breaking
me and
any,
chased me all over
eggs,
again.
Like, well, we really want
I would have had to try to make it back this direction. We want to grab the body and come further this direction as we can because first off, we found another bait. We found another mine, which is what we want. Oh my god, what is he doing here? This fool's literally right. He just showed up right now when I came in.
You're gonna get a French Revolution on your hands.
I have like no fucking stamina.
back it up with numbers. So, in my opinion, what that plan looks
Who's
like
over there just
is,
yelling?
listen,
Oh my god,
we
come
do
on.
have an economic problem. Be very specific about it, what it is. Embrace the fact that it has
Oh, I
failed
shouldn't
to
have
you.
picked that up, dude.
And I would say prong one
I'm gonna have to
back,
throw this or
would
eat
be
it.
getting more jobs
I think
for
we'll
them.
throw it.
It's great we have an H-1B program. We should use it intentionally, but you have to acknowledge it's been scammed, and that's one of the big problems we have.
Because if we get my body, we got good
addressing all the
food.
ways that
The
corporations have
food
been
will give
screwing
us much
the
better
kids,
results.
basically, you know.
Oh!
And then also, like, older people are getting.
We gotta outrun this
Literally
fool.
everybody's getting shot by
Oh
the-
my god, damn it, dude. You see what I'm
Right?
talking
Number
about,
two
man?
is brutal reform
Oh,
of
this shit
government.
becomes
Get us
tough
back to
now.
Doge,
Now it's like
but
a
people need to go through
cursed
the
body
visual
retrieval
process
mission
of
where
seeing
you die all the time.
trust restored to our federal government. And I made the case. I said, you know, the
I just
FBI
ran
raid
into that fool,
Mar-a-Lago,
and that fool was like
53% of
fucking
America
already
told
pointing
us
at me,
the
ready to
FBI is
shoot.
Joe Biden's personal
So I tried to
Gestapo.
fucking
And
dodge
when you
him,
just put
but
somebody else in
it's
charge of the
unsuccessful.
Gestapo, it's still the Gestapo. We have problems with the CIA, the IRS.
I just gotta
we
keep
have problems
running,
with the
man.
Department
Like,
of Defense. Everybody forgets
I shouldn't
that
have
now.
stopped. I should have
We
kept
have
trying to
problems
run.
with literally
You gotta
every
keep
part of the
moving.
government.
Like, if you
And
stop,
there's
that's
no
when they get you,
visible
man.
attempt
Especially like with
to
nothing on
restore
you.
trust to America.
If you don't have anything
And then
on you
this
and
third one I kind of focused
you're
on
running
was this
around,
aspect of
you just
oligarchy.
can't stop, man. Because you
And
can't really fight
in my
shit.
opinion,
Literally,
the goal would be
you
to
can. There's
separate
nothing that you
yourself
can
from the
compete with.
oligarchy, not try to be the oligarchy. And they've
Except for the
increasingly
gray
done this.
doors,
They're
maybe
full
you
on
could punch them
antitrust.
around,
People hate
you know.
the power
But
that corporations have. Almost 80% of America thinks big tech is run amok. And there were forces in D.C. hampering our ability to do antitrust stuff. I think they've thrown off
on,
the
man.
shackles, and
Trying
now
to
the
get this
DOJ is
fucking
going after
stamina
some of
going.
these companies. But they are the enemy. Like, they are the people who perpetrated. This is the global homo kleptocracy. That's the problem, and the right has to fix it, or we're going to get a $10 trillion housing crisis bill. You hear Alyssa Stockton out there today, who wants to declare a national emergency over housing prices. Well, the Democrats are doing that, and the Republicans are trying to pretend that
oh
everything's
wait,
great. So
get
what's
out of the
gonna happen?
water.
Who are the youth going to vote for? They're going to vote for the people that
I'm getting too comfortable in the water.
And so the way I portrayed it
Their
is,
plan will totally take things 10 times worse.
Okay,
Yep,
the body
youth
is
don't
this
care.
way.
They don't want to hear about your socialism. You know,
there's just a
they
big
don't
fucking
perceive that they're
thing
the
in
ones
the water.
that
Like
spent
there's a big gap in the water. I can't get across.
And so if the system collapses, I think that's the subject.
Okay.
So the way I laid it out
I
is
think
like,
the food
okay,
moved. I
well,
think he went from my spawn to the other side, so we might be lucky and him not even be
until the
around.
election. And so obviously these problems are too big to fix in 1 year. But lay out what
It feels like the enemies have kind of cleared. I feel like I have a couple behind me, but they're not a big deal.
Free stuff we know is not going to happen. He's got to explain that's a fraud. And say this takes time. And then elaborate
Oh, he is here. Fuck, the branch. The other guy. Run.
Putin chewing out corporate leaders in Russia. They pulled up a spy chief thing. But there's so many famous videos of Putin who got very popular over this and had some success, calling in corrupt corporate leaders that were ripping people off, not hiring people, taking too big profits, and saying, I will remove you if you don't do it. That is the most popular thing that the Russians love. That's what people want to see.
Okay, we got to make it start running back.
Not sit there and kiss corporate leaders' asses. But literally the bad ones chew them out, the good ones thank them, because we know Elon's doing most his investment down here. We have heroes that are like Elon. We also need to have villains that are corporate. And Trump started doing this a little bit the last few days. I think from your meeting, from the interview, he came out and said, bad insurance companies are ripping people off. This is all a scam, which is true. He needs to do that.
Alright, we got another one here. I can't mark it right now because they're on me.
Fight for Americans. And so if a Trump truth comes out and it's attacking Thomas Massey, he might be a problem, but does it look like you're fighting for Americans? It looks like you're fighting your own party. And so I wouldn't even fight.
Oh, there's another one. So we got 3 of them right here. This is good news. Really good news.
But if you work with Democrats,
they're all back to back too. You can
pragmatic
pretty much see them all from each other.
that the youth have, that is really good. And so fighting for Americans might mean bury some hatchets and deliver economically somehow, right? And so I don't know what it looks like. But remember the
how
first term.
receptive was the president, and who was most receptive? Well, I should ask the question: who was smart and invited you to the White House for this emergency
Alright,
meeting?
now I got my armor, so I'm not as squishy.
The feeling I got
We can start taking hits from them, and we will survive it.
in what I had to say and had already
Without no armor, though, you're gonna get slapped up. But I just fucking... I don't come all prepared. I know there's a method where you could come in with a gang of armor and everything to retrieve your stuff, but then I feel like I have 2 more missions. Now I gotta drop my retrieval body and then pick up my retrieve body, you know, like I gotta bring them both back at one point. And then like I have to like stop too and get rid of all my stuff. Like I just go in there with nothing, grab all my shit, put it back on, and run away. Alright, so we need to go back and get the key because we need the key to enter that location.
This is a solution for the American problems because the Democrats are going to win on this.
Let's collect whatever we can take back. Pretty sure that's
because it's totally true. People go, oh, he said we don't have the talent for the modern chips. Nobody does but Taiwan and a few others. And they're willing to come and give us the technology because Trump's leaning on them. That obviously they have to come teach us. People go, well, we invented computer chips. It ain't the same chips now. So technically he's right. He just has to be more specific instead of telling, you know, Fox News, well, we don't have any talent. He needs to be specific. We don't have the infrastructure or the engineers that can do this now, but we're taking back the technology.
Yeah. And again, I think it would be very helpful to lay out an intentional plan that people could buy into. You know, put a website up or something that says, listen, this is what the Republican Party is going to deliver on. And, you know, I talked to Steve about this, Steve Bannon, and, you know, he helped me too. With, like, I did some good segments with him, and I went down there and co-hosted the War Room, had a really great trip with him. And apparently he was in the White House in the first term and was very specifically laying out a list of the things that Donald Trump had promised on the campaign
Okay, what the fuck are we doing? Sorry, we got fucking
spreading these lists of accomplishments, and what everybody was looking for in Trump was, will he be able to deliver as an outsider? And when these lists of actual objective accomplishments were being passed around, it validated everybody's opinions, and it really juiced his base. And his numbers were horrible during the first 6 months of the Russian collusion hoax, but they came right back up after people realized he was delivering
I just realized
things.
something.
And it's like
Fucking
Trump has done a lot now, right? But the way you look at how the White House is talking about it,
I just realized
they're putting out a meme about
where the
how
fuck
it's
is the key at?
without
Like, I've been thinking
specifically
about,
saying,
oh, the
no,
key
this
should
is
be
gonna
here,
be
where we're
accomplished,
at,
this is
you
how
know,
it fits
in
the
this
larger
base.
scheme of things.
Instead of saying we're in the golden age,
But I'm getting the feeling it's not
road,
gonna be.
and you know it says 30 miles away, but we're
I get
on
the
the
feeling
right road.
that
You know, the road to
it was at the
Mondami and the
swamp
Islamists
spot I
and
was
total
making.
collapse in communism.
Could it
Bernie
be?
Sanders and
Oh
Mondami
my
over
god.
here in just
Could it be
rubble
here?
city.
No.
Or
I need the
this, but you're
key
on
to
the
get
road.
into
You're not there.
the mine.
100%.
And I put it somewhere.
And then when I was down there too, I also met with the RNC.
This happens all the
for a
time.
little
Usually
bit,
I'm pretty
and I
good
met
at finding
with,
where the key, where I put my shit at,
conservative
but
think
sometimes
tank
I'll
called the
forget
Conservative
where it's
Partnership
at.
Institute. Both of them
I
were
know
very
it was
gracious
like
to host
near
me,
a spot
but
that we
God,
intended on
again, I'm an
mining.
outsider.
We're like,
That's
okay,
one of
let's
the
see if we
reasons
can
that
get
I'm able to do as well as I can
a
as
mine out of
pollster.
it, or a dungeon
And I think it's one of the
out
reasons
of it.
that we've been uncorrupted. But I also am
And,
learning a lot of this stuff for
I
the first
put
time
the
as
key
I'm
down
seeing
in a
inside these
fucking temp
organizations.
base, and now I don't have it
I
on me.
think the Republican Party's got some problems. Like, I think it is
Because I got too much
yeah,
shit on
The
me.
white pillars that I go back to, because they got mad when you came on last week. Why are you demoralizing us? Why are that's all negative? No, you've been saying it for months. You've been proven right. So they see the interview, then they see it all appearing like magic in the news, and they summon you because, as usual, you were saying it before. We're doing this to save the country. We're not doing it to
Oh
score
my god,
points
okay,
or
hold
have
on.
CNN play a clip of us. Because they'll take a clip out. Oh look, this respected pollster says Trump's
I'm gonna
doomed.
have to check this island
Not doomed, but
because
that's not our fault.
we're on a whole different island at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. And there was
I know it's not going to be in this one because we just built this base, but the other one might have it.
I didn't get the feeling that there was
is annoying because we're
sweat
going to
being
have to run over
broken
there.
or that there was any a special
There's
plan
a lot of
to
running
change
in
the
this
way in
fucking
which they
game.
do things or talk about
You didn't feel any urgency.
No. And I actually heard them talk about the off-cycle elections, and it was like, well, it wasn't that bad. It's blue
Oh, shit.
states. Everybody
Okay.
expected us to lose. Kicked us back into our 2012 baseline.
God,
Well, that
come
was like
on.
Romney. You probably don't want to brag about that. Yeah, and we have the right message, and we have the right ideology, and we
So
don't
they
need
don't
to
even know we're in the
harder
fourth turning, total revolution.
Right, 100%. And now I went to this other Conservative Partnership Institute. I was very impressed. These people wanted to hear my message, and I gave it to them with both barrels, the whole thing. And it's like, you are on the cusp of
Oh
losing
shit.
forever.
Look at that food just
You
look
know,
right at
because
me.
These forces and the way in which your
Oh my god, I don't want him to trip on me. I could kill this food. Fuck this food, man. Yeah, I'm just tired of fucking fighting this guy. I want to get to my objective.
Their solution down toward the crossroads of we're in the
But really, there
It's
weren't
just
very
drama.
many
Look at that
who
fool
wanted to
fucking knock all kinds of shit down.
My account's not huge, but it's pretty decent. Like, I could have helped these people gain a lot of following.
It's also influential.
Their content.
Food made with, you know, racket.
It shows they're not hungry.
No, not only that, they are trying to avoid being purposely
But those ones with the
controversial
fucking
because
trees
they're
are
invested in
fucking
the
annoying,
Washington,
man.
D.C. system, which includes things like maybe someday having to be Senate
They hit
confirmed.
pretty tough, and they'll break shit
I
down
think
a
if
lot
that's like
easier.
ignored, right? Because talk about the fourth turning. 60% of all
And they'll
the
kill you
national elected
faster as
leaders
well.
are
Like the hits that they do
boomers, and
compared
it's
to the
probably even
ones
higher
without
among
the
the
tree.
Republican Party is probably like 70%,
They
and only
hit
14%
pretty tough.
of
Oh,
them
this
are
is copper.
millennials.
Do we mark this?
Well, in 10 years, the number of millennials is probably going to be bigger than the number of boomers, just like retirement and death.
Because of death.
And so the politics is going to change very rapidly, and the people who are going to be confirming you are your peers.
And the young people are who, and Democrats coming over, and independents is what Trump wants, so he should be focused on them.
Yeah.
Mark Mitchell, I want to stay there. You said you've got new polls out, stuff hasn't been seen yet. We're going to come back, you're going to have the floor here, and no doubt the White House will see this as well, so let's give them another briefing. In fact, I'm going to shut up when we come back, because you get me going. I want to add and back you up, and just, at least for 15 minutes or so, I'll ask you a question for that. You're going to have the floor, you're going to host when we come back, and you can tell us during the break what you want us to pull up from Honest Pollster on X. We'll be right back. I'm making this announcement on Friday, November 21st, 2025, and this is the biggest sale in the
It's
history
kind of
of our
funny what this
sponsor,
food
Big
does. Sometimes
League.
like he puts people on his show, and then he'll be telling them to like, okay, now do the show, and he'll just kick back and go to lunch, and then they'll be like, he makes them do their job, his job. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny.
The bovine colostrum, and they're all the best. The turmeric, the list goes on and on.
He's like, all right, you host the show. I'll be back.
Whatever supplement
And
you want,
the just,
you can pick
the other
any
fool's like,
other
all right,
supplement
so
you want. You can
yeah.
buy a supplement that costs way less than one of the other supplements.
But they do pretty good at it. People just come and he like hosts people and let them kind of spit their shit. Because there's all these people that come on the show, which is
Every day
interesting.
we're running flash sales that change each day on top of it. We're doing this because
Okay, what the fuck? Where are we at? I don't even know where we're at. Okay, we're at this. We're at the base where hopefully the fucking thing is at. I have a feeling it's probably not gonna be here though. We need the key.
So you get a better deal. But bottom line, we're fundraising right now.
Oh my god, what? I got 2 stone, bro, and now I don't remember where the key's at. It's gotta be over here. We gotta go back to the main base. Fuck. Gotta run back now. I suppose I could take. No, that drive is too far.
But that's okay.
I was gonna say I could take the boat to the back to the main base, but I have to at one point. But see, the thing is, here's what my objective is. We're going to that swamp. We're going to go into the dungeons, grab all the fucking iron that we can, the ore. We're gonna bring it back to this boat that I have, and then we're gonna ship, you know, ship that to the main base, and then fucking you know, smelt it down and do what we need with the stuff. So I kind of do need the boat on this side.
The forces of good versus evil just rising against each other as historically we're in this major change, the fourth turning. The Democrats are calling for open civil war, saying Trump's a tyrant, telling the military not to follow any of his orders. This is a time we need to stay on the air. Whether it's InfoWars, the Alex Network, you know the coordinates, you share them everywhere. You take the clips, you take the articles, you take the video links, and that will change the world. But to keep us on air, we need the money, so we sell you great products that really work. So it's a symbiotic relationship. It's like a good restaurant, we have good service, high quality food at reasonable prices. So you want to come back, there's a line out the door. The restaurant with nobody going in it shuts down because they have crappy service. You've just got to come into our restaurant. You just got to come in and try the ultimately blue.
Oh shit, what was that? The fucking crow just pulled up. That fool pulled up way too close, and then he like went to my face and went, bah!
It's the most critical moment in InfoWars 28 years.
I thought that fool was a dragon.
Take action now. Action is the essence of victory. That's why we've come so far together. You're the reason the InfoWars existed. It will continue on despite a URL. You are the InfoWars. We are the InfoWars. We are telling the truth and taking on their lies and winning. And yeah, they're striking back, and boy, we're in the thick of a big war here, but you can see they're losing. To paraphrase Pat, if you're tired and you're hungry, you've been fighting for days, just know this, the other guy you're fighting is even more tired and more hungry, so punch and fight that much harder.
I don't know what that adrenaline bar does under me. I guess it just helps me run more. Or like my stamina, I have a boost of stamina or something. Or like, it makes it go longer. Alright, so we gotta go back to the portal. Okay, main base. And then from the main base, we gotta go to another location.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
Okay, so I think we need to just run this one. But we might be, it might be here. I have a feeling it's here. So let's run back.
Coming to you live from the
Man, I'm hoping this shit works, bro.
studio.
It's gotta be somewhere. I mean, this is the last location I remember I came because I was looking for some reason. I was clearing, I don't know what I was doing. Yesterday I was trying to clear bodies or something, and I ended up in a location where they killed me like so many times. And I just was like, what the I was just getting slapped up. Slapped up. Look at all these dead bodies right here. And like I was getting mad too because I was like, how is this possible? Like my armor and everything was really good. My weapons were all ranked up. Like I was like, how am I OP for this? And these fools are still like clocking me.
They flipped out. The Republicans flipped out. They said, well, we know you're popular, but good God, Trump called
Yeah,
me
the
up. Wow, what's
swamps
this?
got
You know,
me
come meet with us.
fucking fucked up.
And so they really see this, and Trump's like, hey, I'm giving you a real revolution, getting us out of the carbon tax, securing the border, basically putting on NATO, ignoring the WF. Yeah, that's all really revolutionary. But when all we see is you hanging out with people like Larry Ellison and Bill Gates, look, I have my finger on the pulse. Plus, I always have the same feeling. Oh, another dinner with Bill Gates. And you're losing massive support every time you do. Now, people like Elon because he's seen as revolutionary, as maverick, and in many areas he is.
It looks like we got
You
the
want me
body
to censor
here.
what else? I mean, look, but he's not just saying it, he's doing it. So I'll say it. And I already knew this, and I've said this since it happened 6-8 months ago, when all this unfolded. But now, Congressman...
I feel like I gotta kill this guy, man.
Nancy's on public.
Wait, he's just going. He's gonna.
Not
He's.
just Democrats, but
I
Republican.
don't know. Wait a minute. No, we're not here for this.
Dark money drove out Musk. And so what does Mark
I'm
Mitchell
like trying to plead with this guy. Like,
him back?
I'm not here to fight again. I don't want to get. I don't want this to start all over again.
The Justice League look of that. And and even if Susie Wald's a good person, I'm not saying she's bad. You need to. We need to see less boomers. I'm not trying to be mean. My parents are boomers. We need to see less of that, and we need to see literally more of you, not just at NASCAR, but driving one. Because you're already doing the real policies. I'm telling you.
We need to be at the base.
Trump, go shoot Skeet. Trump, shoot up, cases of Bud Light. I'm not kidding, because it's not like the young people are dumb. And I'm going to just say this and go back to Mark Mitchell.
Oh shit.
This is what it's all about. And
oh no. Okay, wait a minute. I don't think we had crates in this area.
And of course, get some more indictments. People want real delivery stuff.
Oh, no,
that's more the middle-aged boomers and people. The young just want that because they see it as revolutionary. Like Mark said, when you start talking about Napoleon quotes, the left all freaks out on you. People love it. Okay? People want action. So I think he got that from your meeting, where he's talking about where the Democrats are wanting to overthrow the government, and saying his lawful orders are illegal. They want a military coup. And he says, well, if you get convicted of that, you get executed. They're all misrepresenting it now. But I'm guessing the young people are going to like statements like that, Mark Mitchell. Am I right? Please continue.
Yeah, absolutely. They want their interests put first, and in their view, the system is failing them, and I can back all of that up. But yeah, this is a problem because there were still things like Red Bear mentioned in the conversation. I'm like, oh, sir, everybody hates him. And it was like, oh, why? And he's still very focused on Fox News. And I said, well, because he stole the election from you, and half of your supporters canceled cable on November 3rd, 2020. And I joked about this before the trip. I said, all of these problems would go away if they just pulled Barron Trump out of college and made him deputy chief of staff down there. And actually, kind of in retrospect, I agree with what you're saying. I also think it could be as simple as just go on Rogan again and have a discussion about it, because that was a very powerful part of the campaign. People were like, listen, Trump's willing to engage in a dialogue about the things that I'm interested in. That's really great. And I think that's one of the reasons that he basically tied among younger voters, depending on which poll you look at. This is a fourth turning thing, again, and what you're saying is it's the traditional DC values of the Republican Party, who are most of the people that surround Trump, are all of a sudden now being shattered. And I have two examples, one of which I think tells us who these young conservatives are. The other is a fourth turning thing. And I said this back a month ago. I said, you know what? The absolute worst thing you can do with Nick Fuentes is exactly what you're doing now. You're clutching girls, you're acting like the bad guy from the news, you're acting like leftists, trying to cancel Tucker Carlson. And it's gotten to the point where pretty much I think most people acknowledge that it's about with the Republican Party. You had Breitbart with stories about how the Bush League is trying to dance itself over MAGA. But the Israel
shit. Okay.
The Israel lobby with neocons is trying a hostile takeover of the Republican Party. And does Trump even
I'm trying to figure out where else it could be. It can be in the portal areas. I'm gonna have to check portal bases.
In the group without Trump about how it's a harbinger of the fourth turning. I really can't remember. But we have 2 nights back out of 3 nights on updated
back
Israel
to our
numbers.
base.
And so this isn't a published poll yet, but it's large enough to be a published poll. It's 859 U.S. likely voters. And when after October 7th, when you asked the tracking question, do you support more Israel and Palestine? Israel was plus 42. A month ago, beginning of October, it was plus 13. All the Fuentes stuff. Now, it's only plus 6. And only 37% of Americans answer that question with Israel. And the age signal is appalling. Already, it was low 20s of 18 to 29-year-olds who supported Israel. It's 16%. And even the olds went from 59 to 50.
So Israel's flatlining. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. Finish with this and get back to the other poll. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Flatlining. They're dropping across the board. It's Republicans, Democrats, and independents. They're going to lose plurality support among independents soon if these numbers continue. Only like 53% of Republicans now answer Israel to that question. Now a third of Republicans say not sure. You know, they don't want to answer Palestine, but they don't want to answer Israel anymore. And this was the most obvious thing on earth, right? We pushed hundreds and hundreds of thousands of these youth watching Nick Fuentes now. And he's out there, you know, basically completing the prophecy of the horseshoe theory of politics. And everybody's calling him a national socialist, but not understanding that there are also people on the left who are looking at people on the right to signal cooperation. Because, you know, it's the same.
Fuentes is as big as Trump is on the left, which is wild. Because they want solutions too, so they love the authoritarian.
Well, and then this gets us to what are the conservatives under 40 ones, and we've talked about this on your show. Even the ones that voted Trump actually support major socialistic policies like
trying to find the fucking keys we open the dungeons and that up
But
this.
we just did a poll that we released, I think, yesterday about artificial
How the
intelligence.
fuck is
And
this
what is
fucking
really
fucking
wild
house?
is that the young conservatives
Get your
actually
ass out
don't
of here.
support control of government to artificial intelligence. So this question, significant advancements have been made in the field of AI.
I closed that door. I'm pretty sure I closed the door.
AI will take a more influential role in society.
Oh my god.
Many
What the
Americans
fuck?
are
Did they finally break the door down?
State government officials, agencies,
That's
and politicians.
crazy.
If AI continues to improve, would you support a proposal
That door
to take
lasted
power away
forever.
from most human lawmakers and instead give an advanced AI system the
I didn't
authority to
know how
control
it
major
takes
majority of public opinion decisions? So only 41% of voters under
Oh, we
40
want this.
support
Yeah, we got it right here. Make
but
the door.
it's 55% of self-ID conservatives and only 48% oppose that, so it's 55 to 40.
I don't know why does he snap.
Car wreck settlement. I hadn't seen this poll now on the screen. 55% of young conservatives want an AI dictatorship, which shows they're desperate. They're hitting any button. Mondani, Trump, Nick Fuentes, any of it. You know, some are good, some are bad, some are okay. But the point is, don't they understand it's going to be set up and programmed by elites and by people? And the protocol can be changed any time. I mean, that is totally insane. But that gives you an idea how reckless they are. My God. Hitler's better than an AI dictatorship.
Yeah, I mean, only 35% of independents, 55% of conservatives, a majority of Christians. Christians want this, atheists do not. Like desperately
Wow, Christians, a majority of Christians want an AI God. That's the mark of the beast system.
It's the fourth turning. I don't know what to tell you. It's getting crazy out there. We asked about whether you wanted an AI.
Explain to people who don't know. I know you know. Most people know, but for those that are ignorant, they keep people in the street go, what's the fourth turning? People explain it slowly to them. There's revolutionary periods every 78 years or so. There's mega cycles. We're in one of the mega cycles. It means the youth will now drive everything. Total change. The old system, some of it good, some of it bad. Regardless, it's getting destroyed. So now there's a revolutionary time where society goes from being basically in a hard state, they call a liquefied state, where things should be remolded now. So those of us that are smart need to be out there engaging to create the new alternatives to sell the youth on that, to sell the future, so we don't get AI dictatorship or Mondani or Adolf Hitler. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, good job explaining it. It basically boils down to supply and demand for order. So after a crisis, there's a high demand for order, and society fills that vacuum and creates institutions and values to bring people together in a cohesive environment. That's like the 40s to the 60s. And then you kind of get used to into it and branch out, become more individualistic, and the institutions start to decay. And then there's this unraveling period where you see, you know, we had our 70s, 80s, and 90s with stagflation and sort of the war on drugs, and, you know, this idea of us protecting democracy everywhere, like, turned into regional disputes and just sort of chaos. And then it becomes a crisis phase where it's the end. The music stops. The institutions fail. And if you
I
look
think
around
portal
the
is
country,
broken.
I hesitate to
I think the
name
portal is
a
broken.
well-functioning,
Oh
strong
my God.
institution that
Where the fuck
you
is
know,
portal
uses
2 at?
its
I'm sure it's up
fiduciary
here.
duty and
This
duty
is
of
portal
trust to
1.
actually support its constituents, or
Portal 2
like
is here.
one that
Why isn't it working?
you know, maybe the Supreme Court.
I think I had to change it or something because I got stuck somehow. I haven't fixed that.
Problems, but on average, it's a real service, fire department, stuff like that. So
Okay, we're gonna rename it now if we have to. So because it's not connecting, it should connect. Luckily, this portal's near us, but I suspect that I totally forgot. But the other day I had an issue where I got stuck through the teleporters because I died in an area that, like, they broke my spawn. I had a bed in my base that I was sleeping, and a giant broke that bed, and when I died, it took me back to the start of the game. So in order to get back, I had to, like, switch the portals up. So it causes, like, a chain reaction when you do that sometimes. So I'm trying to fucking go back and see if I can start fixing that.
These people wanted to rest like more than a 2-1 margin. It was a 3-1 margin, I think, with the auto pen scandal. This is an 18 to 29 yards. So normally what you would have seen before.
Okay, we don't have a body here because there's an icon.
Just 10 or 15 years ago,
We gotta get rid of stuff like that.
Fox News and the 65 and older crowd. They were running. Well, now it's the kids. And again, this isn't ideological.
Let's see if we can check that base out next to the swamp.
Well, a lot of them, 35, 40, 50%, depending on which poll we did.
Oh my god, that was close. Oh my god, don't come back.
Socialists, and I think it's because they authentically see democratic socialism as an answer for our problems, and it's more big government. And so I think they're at this, you know, juncture point where you have.
I think we got all of our bodies in this area.
They're evaluating all the different ideological options.
So we have all of our loot on this trade. Otherwise, I would have been going for it still. I mean, there might be some stuff left over. Damn. Okay, we gotta kill this one. What the fuck? I didn't eat? Oh my god. Dude, what is it with this corner of the map, bro? Oh no. Oh, please tell me we're gonna sleep somewhere close, dude. I have a feeling I'm gonna sleep in the wrong area. Bro, we're so fucked right now. I cannot believe I just did that. Oh, this game is getting worse and worse, bro. We just fucked our portals again. So I fucking changed the port. I went back to my. This is what happened yesterday, bro. The last place I slept was in this place. I teleported over here. I went to go do it, and I changed the portal on the main area. So then I'm fucking over here, something like that. And then I fucking go over here. I die, and I get sent back to my spawn, and the portal here is broken because this portal is connected to this portal. So I'm stuck on this side of the island unless I go here and then teleport somewhere else, and then I'm gonna end up breaking this portal. You know what I mean? So in some ways, the best thing to do is to just go on the boat back over here to stop the chain from breaking, because I've already broken another portal that way. There's another set of portals that are still broken from yesterday I haven't fixed. So we want to make sure our portal systems are correct. You know what I mean? So I think it's. Wait, oh, we have to go get it. We're gonna have to do this ass naked, man. Oh my god.
Especially over things like Israel.
I mean, there's some
It's obviously
armor
not
here we
but
can
it's
take,
these
but
traditional, long-held beliefs that American society has had. This like foundational myth idea,
And people like
the
Mark
ways
Levin
talked about.
and Trump, but he's not so much that, but some of the people around him. But Netanyahu, they're literally boomers that are insulated and only watch Fox News, and they don't understand. Like, just leave the Israel thing alone. Israel, having the neocons and the Likudics come in and try to bully everyone is the absolute perfect worst move. And okay, Mark Levin, you get more attention and stuff.
We don't even have
Literally,
food.
Israel's the most unpopular country in the world now. And I understand it's not the only issue, so I'm not out to get Israel. So I'm just saying, guys, stop it. Then they attack me as an anti-Semite and say I'm Hitler too. It's just preposterous. They just want to fight. Angry old boomers. And I'm like, sorry, dude, ain't doing it.
This is the clue that the fourth turning is here. This is young people rebelling against the old tired values. And I'm sorry it's about Israel. I didn't make it that way, but they thought about it and it made things worse. It objectively made things worse. Probably had something to do with the Republicans' loss in the off-cycle elections. It certainly drove a lot of people to Dave Fuentes. Now he gets more views than Ben Shapiro does on a 14 times smaller channel. And if you look at things like, I just saw a Stanford Review article that claimed that 25% of the incoming freshman class is
this sucks because eventually we're gonna have to take this boat back now.
But I mean, this is not something
We have to bring the boat back here. We have to bring the boat back here to do something. Something weird happens, and it's like, I guess it's just nighttime. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it's blackening my screen. We gotta cut left.
Process, really crazy stuff can happen. You think out second, third, fourth quarter. Other big issues, obviously, is immediacy.
There's a whole fucking island right here we haven't been to yet.
The Epstein stuff and the censorship of the Israel lobby is affordability right next to me.
But we got that op right now to get more iron. It's just, I fumbled it all, man. I fumbled it all, and then now it's just, it's fucking screwed.
And I just don't see, we polled on affordability. We have another poll out there. 81% of America is still super concerned about inflation. But the one that matters to me is that we asked the question of whether grocery prices are higher.
Fucking wind is right in our face. When we turn right here, I think we'll get some wind, but I'm thinking about going from here straight across, because otherwise we're gonna go all the way up and here, we can go straight here, but I think if we go here, we're pushing our chances for getting into a conflict. If we just make a blitz straight across, it might work.
Trust that that's going to happen. And so, again, that's why I think it's very important to very specifically identify what the problem is. And this is this generational wealth
We got
and power imbalance. And coming up with a plan.
Hopefully we can hold this wind.
In the solution and fix. And understanding there's benefited from the inflation. I know you know this.
It's just so slow, it's sketch.
You benefited from the inflation, and now you're handing off the debt. It's very simple. The young people, they're pissed off.
Yeah, that's it. And they're going to cling to everything, not just Israel. I think NATO's going to be up next. I think eventually the younger people throw
It feels faster if you look at the map.
There's something major happens. I think entitlement reform is going to look a heck of a lot different in 10 or 20 years. Probably has to answer some questions about Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. I really don't know. All I was saying was basically, the wealth of America was stripped away. And most of the wealth sits in that generation. And they're not going to be there anymore. So there's going to be a complete rebalancing the way everything works.
And socialism works great. Absolutely. Socialism works great till you're out of money. But I know you already said this 5 times. So critical to the White House, everybody else understand. This isn't a regular election cycle where we fight over issues and the party, that is in power, goes out of power, back and forth. This is the revolutionary. It's to be revolutionary, act revolutionary, and it's really that going to articulate that I am the underdog. I'm fighting the whole power structure. I've got a beachhead, but I need your help, and rally young people to help me, and have groups of young people, to the White House.
Oh my God, we gotta keep this wind, bro. I hope he just goes away, man. it's literally death.
Yeah, I mean that's it. They can have
The worst death.
They're gonna get what they saw in New Jersey, which is Jack Burrell improved on his 2021
We're almost there, man. Come on, we're halfway. Like,
whatever. He got what people vote. They did register Republican. They got the votes to turn out.
so we can outvote him, but like, we gotta keep this win. This win is cutting us off.
It's way better. So the Democrats have a better machine. It's objectively better than turning out.
I might have to turn some.
Presidential turnout. All cycles, lobbyists.
We're getting close to our position. We can just jump out the fucking boat right there at base. Actually, we can go right here. We should drop here because this would fix the positions that we're in. We just gotta land, get to the coast. I think we're okay, but the fucking wind. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, lucky for us. Damn, the wind will straight take us home at this point. I think he took off on us. He's not behind us anymore. Oh my god, that was insane. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god, I gotta remember we don't have any. We don't have any fucking armor or health or nothing, guys. Oh my god. Okay.
Yes.
Run.
All right, we got a huge guest coming up, Alex Newman, top globalist expert in South America at the big New World Order World Government Confab. He's going to be joining us coming up from the center. And that big globalist event.
We don't have any food on us.
And then Patrick Burns will be popping in with us. Remember, in studio,
I have a weapon though.
I am not funded by millionaires. I'm not funded by anybody but you. And I am in the middle of a major deep state battle with the globalist. We have shortfalls, and we need your support. So just go get a T-shirt, go get a ball cap, and then get the ultramethylene blue, get the Irish sea moss, and so you just commit to support us. Sign up for auto ship, get 50% off. You can cancel any time.
Okay, we set our spawn point. If we die, we're gonna be on this island.
You can just subscribe to it.
That was close, man. That sucks. We had to go through all that, but.
And then cancel any time for free. But that way you get it every month or every 2 months, however you set it. And then you know, just boom, 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 you support us. That way you don't have to worry about it each time. I need people to commit to this fight, like 1/100th what I've committed. I'm not pitching, but we're changing the world. They call up Mark like, oh, we saw your thing on all the shows. Please come up here right now.
Damn it.
And quite frankly, I've already been invited to Mar-a-Lago in the White House a few times, but the things they invited me to are like confabs, and I'll sit there and Trump come over and say something and pat me on the head. Trump calls, he didn't invite me to dinner, and then for whatever reason, when he gets set up, me and Roger went. Roger's like, oh yeah, okay, sir, we'll be there. And I'll let you know, Alex. Monday, oh, dinner with Trump. Oh, you forgot to tell me, but the point is, I'm busy. I don't care. It's not. But to talk to him for an hour or two, I'll go to the White House. It's not like I'm high and mighty, and I don't want to go do it. I just don't want to do it for no reason. You know, it's all of it. It's just, I was never into it, and I'm really not into it now. I'm into action, and that means being on air talking to millions of you. That's who I want to talk to. TheAlexJonesStore.com is a huge sale going on right now.
Yeah, what we need, man.
Everything we do is the tip of the spear. You are the tip of the spear when you spread the word, when you pray for us, when you buy products. So listen, we have shortfalls, and they're not even that big. But I understand the economy.
Could it be in the
shot.
snow map somewhere?
It's never been. And in fact, the economy was going, and we had it's this big. We'd be.
Oh no, we need to come back here. Fuck.
Right now, I'm just trying to stay on air. So I need you to make the decision to go to thealexjonestore.com right now and take advantage of the biggest sale.
Are you kidding me? What is this?
That's right, Black Friday.
Oh, this is the broken portal? Oh my god. No wonder Portal 2 doesn't work. Portal 2 doesn't work because it's connected to that other fucking slot.
Free on all supplements. Blue, the Shillogy.
This is how the portals get breaking down. That's why I didn't want it. That's why I took the boat, because we've already screwed up one portal. If I screw up the other portal, it defeats the whole point of what we're doing.
Normally it's buy one bottle Irish sea moss, another bottle of Irish sea moss, or buy one bottle of methylene blue, another bottle. No, this is add any supplement in your cart.
Our problem is that we have one. We need to make more portals up top because.
This offer ends Friday, November 28th. Visit thealexjonestore.com today and fuel your body.
We got like a swamp 2 is the closest we can get. Maybe I can go to swamp 2. How can I do this?
If you go to alexjonesapp.com and download
Maybe I go to our main base because I want to see if we can fix the portal systems. If I go to the we want the key, but I'm having trouble with the key. If I get all the portals matched up, maybe I could just teleport to everywhere. You know what I mean? But I'm also thinking that if we need to fix the portal here, we need a closer portal. So the closest one we currently have here is Swamp 2. This one is active. So if we go to Swamp 2, we can just run over here, which is easier than running from all the way over here, over there. You know what I mean? Like that's just a whole half a ways. I do have to check this base because it's a chance that the key is there. So let's make sure this one's correct. This is Portal 2, so where it's supposed to be. But it's kind of broken right now. Fuck.
This is not a beauty pageant. It's not what click we're at or what table.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, whoa. Where's Eden's? All her pigs at?
It's about the future of humanity.
What? Something broke in?
Globalist is night and day.
Oh my god.
And the reason we say this every segment is because this is the big fight.
Son of a bitch, man. I'm gonna have to eat their delicious meat. There's only 2 left, though.
I'm on CNN. People say called CNN.
Damn it, dude, that sucks. I actually like those pigs too, man. I took pictures with them.
I say, if Trump lets Todd
Fucking
Blanche
piggy.
prosecute Ed Martin,
The baby pig.
for doing their
Baby's
job,
dead.
I'm done. But he's not going to do that. Notice they jump back
They're
to
all
no, we're
dead.
not, even though they were trying.
Okay, so hold on. We gotta go back to the main area.
Martin played nice. Okay, great. The point is that we're not the
Damn, that fool was shocked. That fool was like, what am I doing?
Yeah, Trump's night and day. That's why we need to stay on his ass. And now you see my talking.
Oh, we gotta go get our body. Our body's right here.
About the
Fucking
CIA
bitch.
going on, word for word from the White House now. That's what's happening. That's why you support us. That's why what you've done is so special. That's why I appreciate you. And to me, it really
I don't know
does
how
make
that's
me,
not
like,
cooked.
is this a
Oh,
simulation?
yeah, we just picked it up off the floor. Okay.
Total Recall, like I'm just plugged in on the hero of saving America in the world. Because it's so weird, but no, it's bizarre. So Viva Fry, I love you, man. The truth is most people don't get engaged and change history, and anybody could do this. They just haven't gotten engaged. But the closing, everybody can feel something big's coming. Big stuff's already happening. What else can we do to try to save civilization? Civilization, it's not just an operation on its own. The globalists want to collapse it. What do we do to secure civilization for our children and posterity?
Well, the arc of human civilization always trends towards tyranny. Freedom and democracy is the exception on the timeline of human history. What can people do?
Oh, I see. We were attempting to go to this base here because it might have the key.
Self-interested
And then we
in this.
died.
People can, and
I don't know how that fool did that. Somehow
when they view mistakes
we didn't
You know what I was
eat,
saying before the break,
and
that in
right
today's day
before
and
he
age, people don't
attacked
want
me,
to
all my
issue
fucking
apologies
buffs went to
because they
zero.
get abused and used
Oh
as a
shit,
cudgel
he's
with which
here.
to beat somebody. But the bottom line is, when you make mistakes that have
Oh my god,
consequences
oh
that
my god, this is
hurt
fucking
you
insane.
and your movement and what you're carrying, there's no shame
If I can get to
in
the base and
apologizing.
save,
In fact,
no, he can.
typically
We're
when
not
you
gonna do that
apologize,
because he
you're
can
not
break the
doing it for
base.
other, you're doing it for
These
yourself
bases
and
are
your
very
own
fragile.
Trump can apologize. Trump can make amends. I thought maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene announcing her resignation for January is leaving a window open for amends to be made. But there is no benefit other than
We still gotta pick up the rest of the shit. It's just hard because he's chasing me.
When you are a yes man,
So it's hard to like. Oh, we can maybe do it like do ring around the rosy right here.
And you know the sycophants on Twitter when Trump was, in my view, making an unforced, bungled error over the Epstein file.
Oh.
Saying, panic and he knows what he's doing 5D chess. These are our new marching orders, and you know you're no longer wanted if you.
This will give me a chance. When he kind of gets stuck, I can get
It
something
didn't
on.
do any good. We're at the same place where we would have been had people issued the constructive criticism at the time and had it been heard a little earlier. So you're doing no favors by being sycophants. You're doing no favors by being yes men. And Trump is not the last savior. I mean, but Trump, for the time being, is the savior for America. Had it been Kamala Harris,
We don't have
Lord
what
knows
we
what would have been
need.
happening to you right now.
we're missing stuff. We gotta throw away stuff that we don't need so we can look at our other shit.
Yes, man, Joe Biden into dementia, losing that debate. Yeah, a lot of people sat around and said, yeah, Joe, you're good to go, keep it covered up. And how did that work? It doesn't work out. But
exactly. Freedom is the opposite of yes men. Science is about questioning everything. Life is science. Life is questioning.
It's making sure you don't let your friends make stupid mistakes. Period. So be critical, be supportive.
Okay, let's try going back and getting some stuff.
When something bad happening, not just I'm your
The
friend.
body's on the other side of this thing.
Well, I'd say it's like be supportive and be critical, and sometimes being supportive means being critical. Write that down.
Powerful. Viva Fry, thank you so much. Viva Barnes Law at locals.com. Viva Fry, amazing. Thank you so much. And have a great weekend, Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Thank you. You're now an American. We need you.
It's only thistles left over.
Plus the French don't watch covers here.
Hey, the Alex Jones app, AJN Live, is now the #1 app in the world.
Okay, we just need to switch our weapons somehow.
We're #1, and this is pissing off
We got them
the
too close
Democrats
to that base,
in
so
the
we
deep
don't want
state
that.
big time. They're doing everything they can
Where the
to
fuck
shut
is my
us
weapon,
down,
man?
and now here we are dominating
I see it, I
the
see it.
Apple Store. Smells like victory. We just launched the app less than 2 days ago, and we're already the #1 news app in the world. And we'd like to keep it that way. If you have a chance, go to
I don't know how that happens. Okay. I held the block button and I don't know how he's taking all this health from me. Oh shit, what happened to him? He just disappeared. He just stopped healing. Oh my god, can we stop fucking around?
Trends and global developments years
Okay,
before
where's the
they
fuck?
happen.
The base.
Right here
He's
on
over
the
next to
Alex
it.
Jones Show.
I'm trying to get my health back. He's ignoring me right now. Because if we can spawn here, then we can... Don't worry about dying from him. If he kills us right now, we're gonna get sent way back and my body's gonna be stuck here again. But if we can just spawn here real quick, we can just go try to kill him, and if we die, we'll be right here. We don't want him just walking around, because if he breaks that base, like, that shit can fuck my whole game up. Let's just get rid of him.
Alright, I've got literal hundreds
Oh
of
my god, can we get rid of this thing?
that haven't
This
gotten
thing's
to
pissing me off so much.
And you know why? Because we have the big giant stories. Of
That's like
another
a
globalist,
early weapon,
BlackRock,
early game
Democrat
weapon.
Party, CIA
We don't need that. That's like low
and we got the White House
damage.
and CIA insiders leaking that information.
Alright, come on, man.
And we've got Flynn telling Trump
Why am I not blocking it, dude?
they can't have their
Bro, I don't understand why he's not blocking. I'm pulling up my weapon and he's just like getting through. Like, how is he getting through? He's just a normal giant. I kill them all the fucking time.
God works through you. So this thing's
Like when I'm
coming.
pulling the
thankful
fucking
for
block
the
button
listeners
on my
and the
left
viewers
trigger,
and the supporters
he's
from
not
the
parrying
bottom of
him.
my heart.
You're supposed to parry them. Oh my god, this is even worse because we're
I was talking to folks,
closer to the
multiple people
base.
that were in meetings at the White House 2 weeks ago and last week. And of course, they're like, don't source me as the person. That's how that works. Because they don't want to be attacked. And both of them said it wasn't some pro Susie Wiles tour. That Susie Wiles did a good job in the election fraud task force. That Trump signed an executive order, whatever it was, 6 months ago on, and that they have now, the government went in and checked transmitters, cell phone systems in these things, multiple companies. Everything Patrick Burns talked about, everything the big CIA whistleblower section chief came out with recently. And
Bro, this fool I can't. Oh, because it's a 1-star. Okay. I had to block him a little bit earlier. It seems like there's like a weird meter of timing when it comes to their parry. If they're stronger, you have to parry it a little earlier. Because sometimes I'll flex on the easier giants, and I'll wait till the last second to parry them. That way I feel like I'm parrying them harder, you know. But this guy, I couldn't do that. When I did that, he was so strong that it would throw me back. It would just kill me. So I kind of saw. I think I noticed he had a 1-star, and I was like, oh, this fool has a 1-star. Maybe he's stronger. We're gonna need to parry him maybe a little earlier. And then when I did that, that shit got him. Bing! It threw that fool off, and he was like, oh shit. And I fucking got a couple hits on him, and he started doing it again, and I was lucky enough to keep getting the hits. Alright, so let's pray all this is not for nothing, guys, because I'm getting sick of this whole shit. I have a huge issue with this. Like, I lost a key and it's a bitch to get.
Deputies keep a staff come out and address it. That has got to send a chill to the bone of Brennan, who's always believed he can operate with impunity. So what's your take on that, your intel? Then we'll get into the real central meat and potatoes here of your investigation and all your sources on election fraud. Emerald Robinson, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Alex. It's good to see you again. As far as that Seditious 6 video, I do believe that's just a signal that it's go time for the coup that's been laying in the shadows anyway. I know you talk about this all the time, and I saw your segment with General Michael Flynn earlier today, and that was really great. I have heard, like General Flynn, that Brennan is really in operational control of the intelligence community currently, and that he's still a major problem. I think it's great that the Seditious 6 did that video because it kind of forced everybody to admit what we've been talking about this entire time.
I think I'm gonna have to fix the portals, because I need the portals to take me to every location that we have, and when the portals are broken, it ruins that system.
I know that the Pentagon is investigating Mark Kelly as they should, but he needs to be.
We don't have the key here. We're looking for a key. It's not here.
Because I think right now, based on what I've heard, and
there's some decent loot here, but I'm not going to take it.
The Democrats have felt very emboldened. The Uniparty's felt emboldened because they don't feel like there's the Trump administration has.
I should start putting X's. How do you do the X's?
And they're moving forward with their plans, and that includes indictments against the president for treason.
There's a button that you can put, and it puts an X on
power again, and against many of his officials or his associates on the outside. And these are for much more serious charges than we even saw in the 4 years of the Biden regime.
There it is. Left bumper, I think that's it.
So,
if I do this, this might help me show me where I've checked. So, I think I checked here. Pretty sure I checked here. Pretty sure I checked here.
Hundreds of millions stolen in Afghanistan. It's all coming out. That's why they gotta make a move, because they're weak.
Let's check this
which
one.
Makes them dangerous.
They're desperate.
Oh my God.
They're very desperate. And especially as we now start talking more about how the election
so we're gonna have to run there, sadly.
You're having me on to talk about this today because I was a little more restricted about what I could share the last time I was here. And when General Flynn was talking earlier today about unrestricted warfare and a color revolution, fraudulent elections are the linchpin of that, right? They are absolutely essential to the unrestricted warfare that we've been in for years, if not decades, in this country that many Americans are just now waking up to. So, how they supported in 2024, I haven't to share it until this week.
Well, yeah, this is a giant investigation, folks. I don't just type something. This is so huge. I had people at the White House call me, others about the same. And I missed your text this morning or last night. Hey, you never asked to come on. Let's get something huge. I'm always asking you on. So this is a big deal. So preface this and why it's such a big deal. Let's walk through it.
It's a huge deal, just on the election, but how they stopped it, because it reveals how they conduct the election fraud. I have talked to dozens of sources about this election fraud starting all the way back in November 2020, Alex. While I'm talking a lot about what I learned in the last year and the dozens of sources that I've talked to in the last year, including whistleblowers from the Venezuelan government and Smartmatic.
Oh, I remember checking this one. This one, see, this is sketch right here because this one got broken down. a giant broke this base down, and I don't know if he broke boxes. I know that. Oh god. I know there's nothing under there. It's just like it's something stupid, like a piece of wood.
On my Substack, which is a little bit easier to read, at emerald.tv a little bit later today.
So let's just start with the premises. Let's put this up front. We're live now. I'm going to take this and flip it out and hopefully goes viral. It needs to, folks. I remember days after the election having people, real people in high-level intelligence, I'm not going to say names, people can probably make guesses, saying, no, here's how we did it. We figured it out. Serbia, we just did some things.
The only ones we have right here.
People ask, well, then why were the Democrats able?
Here.
Clear fraud in Virginia, California, you name it. How were they able to steal it again?
So this base is not it.
They moved the operation. But that's okay. Now we're going to target that as well. So this is now being released.
I'm trying to fucking put an X on this thing.
This is how
Here it is.
Democrats magically got 6-7 million less votes than they got the time before. This is the magic of how Biden
This
got
sucks.
8
We have to
million
go
or
through all
almost 9
this.
million more votes than believes that.
Alright, so let's get back to our main base, and we're gonna try to fix this portal situation.
Not the mail-in ballots, not the dead people voting.
Damn it, dude. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this actually, now that I think about it.
Right now, this is a mega global exclusive.
Our boat is not even there. I don't want to take Even's boat.
Yes, and remember that there are thousands of ways.
I'm not sure how we're gonna do this because this one. Let's just get there first, and we'll see what the fuck is happening because I need to see where our main portal is at.
Before the 2024 election in October. Okay. Senators Mark Dwayne Mullins and former Senator David Perdue, who's now the ambassador to China, had finally got a meeting for a man who had been investigating this
I think I might have an
years,
idea.
who knew exactly how America's elections were being rigged.
What we'll do is we'll go to our main base. We'll set it to Shrine.
The meeting happened.
Then we'll go to another the closest portal to the main base. We'll go to the closest portal to the shrine, run over to the shrine, switch the shrine to shrine because I think it's set to something else. And then that will take us back to the main base, and then we go to the secondary base and fix that portal. And then everything should work.
She eats it slowly, and then she says,
We need to make I need to make an emergency portal type deal. I think we need 2 portals in our main base because that would help us. I forget earlier because when this shit started happening with the portals, it got really weird, like how they work. You know, mentally I was like, whoa, you have to like think about how you can mix and match them. And I came up with an idea during that time that if I put a secondary portal at my main base, there'd be a way for me to have like a throwaway portal where I can always switch. It can get switched up to wherever, you know what I mean? And then the main one will always stay, you know, that one.
great detail about the players in Venezuela, in America, how the systems work, how the
I forget how it
it
works. One will be named like the main portal or one. Like it'll just help me out. I think it'll help me at one point if I put down a portal, call it main portal or something like that. That'll allow me to always come back to the main area because this portal that we use, we often change. The names often change. Let's see if we could do that. I don't think we have the type of wood because you need a certain kind of wood. You need 20 of that fine wood, I think.
An artificial intelligence platform, which presents Elon with a.
Yeah, you need 20 of the fine wood. We don't have it. Not at the moment. Okay, let's not worry about it at this moment then. So portal 2.
Elon looks at it very quickly, gets on the phone, and he says, "We have a problem. It's true." Now you'll remember this moment because Elon Musk flew the next day to Pennsylvania. That was on October 17th, 2024. Remember he did that
this shit's so
town
broken.
hall, I think it was
All
about
right, so we need to
9
change this to
minutes.
shrine. So
He even talked to, had a memorable exchange with
All right, so
our
this
friend Rex
should
Ostrom, who's been on InfoWars
connect
before,
to this
author of the
main
Farewell
one.
Election. But in that,
SHRINE, SHRINE, lowercase, okay. Let's see if we can sleep real quick.
During that, he mentioned Dominion. He said during that
Guess we just
presentation,
got a
it's still
bunch of
online, I'll
gold
look there
just
when
sitting
they leave the link
around.
to that in my Substack at emerald.tv.
Oh,
He
yo, what's
said,
up?
Quote,
Oh no, Eden, you heard the news about the piggies? Oh my god. She saw Eden
It's
saw.
weird that they're used in Philadelphia.
No, yes, there was a tragedy. The gate just broke. I just was going through all the portals and the gate fucking broke. I didn't even see it happen.
A mere couple weeks before the 2024 election, Elon Musk was telling the American people in a very public appearance that our election systems are rigged.
We should put the piggies here.
They were still faced with the conundrum.
That way they'll be more safe. We just gotta find some boar in this area.
What proceeded in weeks following?
I don't know. I'd never really see boar in the
Philadelphia
Black
that
Forest.
The Venezuelan whistleblowers that
Damn it, Eden's. I was hoping to break the news slowly to Eden, and she saw the stream while I saw the tragedy of all the piggies, and I ended up eating their meat.
They moved them from South America.
Actually, it was weird. Only 2 of the meats were left over. So only 2 meats were left, which is kind of weird. I thought there'd be more.
Because you gotta imagine what kind of threat these people are under having from the Venezuelan government. I mean, really to tell how they've rigged their elections, not only theirs.
All right,
but
so
we'll get to how many in just
we're
a
going to the
moment.
portal here, and we're gonna try to take this to the closest area to the shrine.
People at Mar-a-Lago via basically Zoom, like a video conferencing platform. They start telling them how it works. In fact, General Michael Flynn, who was on InfoWars earlier today, excellent information. If people didn't see that, I suggest you go back and watch it. Flew to Switzerland to meet these whistleblowers, who I have talked to some of them myself, and verified this information. General Flynn asked them, how long has this been going on? I am told that Flynn was even taken aback by the answer. They said, well, for at least 20 years and in 72 countries. When you ask why people don't want to touch it, there you go. This is going to have shockwaves that reverberate throughout the world when everyone understands what's been going on.
And by the way, they have former high-level, highly decorated, most respected CIA section chiefs coming out and exposing that they've seen all the documents. They know this as well. So the point is, Trump's making a major move now with this coming out. That's why the Democrats are so freaked out and calling for a coup.
No.
Yeah, and Gary Burnson has been on this for many years. And in fact, he was also residing in Switzerland at the time of the election, U.S. election, because they knew if it didn't go, if they were able to steal another election,
Let's see if I can get him. Oh, right next to us. I wonder if they're still alive. Nah, because if we tried to kill me, he would have been chill.
For the elections, because if it went back,
No, we need to make a wall.
I've been told that I was on a list of 700 that was to be directly targeted in the second.
I've talked to the DOJ that's seen the list. It was over 10,000 people, sweetheart. You're on it.
Yeah, we're all on it. So
we want to be on the list.
That means we're on the right side of history. But history, we have to make sure. I heard what Flynn said today. There's one more election. That's it. This is make or break. We got a lifeline in 2024 when these whistleblowers worked with Trump's, the tech guys, and ultimately Senator Mullen. Here's what they did. Alex, is that there has been a Japanese blogger who had apparently been watching the 2020 election and capturing the IP addresses during the 2020 election. He put this on Twitter like some years before 2024. In research by the investigative team that I call the Three Musketeers, Gary Burnson and this Venezuelan gentleman, they came across this data from the Japanese guy, and they asked him, they just DM'd him, okay, on Twitter, and asked him, can we get this data? And he essentially said, yeah, if you buy me a coffee. So for $15 worth of Bitcoin, like nothing, this guy sends in the IP addresses, the whistleblowers verify it. They give that over, as a response with, you can say Trump's team. Mullen, who again comes in and saves the day, and make sure that the right people gets this information. The day of the election, no one knew what was going to happen. Because that was the end of it. That's what they could do. Three Musketeers, their team of, they refer to them as different names with bananas.
It looks nicer when there's less stumps around, so I'm just carrying
They
some
know what they
stumps.
could do. So they didn't know if it was going to work or not, right?
That little
But
pig ran away.
obviously we saw what happened on election night. I remember sitting there knowing what I knew, and I had researched since November 2020. I said, they can still do this. There's no way. I didn't know how he was winning because I knew they still had this capability. What I didn't know, and I found out in days afterwards, or a couple months afterward, is that the threat had been neutralized. They had taken out that Serbian office. The IP addresses had pointed back there, but also recall, Sheriff Darley out of Marion County, Michigan, has released emails between Serbia.
Was the table broken also? I think the table was broken.
Dominion employees in Serbia and
table should be-
Dominion employees in the United States.
Yeah, what the fuck? There's a table right here, so
As part of discovery and an ongoing
what the fuck do I need to make this?
They managed to stop their computers from
Oh, here we
working,
go, yeah,
take out
it
their
is here,
servers,
we
which,
found
by
it.
way, is Huawei servers. Okay, they're Chinese hardware that they were putting our U.S. elections data on and flipping the results. But that was a one-time Hail Mary save the country because they just shift again. And as we saw the down ballot races in California, there were several races that didn't get called for 30 days when a Republican was leading, and then of course the Democrat.
Exactly. They got mail-in voting. They got dead people illegals voting. Then they've got the gerrymandering the way they've written it. Then they've got all the extra congressional seats, 18 of them off illegals. This is all the Democrats admit they've done this. So we have a constellation of this. But the only reason the extra 8 million votes didn't magically appear is I was told from sources, we can't tell you if this happened. Now it's coming out. I want to continue after the break. We got 3 minutes to break. But what about this? I was told 2 weeks ago, then a week ago, people went to the White House in this meeting with the president and others in a briefing, and I'm not trying to pump up Lyles, this is what I was told by sources that have been right all the time, that she's done a great job on this, and that they now have proof of China manufacturing the chips for the computers in Taiwan that are sent to Venezuela, and indeed with the remote access control, which they broke it open machines and found, but they throw you in jail if you do it, claiming you violated their source code. So the point is, this is coming out, the Democrats know it, they're scared.
They do. And speaking of the manufacturing part of this, where the hardware and the chip being manufactured, actually that's in the public record already. People just don't know where to look for it. There's that ongoing traumatic bribery corruption case that's down in the Southern District of Florida, and one of the recent filings with the superseding indictment that was filed just a few weeks ago against Smartmatic itself, the company of Smartmatic.
No, Smartmatic's supposedly perfect. The DOJ's now indicted one of their executives for money laundering and bribery out of the Philippines with this.
More than one. 4 of them. 4 of them.
Oh, I just noticed something about the health mechanic. It seems that if as the time ticks down from 20 minutes, it says 20 minutes on each one of those food items on the bottom left. As that time ticks down, that health bar shrinks. I never noticed that. I thought that like once it was all done, it ended. So like, you know, halfway, once it gets a 10M, then it probably means that you got half as health as, you know, fully fed. So that's interesting to know. It kind of sucks, but it's interesting to note because you might want to eat more than, if that's the case. That way you have, you know, the most amount of health you can have. All right, so let's go here. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh, I think I messed up. No. I think we should be okay. So we're gonna go to Swamp 2. I think this is.
The main point of this is we know. I'm not saying our intelligence agencies are absolved from any blame. They're involved in this too, and they've tried their best to make sure this information doesn't come out, and they're still trying, Alex. Okay, they're culpable, they're involved, and they're also involved in the cover-up. But we know now something has to be done about it. I hope that the administration presents this information.
Make sure I sleep here. Make sure I sleep here because if I die, I'll get sent all the way back.
Surrounding Venezuela. This is really why, because
scale in the history of InfoWars. That's in 28 years. You know why? It's the InfoWars closing mega blowout sale. And some would say, well, if the bad guys are about to take it over, why should we support it? There's not even enough money in here to keep us running until they have the state auction.
Alright, so if I die, I'll come back.
And here's the catch. If they have a real
So it doesn't look like it's here.
good guys to come in and bid,
Because I checked the loop
well, then
right
we'll
here.
just continue on. I just won't be the owner.
Looks like we have a body
We
over
already saw
here.
the
Maybe
federal
we should go
auction
check
that even
that.
the judge said was a fraud.
I don't think we
It
do
wasn't
though.
real to the Onion and Bloomberg and the Democrats. And so because they're the plaintiffs and they control what's happening through the state court judge that ran the original show trial on us, I'm not holding my word. I mean, barring a miracle, they're going to auction it to themselves for $1 or whatever. This place got the Alex Jones Network. I'll tell you this. We'll shut down for sure if funds don't come in to InfoWarsStore.com. Remember last year,
so I don't see a
the
body
Onion,
here.
this time last November, announced that they owned us.
We just want to make sure.
Sales went down over 75% and have stayed like that.
Oh, wow.
Because people were like, well, we're not going to give them money. But of course, the judge ruled they didn't buy. Of course, the Onion says now they intend to try to bid
had to run
again.
to all these
What would you
guys.
control? I mean, I really would like to control InfoWars.
No, that's a good answer. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Our tank. Okay, we're on the edge. Enough money coming in with the products we have to pay the payroll, to keep the lights on, and to operate to see if this final Hail Mary shot with the state auction works. And if good
Damn
guys
it,
are
bro. How
actually
many of these
buyers.
motherfuckers are around?
Remember, the plaintiffs have said they don't want money, they want us on the air. So I'm not going to give up. Right to the line here. And this is the biggest sell. You ever heard us say 75% off? That's right. And the products we have are products with great manufacturers,
here.
supplement makers that love us.
All right, so
and have been giving it to us on spec. So this is all fresh, ladies and gentlemen. We've been in bankruptcy.
we
We've
gotta
not been
run.
able to buy
We gotta
products.
run to the
But
spot.
with this system, we have the product on hand, ready to ship to you, and you're guaranteed to get it. So take action right now. Emergency fundraiser. Last chance to save 75%
All right,
at
so-
InfoWarsStore.com. Body's Ultimate Turmeric Formula, the very
we need to go-
strongest, 40% off. Ultimate Fish Roll, the highest quality, incredible, 40%
We need to go
off.
straight
Antibiotic fiber,
across here.
75% off. Pain MD, an incredible
All the
natural
way,
pain
all the
reliever,
way. This is
works
gonna be a
incredibly.
bitch, but we're
It's a
gonna
product that actually
try to
works
do
with
it.
top designers. Final run of that available. Pain MD,
Chances
60%
to
off.
make it.
Nitric Boost, a fan favorite. Judy Mickles loves it. Cleans out
I mean,
the heart.
this is
Doesn't
like easy
cardiovascular.
shit. Like the biomes are
Protein
like
detoxer and
simple
have a
stuff.
great effect. Let's just say in the man department with it. Nitric Boost, 40% off. Plus great deals on books, DVDs, shirts, hoodies, and other items at InfoWarsStore.com. So this is probably the last run. These are collectible items. It's history. Help us fight right to the end, never giving up, and trusting in God for a miracle if that's God's will. But God works through you, so take action, which is probably the last time you can, here in the next month at InfoWarsStore.com.
Is there's going to be a large set of plaintiffs who are going to be dividing up the corpse of InfoWars in the bankruptcy estate.
And money is just one component of that, and not the most important component of it.
Take Alex Jones' platform that he talks about away.
If you're considering giving him money, I just want you to know that based on the jury's verdict today, it's not a very good bet.
The money's not even really the question for me. The question is, will this suit be successful at stopping him from being on the national stage?
Take him out.
What would you control? I mean, I really would like to control InfoWars.
No, that's a good answer.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
I wish I could just one-shot him with the arrows, man.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
All right, anybody that pays attention
Oh my
to
god,
this
I'm going the wrong way.
broadcast
God
knows
dang it,
we have a
dude.
98% accuracy rate. And you can see our
I cannot
talking
believe I
points
just
that are
started
reality
running
based.
backwards.
So I'm just going to say this to all of you. If you want to live in a free country and you want to have a future, pray for this broadcast. Humbly, I ask you, support it with word of mouth and financial support us. And again, I'd be an idiot if I sold you stuff that didn't have a great effect. We have the biggest selection of Patriot t-shirts, ball caps, hoodies, sweaters, you name it. You wear a 1776 shirt, you wear an InfoWars shirt, you wear a Trump shirt, it's an adventure. You'll mainly get love, might get your dinner bought for you, might get stabbed in the back in the wrong Democrat area. The point is, it's 1776 worldwide, new designs every day, 25% off store-wide right now. Black Friday comes early. But on the supplements, we have the biggest sale ever. It's not just buy one bottle of Irish Sea Moss or Ultramethylene Blue or Shilajit or bovine colostrum. We have the best private label, top-rated one. You can buy a $20 supplement and get a $40 supplement free. It's buy any supplement, get any other supplement you want free. These are amazing products. These are game-changing. And I need your support. And so, this is
kind of going the opposite way where we need to be going, but I want to mark this area out because we haven't been through this area.
To keep this from coming out, and it's all coming out regardless of what they did. So for all you on the fence, that's who I'm going here. Go to thealexstore.com. Oh, there's going to be an explosion when they shut us down the next month. The receiver, all of it. We've exhausted our legal stuff. We've survived so much. We'll take it all. Yeah, right, Alex. It's where we're at, the Alex Jones Network. They don't know the alexstore.com. That's what runs the Alex Jones Network.
Yeah, that was a bad show. I don't want to get close because there was two of them. I'm surprised they didn't get spooked from the that guy. I killed one of the Greylings. And the Greyling was right next to him and just fucking got blown up, and they just were like, they didn't give a fuck. That's not my problem.
They're in a lot of trouble. And so you're literally not just keeping us on air, you're funding our operation as the deep state. There is no, this is by the grace of God, it's not me. There's no broadcast in the world causing more destruction and tyranny in this operation. And it's our guests, it's our callers, it's our crew. I'm a very small part of it. You are everything. I need you to take action, to decide to do it. I want to thank those that have. I want to ask those that haven't, what are you thinking? Because look, we're all in this together. Thomas Jefferson perfectly said, hangs together, hangs separate. You are aiding yourself when you support the broadcast, even if you were to give a donation. This is a donation. You get a great product because we want you to get it and love it and build a relationship so I can build a bigger network and get more hosts on, not just survive, but expand. This is our plan. I got to do it, but I need you to decide to join me. It's like a marriage, basically, or a business, or an alliance. The level of power I have to fight the enemy.
Oh, that's funny. I never thought about attacking them that way, but that shit works so well. Just blocking their shit, stunning them, and then just shooting one straight at them, you know? I'm curious now how many enemies I can do that with.
All right, Emma Robinson continuing, getting into this huge in-depth report you've done. All this coming out. Getting set to more information. Continue with the information and how you think the back will respond to this. Emerald Robinson.
Not only make them more desperate, like I said, they're not just sitting by watching, they're already preparing their indictment, they're preparing for their target Americans. So this is an existential crisis moment. The next elections are fair, and they're not changing our country. What really is the main takeaway for me is doing the research that I've done for years, and particularly with the last year, hundreds of hours that I spent sitting and talking with people who were part of this, the whistleblowers.
That was kind of crazy defending myself with the bow. Like, oh, I can't do it with the, I don't think I can do it with the
Office
bear.
of the Director of National Intelligence.
That would be funny though.
Is that
I should be able to because I'm using iron to have this weapon. It's an iron class.
January 6th could have been prevented. The 4 years of the weaponization.
I don't want to risk it right now. We're on an important mission. We're on like a serious mission, and I should stop playing with that. So
He spent like $80 million.
let's get to it. Let's get straight.
He's been targeted for trying to reveal the truth and save the country. We knew so much of this, even late 2020, because I knew a lot of this. I sat in a deposition for Dominion, and I didn't know this. They asked me how my tweets, my reporting on smart backing Dominion predated 99% of all traffic. And it's because I have seen this. I have been briefed by people in the intelligence community. I'll name one source, the late Rich Higgins, who was a great American, He wrote the memo. He tried to warn Trump about subversive actors in his first term. We'd be in a much better place if Rich Higgins was still with us now. He's unfortunately passed on. I have been shocked by verifying the facts with these whistleblowers that I now have access to, right? The engineers, the employees at CNE, who was a key employee at the Venezuela government for election. Now I've gotten to verify and see the receipts and see the really hard technical data. We knew enough about this in 2020 to do something about it, but people told Trump he was crazy, right? Then Director of National Intelligence, Acting Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe did nothing. In fact, he didn't even do what he was supposed to do in releasing the report about interference.
All right, we're in the right direction. Just gotta keep going straight.
Because the intelligence community kept him from releasing it all, he says, especially as it relates to China. But he had a duty to do it, and he did. We could have avoided all of this. Trump had instincts, and he knew this was right. And he was told, this is something that I want to know more. I'm going to drop a little more of this probably today, this aspect of the story, and it does go back to 2020, but it's very important. Trump did, and that's been brought up by the media, you know, the propagandist media of the a few articles right now. Wilson, who's been hired by the attorney to deal with elections at the White House.
Damn.
There was an investigation or that Trump commissioned, but he got a recommendation for a group to investigate. I'm probably going to drop their name later today. I don't know who recommended this group to the president, Alex, but we need to know who, because this was literally the worst people you could call to investigate. They are the people who've known about it and been in on it for years here in America, because there are a lot of those people too. And they need to reveal those names, and the Trump administration needs to prosecute them. The group that was recommended to Trump were so bad, it was literally the worst people that it had to be on purpose. And of course, what did they say? Well, there's nothing there. This was a legitimate election. We're sorry, Mr. President. There's no there there. They were covering up for the fraud, the people that Trump hired to investigate. That's used in all of these, the Washington Post, Politico now, when they try to slam, and they'll probably bring this report back up, right, as they try to slam my reporting. So I'm going to release information on that group. People had told Trump about this in 2020 and early 2021, and he tasked, you know, particularly Jared Kushner.
Almost there, man. It's such a long run, this one. That's why nobody wants to do it.
Anything about it. Now Tulsi Gabbard's been tasked to do something about it. She's been working.
But I have an idea. This is why I want this throwaway portal I was talking about, because that would help me in a stage here, and I'll kind of see if I could explain how, if I could fucking understand it myself. Like, I know what I'm doing, but so we're trying to fix a broken portal, and it got renamed because we got stranded.
She could have shut that down right there.
So,
no,
you know, this was my fault. So I'm going to try to fix my mistake, you know what I mean? To fix the portals.
I'm going to have Elon look at it. Breach, right? Susie was the gatekeeper of Mar-a-Lago. She could have shut it down at any point. She did not. She made sure people got the briefing, and that this intelligence was, and then ultimately something was done about it. But now there's something that's got to be done about it. We got a lifeline. Tulsi Gabbard's Odie and I've talked to several members of Congress about what they know. She was stopped. Report to President Trump. That's the spread that I've done. I was told staffers from the White House told her not to intel about the 2020 election.
Because they think it hurts him to say that was stolen. No, it doesn't. We know it was.
In 2026, they said he needs to be focused on the 2026 midterm.
No, stop filtering information to the president. Those people, that's treasonous. He gave an order. He wants the damn intel. Give it to him.
And he was very upset about it. Very.
Oh, so he found out they covered it up.
He found out they covered it up. He told her not to bring him this. He wants a full report. There are people within the CIA and the intelligence community still trying to say this, but I can also tell you that there is a task force that's been repurposed down in Florida. There's been a U.S. attorney who's been looking into this for years. now the mainstream media is on this. There was a recent story in The Guardian, and they're trying to paint this as misinformation again, and that this is just a politicized investigation. It's not. This attorney, U.S. attorney, has quietly been working on this because it was put on his radar because of the region that he's in. So there is an ongoing investigation.
So far.
Now, those whistleblowers that I've been talking about that were essential to this story, right? Essential to helping U.S. officials and U.S. intelligence and Elon Musk team understand what was going on. They're still sort of hanging out in the wind. They were able to make it to the United States. They came on a catamaran from the Bahamas, from Switzerland to the Bahamas to the U.S. Tom Homan made sure they were able to legally enter the country safely as well. But they're still not under federal protection.
Oh, so that's what Byrne talked about, smuggling them in.
Yeah, they weren't smuggled in illegally, okay?
No, smuggled to here before that, yeah. So understanding this, we need serious action, obviously. But you look how scared the Democrats are. They know it's closing in. You got caught off at the break. I remember this point about why we're going into Venezuela. And I'm not normally for regime change, but they're not just about the drugs. It's not just about the piggy bank for the Democrats. It's been the powerhouse confirmed of the fraud. And so I think that's clearly why Trump's putting pressure on them. So start back when we hit the break 15 minutes ago. You were talking about that and we hit the break. I forgot to come back to that.
We made it.
Yeah. I know a lot of people, and I understand it because I'm totally against regime change. It's hasn't really worked out well for us in the past. People think this is just related to the drug smuggling, right? And everybody understands, well, Venezuela is not even necessarily the big problem there. It's a problem, right? It's a narco-terrorist state. There's no denying that. But they can bring them up through land routes. They bring them through Guatemala, right? So I was so hoping that the administration would explain the full operation, the rationale behind it. Because when you see the big picture, it's really a four-pronged situation with Venezuela. There is the drug trafficking and money laundering, right? Sure. There's Tren de Aragua, which was really a paramilitary operation, as we've talked about one of the times I made an appearance on your show not too long ago. We went in depth on that, and I know you've talked about that in depth. But there's the election fraud aspect.
No.
And when you see the scale of which has been used, I did ask one of the whistleblowers in the last couple days.
Okay, so this takes me home now, and now we just need to go fix the other portal.
So our democracy our constitutional republic has been subverted much longer than we even knew, okay? And that other countries have been subverted. 72, right, is what they told General Flynn and what they told me. So there's the election interference aspect of this. So that's why you get the open borders, right? That's why you get the communist takeover of countries like America. Then there's also the counterintelligence practice. What American people don't know either, and that has not been explained. And I think that Tulsi Gabbard and good members of the intelligence community are just now kind of wrapping their heads around is that Cuba and Venezuela have flipped a lot of assets, key assets. That's people, right, working in the United States government, key officials like the State Department, in the intelligence community. They flipped them to be their assets. And I think we look at Cuba and Venezuela and we look at them as failed regimes, but you don't understand the kind of money they have and the power they have.
Let's explain. Communists don't fail. Communism isn't a failed thing. It's a successful tyranny. They suck the people dry, and they keep all the money and exploit it to take over the next country. It's a takeover, weaponized system like Islam.
So we have a counterintelligence problem as well that stems from Cuba and Venezuela. When you add that all together, then you see the full picture and you understand. And also, there was a stand-down order under John Brennan. I don't know if General Flynn talked about this on your show, from John Brennan to stop gathering Cuban intelligence. So we have purposefully, at the direction of our intelligence community, stopped gathering intel on our own hemisphere. We've been distracted by the squirrel overseas, right, the Middle East, and we were not paying attention to what was happening in our own Western hemisphere that was allowing for the communist takeover of our country, the chaos that we're seeing. And we're just now understanding that.
Alright, so we need right here now.
Ships surrounding.
play a clip here. Former Chief Afghanistan, highly decorated. That's what you're talking about. And I've actually seen these reports from other people before. This guy's very credible. We have the here's Bernson breaking it down.
Knew so much about election theft, and this was over a decade ago. And he went to a conference because he lived in New York. Knocked on the door and said, "This is what I know about." And told this whole story.
It's nice. It's nice to have like the main base ambience with all the fire. It feels cool. So it's good to keep it going.
By the time he got home, leading members of
All
the
right.
cartel
So
had
now
called his
we
house
have
and
to
said,
go back.
"We know you
Let's put
walked
some of
into
this shit
a
away because we got some
today,
shit on us.
And your mother and father live down the streets, and we're going to them the moment we ever get another report on you." So that guy went silent for a decade, and he did wind up contacting us later. But that's how bad this is. And he walked into his congressman. There are members of every part of our government that have been affected by this. This is the great plague on America, that they figured out Americans could be bought because they were not loyal. Something happened after the end of the Cold War here.
So it's really like the last 25 years where this kind of came into being.
It's a cultural thing that has occurred in our country. I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but
Gary Bernson, former section chief, Afghanistan, CIA. And the point is, I have literal giant stacks just today of the Somali community alone stealing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions just being indicted this week. And that's like the culture. So we sit here, talk the West is bad, whites are bad, all this crap, and literally, for the rest of the world, we're like angels. It's just true. And so there's this total invasion with this communist Muslim John Brennan running it all because we were weak, we were open, and now the jig's up, and now they're panicking, and now their piggy bank is surrounded. Emerald Robinson, where do you see?
I wish we could make furniture with the bones or something because like they're just kind of useless.
History's written by the winners. If we win and our elections become secure and we have a republic, people like Patrick Byrne, who has literally bankrolled this. He has bankrolled these Venezuelan whistleblowers, keeping them alive and their families, and fed so that they can help the United States out of his own pocket. He has not been reimbursed. I want to make sure that's clear. He's done this out of his own pocket. People like him. And Gary Bernson.
I mean, what about we'll go back to Gary in a minute, but I mean, what about Mike Lindell? Lost everything he had in this fight.
Yes. Mike Lindell has, and he's still targeted. Do you know that Mike Lindell is targeted on a daily basis, whether it's, from financial institutions or lawsuits, and the man just keeps fighting on.
The judge in Minnesota found him guilty with no evidence, even though the very company suing him just got
to the other thing. We gotta fix the portal real quick.
Believe me, I know how
and
it is.
then it should be able to work.
So whoever's under attack, people need support, folks. It's very simple.
And if people like you, if Trump carries this through and cleans it up and holds those people who have done this to our country responsible, and we preserve our constitutional republic, these people, you, Patrick Byrne, Mike Lindell, Gary Bernson, and this Venezuelan national who took it on himself to help out, and the Venezuelan whistleblowers in history as great American patriots.
No, I totally agree, but as negative as all this is, we have moved light years from where we were 10 years ago or 5 years ago or a year ago. I mean, this is all coming out. The deep state, they've got to be really concerned.
They're obviously concerned, but that's when they get very dangerous. And so we can't back down. Okay, so maybe we have them on their heels a bit, but they are going to
I should have put the base portal to portal 2. That way when I came back to this one, I could have teleported home instead of walking it.
They went faster and harder with our communist takeover. So now that they're feeling like they're under the gun and time could be running out again, they're just going to push faster and harder. And we've got to keep talking about it. We've got to demand action from the president and his administration, Alex, because they're not going to back down. And that's with the Seditious Six video, right? They're telling you that explicitly. They're activating their subversive people within our military. So Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, still getting used to that, has to be on his guard. He's got to be watching his ranks.
You're totally right. They're getting ready to make their move. But isn't it heartening to you that now they have the deputy chief of staff coming out saying it's a rogue CIA element, which we know it is, all of this. You have all these former, high-level people coming out. I mean, the good news is
it's heartening that I can finally tell this story and that people are listening. I have been talking about this, as have you, since November of 2020, telling you this election is rigged, this election is rigged. And I know people got tired of hearing it. I was called the crazy lady, but I'm so glad to see so many people talking about it. That is encouraging. And I was talking to a hardcore, what used to be a hardcore leftist a week ago, and she told me, she says, look, I'm willing to believe this when I see the evidence. Well, the evidence is coming out, okay? And people are seeing it. So yes, we are in a far better place because before we were blind and we didn't know we were even in an election. We didn't know we were in battle the way we know we are now. And I do think there's some really great people in the administration.
Emerald, I gotta stop you. We've got breaking news. The London Telegraph is reporting 2 National Guard officers shot in Washington, D.C. There's no video, just a photo of them shot.
No, I think it doesn't matter. So
reportedly been shot in D.C. Metropolitan Police Department confirmed a shooting.
It's not going to go on because it's not connected to anything yet. But we're just renaming it.
The shooting is said to have taken place.
And now we have to go back again. That's what I'm saying. This game's just a lot of stuff.
Secret Service agent said the 2 National Guard members had been shot. Pictures from the scene showed a large police presence, including officers and armed assault rifles. The area was cordoned off. I mean, this is the left openly calling for violence, openly saying not just they're following legal orders, but that it's illegal. And you've got the image of the National Guard person shot here. This is the left. I mean, I actually had like 10 clips, 10, that I haven't played today, of Democrats at major universities, faculty, and others saying, get the gun, it's time to kill, the uprisings now. And then they think somehow when there's a civil war and a black guy gets shot, they're going to somehow go, look, they shot a black guy and use that to make it a race war. I think America is going to be wise to this, including black folks. And I bring up black folks because the Democrats keep saying in their war games they're going to use them as the trigger.
Oh, what the fuck?
Black
Oh
folks,
yeah,
you
we're
going
going
to play
back to
that
the
part? I don't think you are. That's why we get it's up. Emerald Robinson, what do you make of this? Let's pull up the HD of this photo. Look at this poor. Looks like they got shot while they were in a building. There's shattered glass. We're going to find out what happened here, but wow. Emerald?
I was messaging our White House correspondent at Lindell TV to see if she had heard anything, because I'm just learning about this now as you shared this with me on your show.
Let's do this. Let's go to break. Let's make sure that Stuart Rhodes, former political prisoner, founder of the Oath Keepers, is host of the 4th Hour, knows about this. I'm sure he does. But let's go back into 5 minutes on this straight ahead. Folks, I can't do it without you. I'm going to ask you to give me your support. Biggest sale in the history of the AlexJonesStore.com. Buy 1 supplement and get any other supplement free. That means you can buy a $20 supplement and a $40 supplement free. That's a hell of a deal. 25% off on all the supplements.
Oh, I think we overshot it. Oh my god, we almost went the wrong way.
I need your support. I need funds. We've proven ourselves. It's a no-brainer. You support us, you support your own future. These products are incredible. It's a win-win. The only way you fail is not taking action. The AlexJonesStore.com. All right, back in 2 minutes for the latest. 2 National Guard shot in D.C. right by the White House. We're here, folks. I mean, this is it.
What? They shot the National Guards.
That's what we are in the midst of right now, and everybody needs to understand that. So
there's one variable in this fight. It's you. Do you share the articles and videos and reports? Do you know the free app to share it? Do you buy the products? I mean, you're crazy. Literally. Do you think I tell you bovine colostrum, great skin, great hair, great libido, so you got the best? Can I just say that? I'm going to sell you something that doesn't work? Do you think I tell you ultramethylene blue is an incredible game changer? Be careful with it, it's really strong. Do you think I'm just saying Irish sea moss is great and does all these amazing things? No. You hear the
Bro, what is this guy's problems?
Information is cutting edge because I don't want that. I enjoy it. I don't lie about freedom and people and things that matter. I cannot do it. And I'm telling you, our products are kick freaking ass. They're the biggest sale ever at AlexJonesStore.com. Buy any supplement and get any other supplement you want. That's why it's different. Normally it's buy one, get one free, the same thing. You can buy a $20 supplement and get a $40 supplement free. These are expensive supplements. We have the strongest, the turmeric, all of it. It is the best. Energize me. I am in total commitment against these people. I am waging war against the most disgusting filth ever. And all I ask for is that you empower me in this war. TheAlexJonesStore.com.
This hat and sweatshirt were the perfect gift. Thanks.
Low-key, he's possessed. Alex Jones is possessed, and he's been suffering this whole time. He's like trying to escape, and he's like screaming, and nobody can hear him. He's like, ah.
Black on black, murdered out. Love it.
I love my new sweatshirt, and this methylene blue really rocks.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
I can no longer sit back and allow communist infiltration, communist indoctrination, communist subversion.
I wanted to speak about Islam because it's very easy for us to do the classic, and I think that's what they want us to do, divide and conquer. And
Okay, let's get out of here. I was trying to do something, and I'm gonna get myself killed.
They think this is about religion. This is about authoritarian versus a libertarian existence. That top horizontal bar is the lie that
I was just trying to fix the bridge.
that there is far left,
But I don't know how Eden
and
did
in the
it.
middle
There's a way where
is,
she was able to
democracy. When in fact
literally
what-
build the
what
bridge
it
one
is
side to the
it's-
other,
it's
and I'm not sure how she
socialism in the
does
middle.
it.
So they've lied to us, and they've made us think that there's this thing called far left, which is supposed to be very different from far right. It's a lie. What is true is that the real, spectrum is from total government to anarchy. And constitutional republic is just slightly below anarchy. It's where we have liberty and freedoms, and we live in Christian countries under the idea that we are given inalienable rights.
Loads of people call me racist for going to
Okay,
these.
give me a sec. I need to go
just wanna
grab a
be
little
able to
snack real
forsake
quick.
my
I'll be
own
right back.
community. Like my dad and my mum used to without a worry.
Dr. Mukadam, what is the penalty for apostasy? If it's an Islamic country, then the Sharia is very clear. Apostasy is dealt with the death penalty. Thank you. That's what I was.
He plays his games, we play ours.
They create this fake paradox of political systems. Is something totalitarian or is it libertarian?
If we start going Islam, is evil, and they're all, what's the word, barbaric and cruel, and they're awful to women, and blah blah blah. We're just going to get into the divide and conquer. What I think we can differentiate that any religion.
Islam is totalitarian.
Yeah, any religion that's totalitarian we don't want.
There's no big organized Christian movement that's going to put beekeeper suits on women and enslave them and do all this exactly. So we have to recognize where is the real totalitarianism of religion right now? It's Islam.
You ever had a single moment's thought about my responsibilities? Have you ever thought for a single solitary moment about my responsibilities to my employers?
This is a concerted effort by a group of human beings who are authoritarian, who wish to conquer the entire planet. What we're talking about here is a lower frequency of existence. And we can all imagine, like, when the Aztecs would be like sacrificing people and the Druids were sacrificing little children. These are low states of consciousness. I mean, murdering people in order to placate some vicious god.
Allah promotes violence against the Jews, against the Christians, against the kafir, the unbeliever, openly. Allah himself is telling the Muslim people to go and kill them with violence, and it's like you're doing favor to God, like you're doing, a supernatural, amazing thing by killing your enemies. And the exact opposite is in the Bible, where Jesus comes, Isa comes and says, forgive your enemies, love them, bless them, take care of your enemies. So it's such a huge contrast.
The West goes to empower women, and then somehow the globalists get women to double back to go to the most Stone Age thing there is.
According to the Sharia again, when it comes to women, there must be a hole dug in the earth, in the ground, and she must be covered up to the half of the body. So know this, that Islam will enter every house. Every house.
If we fail to acknowledge that what we're witnessing with our eyes, what we're hearing when they say, you know, Muslim, we're going to take over America, everybody will be a Muslim, we'll be in every home. The reason why I keep banging on about this is because I want to save us from falling into the trap of divide and conquer. I know that there has to be Muslims out there that understand what I'm saying, that move to America precisely because of the libertarian construction of the American society. Everything that Christ said to us, it's all about love. And love ultimately is the act of wisdom to know that if somebody is behaving terribly, you can't.
Alex Jones, patriot, a man they tried to silence. They came for his voice, his platform, his life, but they can't stop him. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology, we have the capability to make the world's most unstoppable force. Alex Jones will be that man. Better than he was before. Better, stronger, faster, louder.
Alright, I'm back. I had to eat a piece of pie.
Go to AlexJonesApp.com, the #1 news app in the world.
Oh, shit's so good.
Waging war on corruption. It's Alex Jones coming to you live from the front lines of the info war.
Does a great job defending the West and our freedoms. But I've seen him be critical of Tucker Carlson. I've seen him kind of join in on all this, kind of film out, we'll get into as well. And my issue is, why is Israel, with the left and now with the right, the main central issue? And then why does Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro and them go on a warpath against Tucker, who's just curious and has all sorts of guests on? Why is that becoming the main issue of the Republican Party and driving a wedge? Because I see Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and Josh Hammer saying Tucker's a fox in the hen house. We need to neutralize him. And you know, Levin saying, we're going to censor you, we're going to deplatform you, we're going to do all this. It just totally turns people off and turns people against Israel. I don't want Israel to be destroyed. I'm not pro-Hamas and all this. But also understand Israel helped found Hamas, and y'all helped fund Hamas. Now we have the former head Al-Qaeda guy at the White House yesterday. I understand that Syria was overthrown by the West before Trump got in, but it's just like, it's crazy. And so there's got to be some nuance here to say what should be the big issues, like China and rare earth minerals and securing the border and getting jobs back and stopping inflation. But no matter what I do now on the left and all of its, you know, Mandami and all its Israel's the devil thing, and then now a lot of populists, you know, are reasonably mad about Israel first stuff, but it's not the main issue. And then Israel lobby comes in with the perfect way of I wanted to Streisand effect and make it the bigger issue. So I guess my argument's too sophisticated for some people. We're just supposed to mindlessly do whatever Netanyahu says, or we're supposed to be pro-Hamas. To me, this is a disaster, and it's becoming a major, infection point. Not only the words in Dinesh's mouth, maybe he respond to this. I see him putting up videos criticizing Tucker, talking about demonic attack or whatever. But I mean, he's got a book out about prophecy here. I mean, you know, Jesus talked about principalities and Paul, the powers of the air, the evil in high places. I mean, I think good versus evil is a real thing. So, Dinesh, I don't really have any debate with you because I think you're overall a great guy and I respect you. I think you come from things from a perspective of what you think's right. But I do think our identity as Americans is not Hamas, is not Islam, and it's not Israel. And so I've been trying to, like, I got Nick Fuentes on Tucker. I'm trying to get Nick Fuentes, you know, to see where all this goes. And he was attacking Tucker, and then he does an okay interview, you know, just lets him talk. And now I feel like I blew up the munitions factory or something here. So there's a lot there. It's not simple talking points. It's complex. Where do you stand on this? What do you think America's main issue should be? I mean, you get where I'm going here.
For sure, Alex. And look, I think you and I have known each other a pretty long time. I think you know that I come right from the Reagan tradition straight to Trump. And I'm very much America first. And also, Israel has never been my issue. In other words, I've been 35 years in American politics. I've written about 20 books, not a single one of them, by the way, on Israel. I've made a bunch of documentary films. Almost all of them have been in one way or another the meaning of America. Obama, Hillary.
No, that's fair to say. You're Mr. America. You've been back in America 100%. You're a big fan.
Yeah, so my interest in Israel developed kind of in a rather odd way. I went there really for the first time 3 years ago. I don't have deep connections with Israel. I went for the first time. I was like, wow, it does feel like I'm in the land of the Bible. And what really intrigued me, Alex, was all these findings in the last couple of decades in biblical archaeology. Because of my own past work in Christian apologetics, I said to myself, there are all these figures in the Bible, and for hundreds of years, they were only in the Bible. You had to take them on faith.
But now they're finding it everywhere. It's all being proven.
Yeah. It's coming out of coins and stone inscriptions and seals, and I was like, wow, this is really amazing stuff.
Right
and I
where
said,
they say they find the aluminum seals, right where Moses did it. I mean, it's crazy.
It's crazy. And I said also, look, there's a political lesson here, which is that whatever you want to argue about Israel, the Jews have been in this land for 3,500 years. There's no debating that because here
and
are
let's not
their...
debate, they have a very special place in God's plan.
There you go. Now, what happens is I make a film about this, which enters the political only somewhat. I take Tucker Carlson's question that he asked of Ted Cruz, which was, hey, are the Jews of today the true descendants of the Jews in the Bible? And I said, let me put that question to Netanyahu. And so I did. And Netanyahu gave a very interesting answer talking about his ancestors, and he did a little bit of a dunk on Tucker. And what I did was I thought, look, if I'm going to post that clip, I don't want to ambush Tucker. I'll send it to him first. I texted it to him. I go, Tucker, I took your question, I posed it to Netanyahu, and this is what he said. I'm doing a very responsible thing. You raised the question with Ted Cruz in public. I'm asking the very man you mentioned, Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, to respond. And then Tucker sent me a very irritable response with some kind of genetic study claiming that the Jews of today are only like 67% connected to the ancient Israelites. And I sort of scratched my head. I'm thinking to myself, well, we don't do this with any other people, right? I mean, Alex, you and I don't go around demanding that blacks today provide genetic studies to prove that they really are from Africa. And if they can't show that they're 100% from Africa, then they're not really Africans. I mean, this kind of thing is really weird. And Tucker doesn't do it with any other group. So I kind of pointed that out to him. Now, Tucker and I had been last year together on a conference. We traveled over to a bunch of cities in Australia. We gave a lecture tour together. So we were together for about 8 or 9 days. And Tucker's like, well, Dinesh, why are you being like passive-aggressive here? As if to say that in questioning him in any respect, I was either calling him an anti-Semite or somehow, insulting him. And I was a little baffled. I'm like, well, Tucker, I'm just disagreeing with you. And somehow this cut off between me and Tucker. Look, my thought on all this is we should be debating these issues. I am certainly not Israel first. I do not think that there is any immunity of the Israeli government from criticism. I think the issue of hate acts and influence in American politics is a legitimate one to debate and discuss. I also think that the polarization between the kind of Tucker and Candace camp on the one side and the Ben Shapiro camp on the other tends to force people into one or the other. I don't know if I belong squarely in either of those camps either.
Those are my next questions. You agree with me that... they have higher ratings. I don't do that. To me, there's so many other issues. I covered some. We're doing it right now, but you agree, though, this schism is not healthy.
And look, what I find weird is that both sides basically say it shouldn't be about Israel, and that's all they talk about. I mean, Tucker, too, to be fair, because remember, when Tucker was on Fox, was this a central topic for him? Not at all. But now, if he's talking about tariffs, if he's talking about World War II, if he's talking about the atom bomb, if he's talking about Sharia, it doesn't matter where he starts. He, like, always has the same end point.
But I think that's where we are, so let's address this. Why is Israel perennial now the hottest topic? I don't think you disagree. It's like it's constant.
Well, I think it's because the issue has bounced from Israel right back into the issue of what is MAGA? Like, what is America first? What do we as conservatives believe? Now, interestingly, if you go back to the Reagan years, there was a very clear sense of who we are, what do we believe, what do we stand for. In the Trump era, it's admittedly a lot less clear because Trump is less ideological than Reagan. As you mentioned, Trump will, he'll meet with Kim Jong-un, he'll sit down with the guy who's the guy with the ISIS background who is now running Syria. Trump has no problem, like, sitting down and strong-arming the guy and trying to figure out what he can get out of him. So we are in the Trump era in a less ideological era. And maybe for that reason, there are a lot of people on the right who are raising the question, like, what do we stand for? Is there anything that we have in common? Yeah, we're a big tent.
Evidenced by the former leader of Al-Qaeda in Syria. Democrats did it. I get, Saudi Arabia's got to deal with us. We all grew up at the airport over Al-Qaeda, and then now here's the former leader of it at the White House. And that's what people are having a problem with. Trump's pragmatically just dealing with what he has, but that's what we're talking about.
Well, Reagan was pragmatic in the same way. Look, Reagan funded a bunch of Muslims who were fighting against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, right? Not because he liked Muslims, but because he realized that the enemy of my enemy is my ally, at least in the short term. Trump recognizes that in the Middle East, both with the Abraham Accords and now with the peace deal, it's nice to have some Muslims on your side. I mean, that's why he's always surrounded by Saudis and Emiratis and Bahrainis. He doesn't want to make this into a fight against Islam. And I think in that sense, he's right.
No, clearly he's trying to get peace, which I think is laudable. So, but I don't think the public gets the sophistication of it.
No, I agree. Now, look, let's come back for a moment to Tucker, and we don't need to focus on Tucker, but I do want to ask...
I mean, he's the big guy of the hour,
Yeah, I think Tucker is the main guy just because with Candace, she's doing her thing. Look, I like Matt Gaetz. I go on his show all the time. I discuss with him these issues. So there's an open-minded discourse going on. Here's my question, and that is, in the last really few weeks, Tucker has quite deliberately taken just a series of stances that any one by itself you could say, well, he's just thinking independently. But if you put them together, it's a very strange pattern, right? I mean, would you expect, let's just say 3 years ago, for Tucker to say something like, Sharia law is not really that bad? I mean, that's not a Tucker thing to say, and yet he said it. Would you expect Tucker to say that the socialist narco-terrorist regime of Venezuela, look, my wife is Venezuelan, she rails about this all the time, that Maduro is, quote, a conservative? Well, I mean, Maduro is a conservative if you consider Osama bin Laden a conservative.
Sure, well, I haven't seen the clip. I know you sent this one, it's like 3 seconds long. Tucker said Sharia law is not a big deal?
Yeah, Tucker's basically said, well, listen, all these people are dunking on Sharia. He goes, wouldn't I like to live in a society where there's no crime, where it's all very peaceful and orderly? He goes, that's the Sharia law that they're complaining about. What's so bad about that? So I'm paraphrasing Tucker, obviously, but that's what he was getting at. And what I'm saying is, yeah, if you want to live in a society society where A, you chop people's arms and legs off, and B, where people who leave Islam are sentenced to death, you will get a very orderly and homogenous society, to be sure. But that's the ideology of ISIS. That's the ideology
I
of
haven't
Bin
seen the
Laden
clip, but we'll find it and play it coming up.
Yeah, you should play the clip and listen to it carefully, and you'll be like, that's odd. Again, it's not based upon one thing. Then Tucker will go on to say something like, well, you know, maybe we should have not only allied with Hitler in World War II, but the really bad guy was Churchill. Now, again, I'm debating World War II. I'm not saying any of this should be a closed question, but I would be a surprising thing for Tucker to say, given the intellectual tradition that Tucker and I are both
but his angle, like this veteran of World War II, is that why did we fight it? Because now we've been turned over to Islam. I've seen that clip. He's specifically talking about not that Hitler, the endorsement of Hitler, but why did we fight this and we just turned ourselves over to Islam? Have you seen the clip of the World War II veteran?
Well, I've seen the clip of the World War II veteran, but I want to focus on what Tucker was saying. The United States, by the way, did not get into World War II to fight the Nazis. Let's remember that Hitler invaded Poland in '39. That's when World War II started. We did not get into it until the Japanese attacked us in Pearl Harbor. So the United States did not get in that war just to bail out Winston Churchill. He was begging FDR to do it. FDR did not do it. The U.S. only got in when we were directly attacked at Pearl Harbor. So again, my problem with Tucker is he'll have these guests like the nun with the mustache or the World War II academic. He does no critical examination, even though I've known him long enough. I know that he knows the counter arguments and the questions to raise. So people will say the most outrageous things, even when Nick Fuentes brought up Stalin. Now I know you well enough, Alex. You're not a fan of Stalin. I mean, this is the greatest butcher of socialism of all time. This is a guy who killed more people than Hitler. How can somebody say, quote, I am a fan of Stalin, and the guy talking to him not go, wait, stop, hold on. Did I hear you right? You actually approve of the greatest socialist butcher of all time, the sort of monster of the 20th century? Why is that? How would you defend that? But Tucker's like, interesting. You know, we'll come back to that and never does. So what I see, it's the pattern with Tucker, I think, that I find disturbing. I don't want him in any way canceled or deplatformed. He has a huge platform and he'll continue to have it. I'm simply saying I don't agree with him. I don't think he really represents these days what we stand for in MAGA.
Well, I think Tucker's just completely broken with the establishment. I think it's curious. And I think, well, let's get into Mark Levin and Hammer and all them saying to take him out like a weasel. Clearly, that's backfired on them. I mean, what do you see about that lobby coming after Tucker? Where does that go?
Well, I must say, look, I don't approve of these kinds of, like, cancellation campaigns. You know, Alex, years back, when I was at the American Enterprise Institute, this is going back to the 1990s, and there was some controversy around Pat Buchanan. Pat Buchanan was saying some things about Israel, and I would get, people would be coming around AEI with, like, a big petition to, like, get Pat Buchanan's syndicated column canceled, and like, Dinesh, will you sign? And I was like, no, I refuse to sign, because I'm not going to be a part of this. If I wanted to write an op-ed or an article about where I disagree with Pat Buchanan, I'll think about it. I'll do that myself. I don't need to sign your petition. I've never been on board with these sort of cancellation campaigns. I believe in free speech for you and for me and for Nick Fuentes and for Tucker. But believing in free speech doesn't make you immune to criticism. And I think that is really where sometimes people blur the distinction. Or you're trying to get Tucker canceled. No, I'm not trying to get Tucker canceled. I'm merely disagreeing with him.
Well, that's definitely true. People that on the right and left, when you disagree with them, they say it's censorship. That's not censorship.
No, and you know, let's go back to Buckley in the old days, because Buckley was a kind of a gatekeeper. I will admit that. But he was not a narrow gatekeeper. You know, the old National Review, which I experienced really just as a teenager, the old National Review was full of kooks. Brilliant kooks. But they were all over the place. I mean, there were paleo-conservatives, and there were Southern agrarians who were against Lincoln, and there were libertarians, and then there were people who wanted to dissolve the state. There were traditionalists. So it was people all over the place, from Friedrich Hayek to George Will to a guy named Whittaker Chambers. And Buckley
those going after Israel. So I think that's a lot of what's going on here. This is just a simplification of the world down to Israel and Islam. Brothers are bad. My big concern is accept it, have a debate, whatever. I love the fact that there are forces on both sides of this, both in the right wing and the left. It's kind of a third ring. The left's licking their lips up. And so I'm trying to like get a sophisticated mental people to see this and just pull back that it's not the only game in town. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'll put it this way, you know, as you know, my son-in-law is a young congressman, the youngest in the GOP. He hears from young people all the time, as I do. And a lot of these young people are very, well, anti-establishment. They have been lied to by their professors, by their teachers. They have been lied to by the FBI, by the police state, by the CDC, by the NIH. So they are, I think, rightfully distrustful of authority. And they don't take things for granted because someone said so. I think the problem here is this, that what is happening is that some of these young people are falling for the idea that because they have been, because they have seen all these conspiracies come true, and because they have seen all these institutions lie to them, that therefore there is a sort of master manipulator, a kind of puppeteer among the puppeteers, the person that is controlling all of this, and that is somehow the Mossad, that's Israel, that's Netanyahu, or that's the Jews. Now, my point is I can understand how you got there, because you got there by a series of steps where a lot of institutions genuinely earned your distrust. But I don't think that move is the correct move. Now, I'm happy to debate it. This is not a case where I think that debate should be kind of restricted or shut down in any way. I just don't think it's true. I mean, how can a country of 10 million people with a GDP that is an infinitesimal fraction of ours, that doesn't even have a fraction of the weaponry that we do, how can they possibly, quote, control us? I mean, at the same time, you have people saying things like, Israel is so dependent on us that if we don't give them $3 billion, their country will collapse. And those are the same people who say Israel is so powerful that they own every congressman and every senator.
Now we're in the heart of the matter. Now we're in the heart of the matter. Here's the bottom line. Democrats have record low approval rating, record low fundraising. They're falling apart. There's no doubt Netanyahu and the Israel lobby that backed Trump greatly didn't get him in, but hell, because he saw the left become so anti-Semitic, they're not saying, hey, we want to run things. They're not running things, but by that attempt, it makes the cliche somewhat true in people's brains. And so then they say, oh, that's it. When now we're out with the left, making that the only issue. I totally agree. With China and all the other factions, everything, Israel's just a sliver of that. But the Israel lobby is trying, at least to bully its way around the Republican Party, and doing it very threateningly and stupidly. So it makes the delusion true. And then that
I think what you're saying is I think you're saying, Alex, it's backfiring because any heavy-handed campaign is going to provoke a resistance. I don't think that the Israel lobby, by the way, is less determined or cunning or has more resources than, let's say, the China lobby or the Qatar lobby.
In other words, they get 5 times the influence. So stay right there. Let's go over this. And again, folks, I'm not here as an apologist for Israel. I'm just like, this is like, come on. All these people waking up only know one thing, Israel. You've got to learn other stuff. It's a distraction from Israel. No, it's called having a wide support. I'm making this announcement on Friday, November 21st, 2025. And this is the biggest sale in the history of our sponsor, Bigly, thealexjonesstore.com. Very much supplements with the widest selection of favorite apparel. Right now, until next Friday, you can get any of the incredible supplements, Ultimate Blue, the Irish Sea Moss, Shilajit, the bovine colostrum, and they're all the best. The turmeric, the list goes on and on. You get one bottle, whatever supplement you want, and you can pick any other supplement you want. So you can buy a supplement that costs way less than the other supplements and get that even more expensive or high-end product that has more ingredients for free. This is a massive deal. And every day we're running flash sales. Change each day on top of it. Doing this because don't own the Alex Jones Network. Bigley does. And so I'm just going to work there, be the news director, and we're going to continue on. They can attack me till the cows come home, but we are going to continue to fight. The only variable of myself and my crew staying in the fight, you will never give up, never back down, never give in. We couldn't give out. Is you supporting us while you get great products at the same time. So now's the time to take action. You see the crescendo of the forces of good versus evil just rising against each other, as it always does historically. We're in this major time of change, the fourth turning. The Democrats are calling for open civil war, saying Trump's a tyrant, telling the military not to follow any of his orders. This is a time we need to stay on the air. Whether it's InfoWars, the Alex Jones Network, you know the coordinates. You share them everywhere. You take the clips, you take the articles, you take the video links, and that will change the world. But to keep us on air, we need money, so we sell you great products that really work. So it's a symbiotic relationship. It's like a good restaurant with good service, high quality food at reasonable prices. So you want to come back, there's a line out the door. The restaurant with nobody going in it shuts down because they have crappy service. You just got to come into our restaurant. You just got to come in and try the Ultra Methylene Blue or the Sea Moss or the other products and see how great it is. That's why we're saying buy one bottle, any other bottle you want free. Other huge discounts right now at thealexjonestore.com. This is the most critical moment in InfoWars 28 years. These are great products, so take action now. Action is the essence of victory. That's why we've come so far together. You're the reason the InfoWars existed. People continue on despite a URL, because I am the InfoWar. You are the InfoWar. We are the InfoWar. We are telling the truth and taking out the lies and winning. And yeah, they're striking back. Boy, we're in the thick of a big war here, but you can see they're losing. Prepare for ace back. If you're tired and you're hungry, you've been fighting for days, just know this, the other guy you're fighting is even more tired and more hungry, so punch and fight that much harder in the InfoWar. Take action now, thealexjonestore.com, and God bless you all.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
Well, I want to be 100% clear. I don't get any Israeli money, Qatari money, Ford Foundation money, any corporate money, any banker money. I sell direct products to listeners. This is 15 years ago. The left came after all my sponsors and harassed them and threatened them.
you two. When they needed to be tough, they were not. Now that they don't need to be turning up the temperature, nevertheless, they're ready to do it. They're ready to go to fight.
Well, I think that's just the use of the that meant that the foreign ministers there. The ministers say, our model is a 20-year war with Russia. We believe we'll never go nuclear, and we'll bankrupt them. Well, sorry, Russia's winning. So, and it all wants is a deal for our NATO expansion, and we do that. So I don't see this again.
Well, I mean, I think we should. This is a case where not only is it probably a good deal to make, it was not a good idea from the beginning to have Ukraine divided into large blocks of NATO orbit. Look, I mean, if we had a Ukraine on our map, once part of the United States, and with the heavily armed adversaries, we would be nervous. I mean, in that sense, Putin's reaction is not entirely surprising, given what has happened between the Europeans and Ukraine. We need to be here. Exactly. That was one thing that you look at. Besides, this is a war needs to be managed. Putin fights in Ukraine through a wall. This would be like a the race elected, and they I agree with you. We don't want this to continue indefinitely, but I think we can be mature enough to sort it out.
I totally agree. I know you got to go, and I didn't hold this to the end to hold you over. We got a 2-minute break. I want to play the trailer for your new film, The Dragon's Prophecy, and I've got the book here with the new. I'm a big fan of all your films. Watched all your films. Do you 5 more minutes with us?
Sure.
All right. We're gonna go to break. We're gonna come back. Then the supposed January 6th master. A friend of mine, former Ron Paul lawyer, manager. We're gonna have the great Stuart Rhodes in studio with all this pipe bomber news coming out and more coming up. Don't forget, before coming up with Extra Souza, play this trailer, get a comment from him, and then bring in Stuart Rhodes. That I am not getting funded by Qatar or Israel or the Easter Bunny. I'm funded by you at theologshowstore.com, the very best supplements. We have
gotta go
big
back
sale
in the
going
mine
on right now.
again.
Murdered Out, limited edition, Infowars, Black on Black hat. Free
At least we got
everywhere.
rid of that big ass giant, cause that fool was fucking gatekeeping the fucking dungeon. We just kept staying here in the same place, so
It's a Veterans Day. We're gonna have the ball cap, which is always a big sale. We've done it a few times.
gotta get rid of it.
People love it. A free ball cap with every order. High quality Richardson hat. But now you get buy one bottle of Ultra Methylene Blue, get one free. That is amazing. We got the best, folks. It will blow you away. It's so good for you. Such great energy, so much more. So take action now. TheAlexStore.com and get buy one, get one free Methylene Blue and a free ball cap with every order. We're here, folks. I mean, this is it.
Unrestricted warfare is without bounds. That is what we are in the midst of right now, and everybody needs to understand that.
There's one variable. Share the articles, the videos, the reports. The free episodes. Do you buy crazy? Literally. Do you think I tell you about awesome, great skin, great hair, great libido? So we got the best. Think I'm gonna sell you something that doesn't work? You think I tell you Ultra Methylene Blue is be careful with its rules? You think I'm just awesome, great, it does all the stuff? No. It changes their life. Information is I don't want I would I don't lie about people and cannot. And our products are freaking ass. Biggest sell ever at the buy any supplement and get any other supplement. That's why it's different. Normally it's buy one, get one free the same thing. You can buy a $20 supplement and get a $40 supplement free. Expensive supplements. We have the best, the strongest, the turmeric, all the best. Energy. I am in total commitment against these people. I am waging war against disgusting filth and all I ask for is that you empower me in this war. TheAlexStore.com.
This hat and sweatshirt were the perfect gift. Thanks. This is an important message for Infowars. Stay informed, stay free. Hey, thanks. I love your new Infowars shirt, bro. New Infowars keeps all the goblins away. Black Ops. Murder.
I love my new stuff, and this movie really rocks.
Leading the assault on the lives of the New World Order, it's Alex.
Tomorrow's news today.
I'm afraid this transportation is like operational when your friends arrive. Warned of a globalist deep state coup using false flags for civil war because they wrote battle plan for control. That's what they want. And now you got national guys. And I remember all of a sudden, apartment without disinformation, propaganda act, that's voters overthrow Trump. So why does Trump always select the new lie, the new scam, the new hoax, instead of going at the direct generator of the fraud? Mothership, the command base, the progeneration center. Well, now that's happening, and Mike Benson Benny Johnson did a really great job with the documents laying this out. We'll play that coming up next segment. But coming up today on this special transmission, Flynn, Mark Mitchell, Emerald Robinson, incredible investigator, Dinesh D'Souza, the top documentary filmmaker of all time. He is the top documentary. They're all coming up today. But none of that matters. Not what I say, not what I do, not what I cover, not what Dinesh D'Souza says or General Flynn or identity. He meets with the head inspector. The inspector said, well, if you knew all this, why did you do something earlier? He goes, well, I need you, Inspector. I need you. That's why, again, I make this point every day. When you call in and say, oh, you're so great, you're so wonderful. I don't want to be a slave. I don't want to be a slave on my feet. I want to fight on my feet, win. Right? You got to change that perspective. Don't thank me for fighting. Let's get together and fight and realize what we're supposed to do. It's not extraordinary to fight tyranny. We've just become asleep. A free society acts like this. What I'm doing is what a default American was like 150 years ago. Like
mining sucks in this fucking area.
I'm not special. But as a man, I got a real problem being a slave and lied to in my family display.
You're not making me a slave.
And my brain is designed
toy.
Not just skin bucks or run trot lines or raise a garden or string electrical wire or bang out my wife.
Bang out my
I'm designed
wife.
to fight and defeat tyranny. That's really what I'm designed to do. And that's what you're designed to do. So until you start fighting tyranny, you're not. And by the way, you've got incredible weapon systems. GSA. I'm not saying. It's like spending time with your wife and children. Because you're not a man. Time with your wife and children. And that's totally true. And that's just the beginning. I work 15, 18 hours a day, but every hour I've got. Sorry, buddies, I can't go to a football game. Sorry, can't go to the comedy club. Sorry, can't go to the steakhouse. Because I gotta spend every minute while I'm not fighting tyranny with my family. Because if you're not spending time with your family, you're not a man. But that's the first level. If you're not fighting tyranny, when it's coming down on your ass, you're not a man.
Man, we got a lot from that one. 60 already.
It's not.
That's pretty wild. Usually you get 30 in one.
And when you dial into
30
that,
something. Well, I don't know. I really don't know how much you get, but
become a man.
we gotta fucking come back again. Alright, give me a sec. Let me get some snack.
On a regularly scheduled program after these messages.
I am not funded by millionaires. I'm not funded by anybody but you. And I am in the middle of a major deep state battle. With globalists, we have shortfalls, and we need your support. So just go get a t-shirt, go get a ball cap, get the old President Blue, get the Irish sea moss, and so you just commit to support us, sign up for auto ship, get 50% off. You cancel any time. It's not like a marriage something. You just subscribe. Order it once when you get it, love it, go subscribe. And then cancel any time for free. But that way you get it every month or every 2 months, however you set it. And then you know, just boom, 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 you support us. That way you don't have to worry about it each time. I need people to commit to this fight. Like
just like seriously dark.
I'm not bitching, but we're changing the world.
What the fuck is going on outside? Oh my god.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are live from InfoWars.com studios. It's Alex Jones.
Some massacre.
It is Friday, November 28th, 2025. I am your battle-scarred chronicler, Alexander Emmerich Jones, coming to you from deep in the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide.
Now we have more of that.
So, for those of you that tune in, not just for me telling you tune in because you already know a lot of this. I'm not lying, you're already informed. You teach me some things, I teach you some things, the guest teaches stuff, I teach some stuff. We want to be informed. We know how important this is. But for the general public, they're just now learning about all this. They're just now finding out about the deep state. And so you have
It's
USA,
so dark
the
out
Department
here,
of
I can't
Energy,
even
and
see the base when I was
Agriculture,
coming
and
up to
EPA.
it.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I mean, 92 billion.
Alright, let's
the
make it
76 days
daytime and then let me
president-elect
grab something.
taken out of the
Real quick.
Department of Energy. Black hole exposed by
back.
Senator for all the attacks against America, putting it in foreign banks to use foreign intelligence agencies to attack us. And so I'll give Mike Benz a lot of credit. He's discovered a lot of stuff I didn't know. You know, Trump speechwriter, researcher, government analyst, all of it. But he was on Benny Johnson a few days ago, and he's like, we exposed the Countering Foreign Disinformation Propaganda Act, you know, in 2021 or whatever. I'm like, dude, we exposed it when it happened in late 2016. It's not about who did what first. I'm just like, I'm glad the general public's discovering this now, but we've been the victims of it. That's what sued me. That's what ran the operations. And then Todd Blanche discovers there's a DOJ investigation how the DOJ did that, and he kills it. So you talk about, is Todd Blanche good, the deputy AG, all day long, or is he bad? Well, I got his tire tracks over my head, so to me, he's bad. Todd Blanche, let's meet. Let's talk about how we fixed the DOJ. Yeah, right, dude. You know what you're doing, you Democrat lawyer. We want to connect me to something you got cooked up. We see a full statement. You know, what is it? We know what's wrong with the DOJ. And it's lawyers like you that want to hedge their bets and not bet on America. You're the problem, not me. I don't want to make you my enemy. I don't give a shit about you. I want you to get out of our way. And if you look at the arc of history and the fourth turning we're in, you guys have bet on the wrong horses, wrong ponies. You know, I can look into the future from the year 2025 and where we are right now. I look at the timelines, and they all go, you know, different directions, but I can look at the different scenarios where they go. And let me tell you, on all these trend lines, it don't go nowhere good for you boys. Do I know exactly where the future's going? No, but I got a pretty good idea. You ought to just give up and join us and come in for the big win. Like they say in Full Metal Jacket, where the Marine Corps general says to his troops, all I'd ask is for my Marines to follow my orders as if they're the Word of God. Well, I'm not the Word of God, and I'm not your general. But history is, and truth is, and if you're not in alignment with that, just keep swimming up against stream and see how it works out for you, because it ain't going to work out long. Now, I'm swimming with history because spiritually I have discernment and I have a conscience and I'm already aligned with God, so I just do it anyways. But then I feel good doing it. I feel good being the underdog. I feel good being persecuted. I'm not a masochist, boy. I love pleasure more than probably anybody you know. But the pleasure of fighting tyranny and going through the inferno and to commit to that is the greatest pleasure there is. So any pain, financial, individual, spiritual, is really just a guiding light. Like, the more pain I am under means the more effect I'm having on you. To use the cheesy analogy, I'm not a big Star Trek fan, but I love the first Star Trek in the late 60s. Great comedy. You know, Kirk fighting the lizard and all the rest of it. I always say I'm the lizard guy, that's David Icke, but I do like that. But Wrath of Khan, the second Star Trek movie, where they're going to detonate the Genesis bomb, and Kirk says, we got to get warp power or we're all dead in 3 minutes. And Spock goes, well, I like this crew, I like these people, I like what we're doing, I'm going to beat the bad guys. I'll just go down the reactor, I'm going to die in radiation, but I'll get it back online, and so I'm going to do it. And that's what this comes down to, is the decision. See, it's like a communist lie. Oh, things for the collective, give up your rights. No. You're an individual, but you can decide for the collective to make a sacrifice because you're going to lose it all anyways. And genetically, when Jesus said, the greatest thing is not just doing to others as you do unto you, that's the golden rule. The Christ rule is be ready to lay down your life for your fellow man. Because when people have that attitude, they can't be bought. They can't be intimidated. They can't be backed down. They can't be pushed around. And as they've said, Zapata said, better to die on your feet, live on your knees. But I corrected that, and I said all the time, it's so true. You live on your feet statistically way more often than trying to serve on your knees. Or as Thomas Jefferson said, as I said a few days ago on the show, a nation of sheep will be ruled by wolves. So stop being sheep. So here's the Benny Johnson clip with Mike. Great guy, super smart, found lots of I didn't find. He's a great asset. Really a great researcher, one of the best. It's just very frustrating to go, oh, we discovered that Epstein really worked for MI6 and the royalty and the Rothschilds. It was on record. He took over the operation from Ghislaine's dad. People find 15-year-old clips of me telling them that. Everybody's like, oh, God. And I'm like, Trump's not screwing underage girls. He's not getting pissed on by hookers. But because it's all these rich people, he covered it up. He thought it was good for the economy. Then they set you up, Trump, so now you see. But I understand the pragmatism of Trump. Doesn't mean I agree with it, but I understand the thought process which needs to end. Justice be done till the heavens fall, because then you're not held captive by this. So let's play the clip of Mike Benz breaking this down that ties into the CIA coup. All stuff's coming out here.
This was CISA's Office of Mis, Dis, and Malinformation. They specifically say domestic threat act for the DHS Office of Mis, Dis, and Malinformation. As you'll see right there in the archive.
What? I still have a gang of crap on me?
MDN. Misinformation.
Oh, this sucks. I would like to
now,
keep
Benny,
this
as
stuff.
we speak,
This is good loot.
This office was around for 2 whole years, from 2021 until 2023, when basically...
Oh, hit pause. I want to explain again.
Brag, but...
Back it up 10 seconds. This is the Obama office they set up and everything nexus out of. I know for regular listeners you've heard it literally 1,000 times. But my point is when I told Trump this, he didn't listen. Mike Benz tells him he listened. So this is the heart of the coup that's trying to run the current coup. Let's continue.
Now, Benny, as we speak, this office was around for 2 whole years, from 2021 until 2023, when basically, I don't mean to brag, but my foundation published a series of reports, and they renamed everything. This was around for 2 years. Now, the report was not one about April 2020. This was around since January 2021. The office, the CISA's Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, which was supposed to stop the Russians, which was repurposed to stop Trump in the 2020 election, quickly changed its name from the Countering Foreign Influence to the Office of Dis and Malinformation, where it was no longer legally its charter foreign influence. It said, 2020, switch the focus to 20% foreign.
I think we talk way too much about foreign. To be honest, the truth is that the vast majority of these problems, okay, the problems that are in today's environment are domestic problems. We have like an 80% breakdown of 80% we talk about foreign and 20 domestic. I think that needs to be split.
Now I bring this up because the second link that I put in the chat, you'll see it's the hawley.senate.gov link. This is from June 2022, and this is Hawley and Grant. These were the documents that end up blowing up the Disinformation Governance Board. If you click on that thing that says document.
We're here for the iron.
What you'll see is a 31-page PDF.
I mean, we should come back and get all this other stuff.
2 years later, the sum total of internal documents we have related to the information. I want to know, do I have information? Office of Mis, Dis, and Malinformation, and who they classify as domestic threat actors from the minority Republican senators. Remember, put yourself back in 2022. You had a Democrat president, Democrat control of the House, and a Democrat control of the Senate. And transparency about this disavowal that we have 10 months of actually having control over the executive branch, actually having control over the House of Representatives, actually having control over the Senate. Why is nobody at DHS publishing? I want every internal file. I want every email text from this disavowal information really on a DHS phone to be in a WikiLeaks style, OpenAI JK file style database where now and for centuries evermore we have a detailed internal forensic reconstruction of the effery they did inside DHS so we can name and shame the people so that we can hold them up in the court of public opinion and say never again. Are they asleep? Did they not, has the snooze button been on for 10 months? Do they not know it exists? It bothers me that we have more transparency from one whistleblower 3 years ago when we were out of power than we have from nominally tens of thousands of people at DHS.
God damn it, man. I cannot fucking, like, some reason, the way that this thing fucking came out is like, it's not fully, open, and it's really hard to get in and out of here, so it's making an issue because we both need to kill each other, and these guys are going to keep spawning here, so, and they're kind of pushing each other out.
Ended up getting leaked to WikiLeaks. And I was able to reconstruct dozens of
that fucking stupid shit, man. The stupid little crap that you have to pick mine or mine axe or whatever. That shit fucking it was bottlenecking us, and I couldn't get in there to kill them fast enough and then knock their spawner down because they have a spawner in there. So now they're all piled up at the fucking door, and it's still bottlenecking. So it's hard for me to fucking even get them there.
The Open Society Foundation weaponized that relationship with the global transatlantic foreign policy establishment to meddle in domestic politics while hiding behind a shield of secrecy with the U.S. State Department, with USAID, with the Central Intelligence Agency. And to this day, we have zero disclosures. Benny, why is not a single cooperative agreement from USAID been made public? And I ask that, we know a lot about contracts that have been cut, right? A lot of the funding from USAID. And what you get are one-line descriptions. Well, this was funding a transgender dance festival. Okay, cool. First of all, the grant descriptions are never what they say. You get a one-line description in usaspending.gov, and then everything else is under national security or foreign policy, or it's ticket action. Give the famous Zunzaneo example where you had this USA building a CIA social media platform in Cuba, but the usaspending.gov grant description was for humanitarian relief in Pakistan. It's spin the globe. It's totally random what the grant says versus what it actually does. But every single one of these dollars is accompanied by a cooperative agreement between USAID and the grant recipient with the actual details of what they're going to do. And
we're fucked, bro.
Between USAID
we're
and the
so
Open Society
screwed.
Foundation, or the Omega Network, or the Gates Foundation.
I gotta get around this fool.
Have ever been made public. None of the quarterly reports.
We gotta get around him and then again to get out because we need room to put our shit on and eat food and everything.
Our success. Here are the people that we're talking about. None of it. I need to go back to panic registration.
Okay, now we need to get out of this area.
When nominally you've got the president's pickup of personnel at state and at USAID.
Stop right there. The point is,
Okay, beautiful. Wow, that was a nice escape.
It's all
So
there.
now we gotta put our
We
shit back
know
on.
The same group's trying a coup now. The National Guard's been, shot up. All this is happening. They know what they're doing. Why do we sit here and fight the attacks they run?
Okay.
Well, because the Justice Department's a bunch of wimps and a bunch of lawyers that are scared. The Democrats are on TV saying, well, you get back in, we'll put you all in prison. They're going to do it anyways. And I want to let people that are on the fence here that are worried about the bad guys, you're not going to win in the end. You see the stuff in motion, revolution over the world. You're not going to get out of it. So I'm not threatening you like these Congress people. I'm just saying, stop serving evil. So I talk about the analogy around the con, where the super nuke's going to go off. They don't get to warp speed, they're going to get killed. People have to make sacrifices. I don't mean violently. You don't have to die like Spock. You just got to support and spread the word and make it the main issue instead of a side issue. This is some entertainment job. This is some LARPing or fantasy football. This is the real world. Graphicon.
No response out. Scotty, get us out.
We got that.
Best possible speed. I see.
Are you out of your Vulcan mind? No human can tolerate the radiation that's in there.
As you are so fond of observing, Doctor, I am not human.
You're not going in there.
Perhaps you're right. What is Mr. Scott's condition? Well, I don't think I have no time to discuss. Remember.
Okay, we need to go back to our base.
Sir, the mains are back online.
So it's easy, but it's a real analogy. It's not you're a communist giving yourself up. For the collective, you make the decision to do it. And the whole country, the whole world goes under tyranny and is dead. If people don't get over, oh, what will my neighbors say? Will I get debanked? Will this happen? Folks, you're going to lose everything. You should be way worried more about what happens under the globalists instead of sitting there playing these games. It's over, folks. We're down to the wire. Decades ago, and I've said this tens of thousands of times, for 30 years, I bet on you. I believe in you. I believe that you're going to win because God works for you. But you have to make the decision to stand up against the terrorists.
Oh my God.
And it's real simple. It's a decision you have to make about what side you're on. Like spread the word about this broadcast, or praying for the broadcast, or financially supporting it. I love being demonized. I love being a technical service, the truth. But at the end of the day, they have pushed me all the way back against the wall. And the only way we stay on air, the only way we continue to fight is you. It's that simple. You decide. You're the ones who hold back the enemy. You're the ones, while we really hold off the enemy with your financial support. And we make it easy with amazing products that empower your life. At thealexreport.com. It's so true. It's so obvious. And I gotta tell you, man, that's what they're scared of. Tens of millions of listeners a day conservatively. Less than 1% ever buy anything. Can you imagine if 5% went and bought products? YellowShowStore.com. Can you imagine if people watch this by the tens of millions and thought, I'll actually go somewhere. I'll actually buy a t-shirt or a ball cap or a supplement. I'll actually do something. Can you imagine? It seems like a little step, but why can't you make it? It's not a little step. Actually praying for this broadcast, sharing the articles, videos, which a lot of you do, way more than 1%. But actually going and buying the Shilajit or the Irish sea moss or the turmeric or any of the products, Ultra Methylene Blue, the best product out there, best methylene blue there is. That changes the world. It's great for you, but it also changes the world. And it's so simple. It's a microcosm of taking action, of running for office, of voting, of raising your kids right, of all of it. But if you don't bet on the people that have the best track record of taking on the globals and kicking their asses, you're insane. So the day after Thanksgiving, I want to salute you all and thank you all for your support. I want to thank the great crew for all the great work they do. And I just want to encourage all of you out there to make the right decision now and get in the game, be the man and woman in the arena, and go to theyallshowstore.com. Become a VIP, $30 a month. Get $40 instantly to go to the store. Special deals, special offers, special sales. Everything else, the Patriot apparel, what an adventure to wear it, theyallshowstore.com. Now, General Flynn with his emergency warning coming up. Mark Mitchell, the top pollster. Emerald Robinson. Dinesh D'Souza. This is quite a lineup today that you are about to see. And you're like, we already know all this. Okay, I get it. Then carry the ball. Share the live feed now. Share the clips. Share the articles. Get it? You're the whole shooting match. Take action now. Share the live feed now. You are beyond insane if you don't support us. If you don't support this podcast, I mean, I'm being honest. It's like jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. It's like going into the Sahara Desert without a canteen of water. It's like sticking your wiener, in somebody that's got 14 diseases without a condom. Sorry for the gross thing. The point is, shouldn't do it anyway. The point is that I need your support. And I'm only going to sell you stuff that works really great. Like I said, I've opened a restaurant to be the best food, best prices, best atmosphere, quality, service, because I want you to come in 1,000 times. I want a relationship with you. The products are insane. Ultra Methylene Blue, the Shilajit, the Irish sea moss, the bovine colostrum, not a sexy name, but what it does for your hair, skin, and whole body, everything else is insanely good. We got the biggest sale in the history of the All Shows right now until Friday. Black Friday. Buy any supplement. You can buy a supplement cost $20. A supplement for free. It's not just buy one, get another free of the same thing. We've done that quite a few times. This is buy any supplement, get any other one free. All the new designs, all the new apparel in, the biggest selection of Patriot apparel in the world. Now 670 some designs. All caps, you name it. 25 all that. And a bunch of other
And we got some more meat, so we should probably use that.
$40 to spend in the store each month. Special deals, special offers. Anybody, anything should be a VIP. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war. Share the life feeds.
What are you looking at? Do you have a problem?
Bound.
But you are the backers of this operation. You are the InfoWar. So go now to InfoWarsStore.com where we got probably the final shipment of the highest quality fish oil and the highest quality turmeric, Body's Ultimate Turmeric, 95% cumin oil. Those are both 40% off. I want to thank you all for your past support, but you've invested in this operation. It's paid off. It's global awakening. It's been so incredible. Thank you so much for being at the heart of this operation. But all of our family members, all of our team members, all the military, all the ambassadors of freedom against the globalists, that particular battle, as you see it peaking and peaking and peaking. Just as I've said, I don't come out here and talk about civil war, their plans for insurrection, their plans for military coups, just to sound scary. And then now they're openly calling for it. U.S. senators, members of Congress, CIA, because we're beating them, and it's the last move they've got. We're also going to add a link at InfoWarsStore.com today. You can make straight donations on there so that we get all the money and we can get past the shortfall. So I don't want to spend our valuable time on this.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of a new world order, it's Alex Jones. Transmission. You are the resistance. Live from the Infowars.com studio, it's Alex.
Republic, 250 years old, is at the crossroads of destiny. Globalist BlackRock, Obama, John Brennan coup that's been absolutely exposed, trying to overthrow our republic, is now trying to launch a military uprising that will come after some catalyzing false flag event. Now, General Flynn, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, has been warning of this. I've been warning of this. And there's really few others that have studied or understood it for whatever reason. And who go read the Podesta plan and seeing them execute every piece of it. So the focus is on this statement telling the military, don't follow orders, basically. You can argue that's free speech, but not who produced it, not who gave them the script, and it's Brennan, we know. And then they now admit they were given the script. And it's this continuum of Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost and all the fake impeachments meant to undermine a duly elected government. That is treason. That is seditious conspiracy. That is illegal. Trump, as General Trump many times, has a special... Yeah, he's only everybody. The whole... Preserve. He doesn't have a right. He has a duty to execute. And now as it becomes existential, that people know this is very serious, and we see Comey and Letitia and all those scams getting them off so far, that this is game time. We have a plan. Simpatico during the break. Finish each other's sentences of what needs to be done, what must be done. So, General Flynn, you've got the floor for the next 12 minutes. I know you got to go over that. Thank you. And again, okay, it's turkey pardoning. We need a national address.
Just tick off a number of things here. Preparing to come on. This is very exactly what you've been doing for the time. I've been on your show a number of times saying these things, frankly, for the last year. And everybody, what all the Americans are starting to realize is that this is getting the left in our country now with this sedition. So just a couple of things here, because I think people need to, we need to remind ourselves of the things that have already taken place that are part of this color revolution that we are in the middle of. You mentioned Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost. It's Russiagate, it's Spygate, it's Impeachmentgate. It's all the indictments between when he was 45 and now that he's 47. It's all of the attacks against all the military that was going on after the stolen elections of 2020. And I'm telling you, Alec, just on a side note on the stolen elections of 2020, so damning evidence that we now have people like Tulsi Gabbard that stepped in, and there are some that have now come forward that are going to be very soon. And I know that the President of the United States is aware of a lot of what we're talking about right now. Leaks. These incredible leaks. This latest leak from Witkoff and the peace plan between Russia and Ukraine. All these wars, loser wars, Ukraine and Russia, the war that's in the Middle East, and the money laundering that has NGOs stealing millions, probably billions of dollars, and they're still getting paid for things coming out of Afghanistan. I mean, this is insane. The drugs, right? The fentanyl coming out of China. The illegal immigration to the tune of 20 million under the Biden administration. The human trafficking and the skyrocketing trafficking of the Epstein affair. The Epstein affair is not going to be American. And Donald Trump, this is something that big class of people that have done so much to children, never mind what they do to the moral fabric of the country, but the rest of the world. The latest is the Seditious Six. They call it the Seditious Six. That's what you showed earlier, and you had Stephen Miller talking to Jesse Walters there. So what do we need? We need a couple things. Number one, we need the Oval Office to throttle, and I mean throttle down on this idea of information operations and understand that we are in the middle of what is called unrestricted warfare. Unrestricted warfare is where it is boundless what you can do, and it comes out of, you've talked a lot about this, Alex, it comes out of the Chinese manual back in the late 90s, you know, which I've read that a bunch of times. I've written a manual myself on 5th generation warfare. It is, unrestricted warfare is without bounds. That is what we are in the midst of right now, and everybody needs to understand that. So
you're talking full spectrum war.
I mean everything. You're talking about the idea of illegal exploitation of different commodities, human beings. False flags comes to economic warfare, right? You're going to do something, you're going to do just the opposite. Using the information like TikTok. Trump will sit there.
Bro, what
is?
is?
I always listen to this. Trump will sit there and go, G and I just had a great call. We're going to do the following things. Hung up. He has a duty. He tells the American people, G and I just had a great call, and we're going to do all these great things, and we're going to have trade deals, and we're going to do TikTok, and blah, blah, blah. And we're going to 600,000 students for the next couple of years from China. G hangs up and tells his team, great, we got exactly what we want out of them. We're going to triple down, we're going to quadruple down, and we're going to continue to screw the United States of America. That's how they operate, Alex. They don't operate like Donald J. Trump operates, because he, as you said, he does have a duty to preserve the Constitution of the United States. He has the duty to inform, you know, our country and the people of our country, because we're a democracy, we're a republic, and so he's trying to be as transparent as he can be. But trust me, we are not dealing with an even hand here. We're not. These people that are operating against us, never mind the drug cartels and all these other actions that are happening inside of our own country.
And so I want you to get to the Seditious Six, and Miller pointing out from their CIA sources that it is a CIA office. I'm right about it. But something you said.
I said this. Yeah.
Something you said that was so key that I don't want to just glaze over. Because I was going to come on the show and start with this today, but I forgot. I'm glad we didn't talk. We're Sabbatico. People are saying, oh, well, the Democrats might win the midterms. They're not going to launch their full Podesta plan, uprising, riots, collapse because of that. No. Their money has been massively cut off. All these new scandals are coming out. Trump has actually gotten some good people in there. All these whistleblowers are coming in. So they're cornered. They have to make this move, and this don't follow the orders of the commander-in-chief ahead of this big event they're going to stage. The CIA elements that really now warn Trump. What you're saying is their backs against the wall. This is coming to a head. Am I correct?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, their backs are against the wall. They are not about to like roll over. Okay, folks. Okay, everybody out there in that's listening to InfoWars or anywhere else that gets it. These people will not roll over. They will come up with
I'm gonna
the
just get away from that area while the boss is there, and then I'll come back later and I'll finish collecting more of this stuff. We're almost there.
Number one, they have a plan.
We want to have 4 stacks of 30,
put into place.
and then a stack of 30 on us.
These people,
and then we'll take the boat back over here and smelt it. I'll have to go get the smelters from the other area.
officer that's now a member of...
A protege of Brennan. A protege of Brennan.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, man. I just wanted to upgrade the pickaxe. I just wanted to make a pickaxe, and I didn't want to use Eden's iron, which is here. So I'm gonna go get my own, but it takes so much work, man. It's like a full thing. But anyway, I'll be back later.
Was that there was somebody from the intelligence community. I think Stephen Miller